Okay, good morning. We are starting in 1 minute. Okay, good morning. Welcome, everybody. Today is August 21st, our budget hearing number 5. We have today and tomorrow left, so it will be a good week. I will start with introductions to my left, please, starting with Mr. Weinstein.
Thank you. Mike Weinstein, Mayor's Office.
Mary Stefopoulos, Office of General Counsel.
Kim Taylor, Council Auditor.
Ryan Parks, Council Auditor's Office.
Heather Reber, Council Auditor's Office.
Good morning. Rory Diamond, District 13, The Beaches.
Ron Salem, Group 2 at large.
Nick Howland, at large, Group 3.
Raul Arias, District 11.
Joe Carlucci, District 5.
Will Lane in District 3.
Randy White, District
Jacoby
12.
Pittman, District 10.
Matt Carlucci, at large, Group 4.
Okay, thank you everybody for joining us today. All right, as I said, today is our second to last day on the budget hearings, meeting number 5. We have a lot of work to do today. Normally this is done in 7 days. We've wrapped it up in 6 days, meaning today is really the day that everything's going to pile up, and tomorrow should be a pretty straightforward day. So with that being said, I am going to limit the conversations today to 3 minutes for committee members for the first time, 2 minutes for the second time, and then non-committee members, visiting members will be limited to 2 minutes for both the first time and their second time speaking. Let's just kind of speak to what we're actually talking about and nothing else aside from what's on the agenda. So with that, we are going to, I don't have any public notice cards, so I do have a couple of speakers on the queue that I first want to have speak on a couple action items that they want to address. So I will call Mr. Ron Salem up first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. The auditors are passing out some information that I asked them to accumulate that I thought would be helpful to the committee. It references the millage reductions that occurred for, I believe it was 12 straight years during the Payton and during the Delaney and Payton administrations. The second column on this sheet, and I just want everyone to be aware of it, is the actual millage cut. Our proposed cut is 0.125, and you can see there are many there of those from 94, 95 to 2007, 2008 that were significantly above what we are doing this year. I just thought it was helpful, and I appreciate the auditors putting this together. You can see the total dollars there that were returned to the community was $474,169,632. And remember, that's not inflation is not factored into those numbers, so you can just imagine what was returned to the taxpayers when you look at it with inflation. Just an FYI. I just want, and I did not include the Curry cut just a few years ago. I also wanted to mention very quickly, in procurement, I learned for the first time that the telehealth contract and the elderly food insecurity contracts go beyond September 30th. They go into 9 months beyond that. So potentially, even if we remove the telehealth contract and go with the tripling of the Meals on Wheels that we have done, there's the potential for the mayor to use her transfer authority to increase those by $500,000. And remember, that privilege, that transfer authority privilege, is something we give to the mayor. So I just want everyone to be aware of that. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. All right, Mr. Lanin, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And through the Chair for Mr. Salem, or Dr. Salem, I apologize. Thanks for bringing that to my attention because there was a lot of debate on this. If you recall, I had the lane and substitute that added money to take them through 9/30/2025 that we talked about at length. So my understanding, the actions of that bill where they prioritized their remaining transition committee dollars, that was to extend it to 9/30/2025. So I guess through the chair to Mr. Weinstein, I would like someone just to circle back with me because that was my understanding when I moved that substitute bill, that was to extend that contract through 9/30/2025. And I think it was a combination of $800,000 for both the telehealth through Telescope and the Meals on Wheels, again, just to get through 9/30/2025, and we would discuss it as a finance committee on whether to provide future years' fundings through the process. If the contract does go beyond that, that is news to me, and I don't think that was our intent.
Mr. Weinstein, would you like to elaborate? Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, as a matter of fact, today through procurement is that 800,000 and change to provide the dollars to get them to the end of September. But the contract itself goes through till March.
Well, I am a little bit confused. So the contract goes through March, and they're funded through the end of September. What's going to happen from September to March?
Well, it'll depend upon what happens here and what happens upstairs on the fourth floor in the mayor's office. But basically, the dollars are to get us through to the end of September. And we'll see what happens. We don't know what's going to happen. Basically, that's the way it's done throughout contracts. There's many contracts that go beyond fiscal years. Depends upon what happens at budget time.
I think it's good to note that moving forward, when you guys create contracts, I mean, you guys do it however you see fit, but it only makes sense to have the contracts go to the fiscal year. Otherwise, we're put in this conundrum that what do we do now if it doesn't have enough money in it? It's common sense to me, in my opinion.
Mr. Chair, can I add something to what you're saying? There are extensions to this contract beyond March of 26. I believe there are 1 or 2 year extensions. I believe the auditors informed me yesterday or the day before. So it's beyond March of 26 that potentially transfer authority could be used if we do not fund it.
Okay. Well, safe to say we are tripling the Meals on Wheels program through the budget process that we've done already. Previous years, it was funded at $150,000. I think this year we're looking at $450 or $480. So we're tripling it. That should definitely get them all the way through March either way. It's just a matter of how many meals they feed each month, but that should be more than enough money to get them through the end of the contract if they plan accordingly with the budget that we give them. All right, I do have Mr. Diamond on the queue, and then Mr. Salem, and then Ms. Pittman next.
Thank you, Mr. I'll be really fast. So about 4 years ago, I passed a bill, and we passed a bill that says we can't have a limitless contract in the city of Jacksonville. That was in response to Plant Vogel. I'll introduce a bill in a couple weeks that says that every single contract that's entered into by the city has to have an out at the end of the fiscal year unless you come to us. And that way, we never run into this again. And that's a quick fix, and it's... Look, the federal government runs that way. You can't. It's illegal. It's against the law to obligate a future contract after the fiscal year. I don't see why the city of Jacksonville shouldn't be the same.
All right, we'll get to work. We're waiting on that. Mr. Salem, go ahead. All right. Ms. Pittman, go ahead.
To the chair, anyone who can answer this for me. I know that there's more than one grant that the Meals on Wheels program have. Is that correct? Right? So I know we did a pilot program, and maybe if someone just can explain it again for me to understand, just for the clarification and some of my colleagues to know what those dollars are used for. And the pilot program that was done, we know that there was a need for it. And if we know that there was a demand for it, why wouldn't we consider expanding the program or keeping the program? I know it was a few thousand people that was on that list, and that was really a reason for developing the pilot program to decrease the number of seniors who were on that list. But tell us what will happen. I don't know if it would be the auditors or you, Mr. Weinstein, if this program is not, the pilot program is not refunded, and how would that also impact the other programs that they have? Because this agency, I think, is the only agency that provides services to the seniors in our community.
Go ahead, sir.
Through the chair, a matter of fact, we spoke with the company. The company does a lot of things. They have lots of programs. On the far as meals, there's a hot meal program and there's a cold meal program. And the 150 that is now 468 is for one of the two of those. The 2.1 or 2.2 million that the mayor had requested goes to the other, either hot meal or cold meal, and I'm not sure which is which anymore, which was totally taken out. So basically, there's two strings, hot meal, cold meal. One of the strings is totally gone. The other string went from 150 to 468. And the 2.2 was to try to get the waiting list down to about 900. It's almost 3,000 waiting list.
Right.
It was to get it down to 900, but now it won't be.
Okay. So I
And there
guess
may be someone here that can be more elaborate than I am.
Is there anyone?
But Joe said that I described it accurately.
Okay. So I guess my concern, Mr. Chair, is if this program either goes away or we take money. I hear you saying that the mayor could use her funding for next year to do that. My only concern from day one, we have continued to cut the funds that the mayor has allocated for programs, not only for seniors, but for the homeless. And I hope by the end of the day or before we get to the finish line is that we're talking about people who have voted for us to get in. I don't want you to cut me off. I want to say what I want to say.
I get it, but I literally.
I understand, but I want to make sure that we readdress that.
Loud and clear.
Okay,
Thank you. All right. Everybody, be mindful of the time. Can you make the clock also tick whenever it's, please, we need to be on top of this today. We have a lot to go over today. All right. Next up, Mr. Salem, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, you had a terrific idea last week, I think it was, to look at transportation when the JTA was here. I am not convinced that we're doing everything we can to get elderly people to our community centers that serve 2 meals a day. Are we doing everything we can to assess those people on the waiting list to see if we can get them to the community centers? I think there's a lot of work that can be done to reduce this list beyond appropriations like this.
I agree. I have a meeting set with JTA today as well to go over that.
And I think we should work with Daryl Joseph, and we could, I think there's a lot of things we can do versus putting 1.8 million into it. I think tripling it is a great thing for us to do, but we need to look at other innovative ways of feeding these people other than putting money into it.
So one thing I do realize is that, something Mr. Weinstein just said was 468 is going towards it, but it's not going to both programs, a hot and a cold meal. I had no idea there were 2 programs. So if it's the will of the body, which I think we will not have an issue with it, rather than funding 468 to one specific program, we'll split it in half. We'll give 234 to both the hot meals and the cold meal. We're still adding more than it was originally last year, which was 150 overall for both programs. We're making now 234 for both programs. That way now we don't have an issue with either action items. Ms. Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chairman. On that food program, you have basically put those additional dollars in that contractual services line, so they would have the ability to put it towards either program. You had mentioned the Meals on Wheels, but technically that funding can be applied towards either.
So safe to say it's not up to us to decide. It's up to them to decide when they get the money. So we are covered on that part. We're not defunding either the hot or the cold meal. It's their prerogative where they fund it.
To the chair, you have in essence you have eliminated the enhancement dollars and have said we're going to add the 300 plus whatever that number was to recognizing for Meals on Wheels, but they could utilize it towards either program.
Perfect. So we're good then on that part. Both hot meals and cold meals is up to them, their discretion. All right, Mr. Matt Carlucci, you've been patient. Thank you, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to note for the record on the millage cuts that Council Member Salem passed out. I was on the council for some of those millage rate cuts. When John Delaney was mayor, I was chairman of finance and on finance committee for a good number of those. We were so flush with money, we were pretty much had to cut the millage a little bit. And when we did cut the millage and lower the millage, and Mr. Weinstein through the chair, if you need to, he can verify this if you'd like. We rolled the millage back, but it wasn't at the expense of crucial programs like Meals on Wheels or any type of health care services. That's number one. Number two, the millage cuts that were done during the Payton years actually came back to make it harder for him when the economy tanked, because that's when he had to raise the millage, he had to create the stormwater fee, he had to create the garbage fee in order to sustain basic public services for the city. So I think if he and that council had it to do over with, they would have never cut the millage. And so while all of this looks good, there were good times, and then when the millage rates were cut at other times, they wound up digging a deeper hole. And that's the point I've been trying to make and wanted to make it here. One last point, the $500,000 that the mayor can move around, that won't do a thing towards remedying the problem we're digging ourselves in by cutting Meals on Wheels, which we are doing, and also cutting affordable housing, and also cutting the health care services. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. To your point, actually, Mr. Laney, go ahead. You're next, and then I'll be last.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to respond in regards to the cutting, and something I've asked the auditors to do for us at the end of today, just put together a list of what the actual cuts were made, because, again, we've said no to a lot of incremental expenditure requests through this process, but the list of what we actually cut from a baseline year-over-year budget is very small right now. So libraries are a great example. We didn't cut $500,000 from libraries. We added $250,000. We increased the baseline budget by 3 times for Meals on Wheels. And I know we're all getting emails about all the cuts we have made, but it's really been no to incremental spending requests. And so I've asked Kim and her team to help put together, I think Northeast Regional, and I'm going to get the name wrong, Northeast Regional Council, I think at the end of day 2 was the only pure cut we had made, and I wouldn't be surprised if that comes back up. So just want to make sure that we are all on the same page as far as what has been cut from a baseline budget point of view versus what was incremental spend that we said no or did not approve the full amount on.
You're so good. You're so good. That's exactly it. On point right there. Thank you for that. All right. Let's just move on. I think this is a moot point at this point. We have a lot to go on the agenda. Thank you for this information, Mr. Salem. And then I think now we're ready to proceed to the next part, which will be we're actually going to take up right now the mayor's salaries. I know that last time we spoke about bringing that up at the beginning of today's meeting. So why don't we go ahead and start with that process. Ms. Taylor, please.
Yes, sir. Through the chair to the committee, you have before you a one-pager on the mayor's office. This includes public affairs as well, because keep in mind that's all one department. So you have in the first part, so you have the top part is mayor's office, is in essence a division within the mayor's department, and then you'll have you'll see part-time in the middle, and then public affairs. So by position title in that top part, you will see the various folks listed there. You'll see their current salary as of the day that we ran it. And then you'll see the last 3 columns are related to the budget. So you have first the salary of what they are proposed at in the budget. And keep in mind, we're talking about the line item for council's level, but this is what makes up that line item. And then you'll see the benefits there. It does not incorporate things like workers' compensation, for example, the allocation of those costs. That's in the employee benefits line, but it's not associated with that individual employee. But so it's group health, if they're on defined contribution, that sort of thing, or the defined benefit. And then you have that combination of the salary and benefits. So you'll see for the first part, for the mayor's office folks, before getting to the part-time and public affairs, you'll see $2,896,476 as a current salary. The committee, when you saw the proposed budget, it was at $3,064,277. So you've reduced it already through your action by $300,000 down to $2.7 million. And then you'll also see under the benefits, you removed the auto allowance of $7,200, so taking those benefits down. If you want to take a look at the part-time positions right below that, those are the two folks listed there that are the part-time current salary in total of $191,549 that has been paid or that they're paid at based on the hourly rate. And then the salary of $183,000 for budgeted, keeping in mind that part-time folks, unless there are special exemptions for temporary times, usually that's limited to 25 hours a week. For your public affairs positions, you'll note the 5 positions currently for a total of $550,000 actual salary, and you'll see the proposed budget of $486,000. What I'll mention, and I know there were questions on that, I believe that one of the employees has been converted from part-time to full-time. You'll see the Hispanic Outreach Coordinator. You'll see a current salary of $79,000. But if you look back up above, there is a vacant position that in the budget is at $81,965. So they'll, in essence, move that person into that vacant position. So they are still within their 23 overall position cap, and they absolutely, it's the fund as a whole really, but within this area they can move between the mayor's office, the top part of the box, and the public affairs portion. But going down to the totals there, when you look at total full-time and part-time, for this area, $550,000, and then taking into account, you'll see part-time hours in essence, or part-time dollars, the $47,000, they will not necessarily need those. So with your $300,000 cut, it's really that buffer is there, so it's a $250,000 impact with rough numbers, given that they've converted that full-time position. So overall, once you take part-time and full-time into account, you'll see current salaries in total towards the bottom there of $3.6 million. With your actions to date, you would be funding it at $3,041,220 for that offsetting reduction there. And then I will mention it was requested of our office to also provide Mr. Hicks' salary information. He is paid for through SHIP dollars. So there are no general fund dollars that are impacted there, and that information is contained at the bottom. And we'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Holland.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to go through, Ms. Taylor just went through some numbers. I just want to go through some quick numerical analysis here. We have 23 full-time positions in the mayor's office. Of those, 9 are making more than $195,000 per year. And of those 23, only 7 are making less than $100,000 a year. The median of the 23 full-time is $158,000 a year. And if you remember, I did this analysis in the current mayor's first year. That median was about $140,000 compared to the prior mayor's last year, where the median was closer to about $115,000 a year. So that's a quick little bit of analysis. Some other little things here. There are 9 people from public relations and media on the staff of 23. And of those 9, and that would include the mayor coming from public relations, there are 4 making at least $195,000 a year. Other interesting things, there are 2 part-time salaries, which we've not yet discussed. One is interesting, Carla Miller. I have the utmost respect for her, but I'm not sure what she's doing or why we need to keep paying a part-time consultant salary. Why the taxpayers, rather, need to keep paying a part-time consultant salary. I'm inclined to, we already took $300K out of here. I'm inclined to cut those part-time positions, like I alluded to last time, entirely, which is $191,549, and put those to additional money on the Meals on Wheels line that we just talked about. I'll make that motion.
I have a motion and a second on the floor for discussion. I will have Mr. Salem on you on the discussion on the motion or something else, because I do have Lane on that motion right now. Go ahead, sir. Yep.
Thank you, Chair. I want to take us back for a moment, back to the Finance Committee hearing where we saw the mayor's salary budget was as I recall, $140,000 in deficit. Is that correct? I think it was $140,000 in deficit. And I asked the question, how does the mayor's office have a deficit? Will it ever be corrected? And the answer that I got was, as long as the total government is in the positive, her budget, the mayor's office budget, can run a deficit. It could run a several $100,000 deficit. Does not have to be corrected as long as the government stays below the dollars we appropriate for the year. Is that not correct, Ms. Taylor, through the chair?
Through the chair, it's not the total government, but I think you mean the general fund. By fund level is what it would need to balance by. Yes.
The part of the government under her control. Is that a fair way of saying it?
Through the chair, for your mayoral departments that are within the general fund that are under her control.
So cutting this budget, cutting the mayor's office budget salaries, I'm not sure has an impact unless we really cut the mayor's budget so that it cannot be made up by other departments. So I just want to make sure we understand that $300,000, I'm convinced, will just run through next year and it'll never be corrected. It won't touch these salaries if that's our intent. The only way to really do it is to, take it back to 2023 or something, make it a significant cut to where something would have to be done. So I just put that on the table. I want to make sure we all understand our intent, whatever it may be. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lane.
Thank you, Chair. Well, now Dr. Salem's comments make mine feel less important. But anyways, I was going to say, like Councilmember Howland, I tend to look at things at a cost center view, and I agree, Councilmember Salem, like every cost center should be accountable for coming in on budget, because in a company, you don't look, hey, are we good as a whole? You look at individual department leaders to make sure they're all coming in a budget, and then it rolls up to where you either come in overall favorable or unfavorable. What I was going to say is, after last week, I went back and I looked at a lot of history. So starting with the Doge Committee information, if you look both City Council and the Mayor's Office, they've grown slightly lower than what overall non-public safety departments have grown at. I think 3.8% for the Mayor's Office and 3.6% to the Council. But then when you get to the past 2 years, the Mayor's Office has definitely outgrown what the City Council growth rate has been. The amendment I was going to prepare, and just for discussion, I don't know if I'm moving it yet, but the number I come up with to match City Council's growth rate is another $107,000 reduction. And again, I said it last week, I don't like it when we get into the position caps because I think that can just be moved around fairly easily. I think the dollars are the most important things to control. So that was going to be my amendment. I know you said 190, 107, and I know I'm probably out of the correct posture here, but perhaps my amendment would be to divide those numbers, because I know, like me, you did a lot of work looking at this. So maybe we say 145, and Ms. Stefopoulos helped put me in the right posture if I wanted to amend the amendment, what I would say.
So through the chair to Councilmember Lane, and just a couple of things. 191,549 is the current year's budget. The total amount proposed is the 180. I think it's 183. Ms. Taylor can correct me if I'm wrong. So 183,006 is the current number, and you wanted to take the 107 out of that.
So through Chair to Ms. Stefopoulos, so I think my amendment would be to. My amendment to the amendment would be 135.
135
would be to reduce the salary line by 135, which is the combination of my analysis and Councilmember Howland's analysis on comparing it to City Council growth rate versus Mayor's Office growth rate.
So you'll just need a second on that. I did not take that he was addressing that part of your initial motion, Mr. Howland, so I think we're just talking the dollar amount is what I heard, and just want to make sure we got a second on his amendment to the amendment. Okay.
All right, Ms. Pittman, go ahead.
It's still early in the morning and my head is hurting already. I wanted to ask the auditors, I know since I've been here, we've never really drilled down in the mayor's budget. And I guess I want to know if there is an analysis that has ever been done between the last 3 mayors. I'll just go back that far, comparing the budgets and how they're cutting the budgets. And could you, and I'm sure this is probably going to take you a little time, so I can wait, of how we as city council can go and cut the mayor's budget and tell the mayor's office what they could use those dollars for. I think that is unacceptable, and I just like for me to know, Mr. Weinstein, because I know you have the historical institutional knowledge about this, because I'm really confused over here, sitting here. Every time we meet, we're just cutting, and not really knowing impactful how that's happening. Now, I saw on the, this week, we, the city council, we decided that we needed our own attorney. And we decided that's what we were going to do. We ain't asked nobody if we could do that. So I just want to know, as we move forward, how, Mr. Weinstein, that impacts the mayor's office, and what have we done in the past?
Mr. Chair, as many of you know, I've had 50 years in Jacksonville, in and out of government. And there's never been a time when there's 6 part-time council members trying to run a $2 billion budget, and all of them having other full-time jobs. It appears to me to be a revenge budget, not a balanced budget, and it's never been done before.
This is the first time this has ever been done in your history and working in the mayor's office and the city of Jacksonville. Is that correct?
Nothing to this level at all.
Okay, and I guess I will say this, but the first day, we never got an opportunity to hear your presentation before the cuts started. I know we did it last year, and we did it again this year. So I just wanted to just have that documented, that this has never been done before, and city council has never been able to tell the mayor what, any mayors, what they need to do with their budget.
All right, I'd like to recognize Council President Kevin Carrico is here, and Mr. Council Member Mike Gay is here too. Welcome, gentlemen. All right, Mr. Nick Howland. Actually, Ms. Taylor, would you like to go first to address anything we have pending?
Yes, sir. Through the chair to the committee, we'll pull, but I definitely remember in my time during Mayor Alvin Brown's time, I think, going back, there was a lapse put on, which is in essence a cut to their departmental budget. So we have all the actions. We just have to go through. But there have been previous times before where the mayor's office has been reduced.
Thank you for that fact. Actual facts right there. Thank you. Mr. Howland, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reasoning behind my motion to reduce the mayor's office and put it towards Meals on Wheels is simple. I've spoken at length with Ms. Terry Barton, who runs Aging True, and several of their board members. And we don't have, as a city, unlimited resources. That's pretty clear, and it has been clear through this budget process. So I would simply rather see more adults have meals than growth in salaries in the mayor's office. That's the reasoning behind my motion. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I see no other speakers in the queue. So just Ms. Taylor, if you don't mind, just give us the numbers. I know that Councilmember Howland mentioned a number of 191, but really we're looking at 183. Are we still sticking with 191 and then sticking with Mr. Lanan's 135, or what are the numbers that we're sticking with right now?
Based on the motion on the floor, which is the amendment to the amendment that was proposed by Councilmember Lanan, it's changing the dollar amount to reduce the salary line by $135,000. Is that correct, Mr. Lanan?
Through the chair, correct. And again, the number that I had, and just so we get the narrative correct, if you look at the past 2 years, reducing it by, I was going to say 105,000, matches the same growth rate that City Council has had in the time since we were elected. I did have the auditors check my math on that as well. So we're now about 25, 30 above that if we go with the 135. And so that would be my motion. And I believe my motion did not include it going to Meals on Wheels. We'll take that up when we change the dollar amount first of 135, and then we'll wrap it up into the Howland Amendment.
That is correct. So, Mr. Chair, if you want to take a vote on the amendment to the amendment, that would affect the dollar amount. So it would reduce the salary line by $135,000. Then you would take up a motion on the amendment as amended, get a second on that, and that would take up the fact of cutting the salary line by the 135, assuming the Lane amendment to the amendment passes, and reallocating the dollars to the Meals on Wheels program as was originally proposed by Councilmember Howland.
Thank you. So currently, the motion on the floor is for $135,000 is what it is. And I just want to clarify one thing. The 135, I know that it was mentioned about the part-time positions. I don't want to single out any specific position. Can I just be a broad general 135 from whatever department? I don't want it to say part-time positions because I don't think it's their issue. It's the administration's issue.
So I believe with the Lane amendment to the amendment, his was $135,000 from the salary line. So that does alter the original Howland amendment in that regard as well, just to make sure it's clear on the record. So you would be reducing the dollar amount to $135 from the original proposed, and it would come from the salary line versus specific to part-time positions as was originally proposed.
Thank you. And before we proceed, one last question. I know it was mentioned that the vacant position reclassified as Hispanic Outreach Coordinator on the current year salary, 25-26 upcoming budget is $81,965. However, in the bottom, it says public affairs. One of the many public affairs individuals they have, it says part-time employee moved to full-time. And it says here $47,498 for salaries for 25-26. So are we saying that person is going to get now roughly over $100,000, or are we moving that person to the $81,965? And if so, what's going to happen to that $47,498? Is that going to just stay there open for anybody for them to kind of add somebody else again, or is that line item going to be completely removed from their salary and their budget?
To the chair, so hopefully I get all your questions answered. So that person that was converted from a part-time, they were, in essence, they will be moved to a full-time position. They are currently at $79,000. The value for the vacant position that they are sliding into is in the budget at $81,965. So they could be moved up to that salary or any other salary as long as they're staying within, managing their department. So they currently, though, make $79,000 from converting from part-time to full-time. Those excess dollars that would now be there for part-time, that is a buffer now, in essence, of the $300,000 cut that you did. If those dollars are not needed and not utilized, you, in essence, before your actions today, had a net impact of about $250,000 because they had that buffer there to move around to allocate to help meet their salary budget.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Mr. Salem, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I will be working on some legislation with the auditors and OGC that each departmental budget is balanced at the end of the year. I think that should be the goal. There might be exceptions that we can work on, but I think every department should be balanced. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. No other speakers on the queue. All right, so we have a motion on the floor right now for the Lane amendment. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, motion passes. We have a motion and a second to move the amendment as amendment. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, motion passes. Okay. Mr. Salem, you're still in the queue. Anything else? No? Okay. Okay, now we are closing that chapter and moving on to CIP and Debt Management Fund. Ms. Taylor? We also had debt portability presentation, actually. That's what we have next. Sorry about that.
No problem, Mr. Chairman. I believe Mr. Cicero, who is the city's treasurer, will be doing their presentation before we get into the packet.
Okay. And if you don't mind, just take the timer off for this presentation, and then we'll get on to it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Arias and members of the Finance Committee. I'm Chris Cicero, the City Treasurer, and with me is Roger Phillips, the Senior Debt Manager. We're here to present the Debt Affordability Study Budget Update, and which is an update to the baseline version that was presented to the Finance Committee back in June. The Debt Affordability Budget Update Report, which you should have a copy of, it basically forecasts ratios over the next 5 years, which layers in these potential borrowings from the proposed CIP that you'll be going over later today to the previously issued baseline report. This report does include conservative assumptions related to the borrowing timeline, which can stress certain ratios over the next several years. But it should moderate with the timing of actual issuances and potentially higher growth in revenues and population. The next slide is a snapshot of the debt affordability ratios. On pages 3 and 4 of the report, we list and describe each of the debt measures, and this table presented above summarizes the calculated ratios for the current report. You'll note the metrics are currently in green, which indicates we are in a favorable position in relation to the targets. The table on page 5 of the report presented in this slide is the outstanding debt over the next 5 years, along with the potential debt issuances and paydowns. Basically, it starts with a balance of about $2.4 billion and ending at $3.6 billion due to the potential issuance of a total of like $2.3 billion of debt, which is $850 million of prior authorized CIP debt, and $1.45 billion of proposed borrowing in this upcoming CIP, and that's offset by about $1.1 billion of total debt paydown. If all of the $2.3 billion of debt issuance actually occurs as assumed during the 5-year period, debt would peak in 2029. Page 7 of the report includes a graph of the city's overall debt as a percent of full market value and is well under the target over the next 5 years. This measure compares debt levels against the property tax base, which is the city's largest source of revenues. And this metric does include all city debt plus the overlapping debt from the school board. Page 8 of the report shows the GSD debt service as a percent of GSD revenues, which is currently under our target, but could potentially exceed the max in 2029 and 30. So this is where some of the years that are stressed starts appearing. And that occurs if most of the $2.3 billion is issued as assumed. And this graph assumes, along with the other metrics, did assume a 2% revenue growth rate for revenues. And so on the next slide, we created an alternate view where we use 4% growth rate in GSD revenues. And you can see it does somewhat improve the ratio, even though it still exceeds in those outer years. But historically, in the years, the 5 years prior to COVID, revenue growth did average 3 to 4%. So with the combination of potentially higher growth and potentially, lower actual debt issuances, this ratio could come in somewhat lower than presented in the forecast. On the next slide, we have the unassigned general fund balance, including the emergency reserves as a percent of revenues, and this metric is strong and presented on an actual basis. And this next slide is basically the same metric as the prior one, except it excludes emergency reserves and also is currently strong and presented on an actual basis. The next slide of the report displays the 10-year principal paydown of all city debt and shows we continue above our target and the minimums. The 10-year principal paydown for the GSD debt, which is page 10 of your report, generally shows we remain near our target and well above the minimums. Yeah, slide 12, which is the last debt metric on page 11 of the report, shows debt per capita potentially exceeding the maximum over the next several years and then coming back down due to the pay down of the BJP debt, the school board debt, plus the amortization of other city debt. And this, I want to point out, this metric does include the all city debt plus the overlapping debt from the school board. And this slide gives us a comparison of Jacksonville to other similar cities and counties, which shows how the current metrics does compare favorably to most other cities and counties. In closing, as mentioned in June, when you approved the upcoming 5-year CIP, you're only authorizing additional debt funding for that next year, like FY26. Therefore, each year, the debt affordability study gives you an opportunity to take a fresh look at the most recent actual and projected debt metrics, which could help guide your decisions during this annual debt funding authorization process. This concludes the presentation, and we welcome any questions.
All right, thank you. I do have Mr. Lehman on the queue. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair. And you knew I was definitely going to talk about this report. First off, to Mr. Phillips and Mr. Cicero, thanks for everything you do. Great job updating our debt management policy this year and working with us on that. And we truly do have a top-notch Treasury team here with the city. So I've been talking about managed debt a long time, right? I mean, when we look at our total budget, about 2/3 of it now is fire and police and then managed debt. In fact, we hit 58% for public safety this year, and we're over 6% on debt expense. And if you look at other operating departments, it dropped to below 15% for the first time. In other words, like the other two parts are going to keep on growing, and there's going to be that much that we actually have the opportunity to make reductions on in the future. So today we're going to talk about $687 million of projects, and $547 million of that is debt funded, which I think is an all-time record. And the scariest page, it wasn't on the slide, but if you go to page 15 on the debt affordability study, this year, and this is total debt expense, I think this even includes school board, I think it's the consolidated debt for the city, but we're going from $155 million to $300 million in 5 years. That's the projected debt expense. And I talk about controllable cost a lot. The CIP is pretty much controllable once a year, and that's today. So as we go through these projects, just keep in mind, once they're approved, we take out the debt, our debt expense grows, and then I'll probably make another comment. This CIP doesn't even really include that much new things, but a lot of what we're going to see is just the cost increases associated with some of these projects that haven't even started that I hope we have our due diligence and a lot of discussion on today. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Howland.
Mr. Lehman, great, insightful comments as always. Quick question for the Treasury team here. Looking back on what you showed as Chart 11, debt per capita, am I reading this right, that we hit $3,000 of debt per person in FY26, actually $2,996, so $4 short, and then it rises for 3 years, exceeding the maximum level before dropping down again in the fifth year if we approve this plan today? CIP plan?
Well, that's if you include the full 5 years. And so, yeah, that's the way it is proposed. And we do use conservative assumptions on the level of debt being issued. We use, like, each year it's like the 50, 25, 15, and 10. So the actual debt issuances used in here are probably somewhat conservative, which means they're probably a little higher than what will probably actually come in. But if it was all issued as assumed, this is correct.
Okay, and debt per capita being the denominator, are you counting every man, woman, and child in Jacksonville, so the full population?
Just the population.
Okay, so 3,000 probably conservatively assumed per man, woman, and child in debt in Jacksonville when we approve this 5-year CIP today. 3,000 next year, and then continues to grow. And I think Mr. Lehman has something he wants to add to that.
Yeah, thank you to the chair. It was actually the same number last year. And so I went from being doomsdayer to optimist now. It seems to always look a little better when we get to the next year. Yeah, it was 2,674 last year. It's about the same now. But again, we've started to take out debt on the projects that have been delayed. And the conservative assumptions, we can ask Mr. Phillips to explain if we want, but basically they assume that we take out a lot more in the first year than what in reality we've done. So it is conservative. But still, it is scary that if all these projects get online, that's the increase in debt expense we're looking at over 5 years. And a lot of that is stadium and venue related. We know those are going to stay on track, as well as a lot of the other ones out there.
Okay, no other speakers on the queue. We're going to proceed now with the next line item, CIP and Debt Management Fund. Ms. Taylor.
Yes, sir. It'll be a little bit of a repeat of what Mr. Cicero and Mr. Phillips addressed, but on page 3, we'll start with the handout, hitting on the actual, seeing those numbers. You'll see for debt management fund, that first line, the internal service revenue, that is the money that comes back in. All the departments where they're billed, of course, the general fund and your non-departmental, when we saw that biggest hit of $90 million, but like your solid waste fund, we are in it's the morning packet marked as CIP. We are on page 3 and then page 87 in your budget book. But going back to these numbers, so those that are billed out, again, mostly general fund taking that impact there. For debt funding, that is what actual debt amount, that's the new borrowing that you will see, and there's a budget ordinance schedule called B4 that details that when you look in the budget ordinance. You have that big decrease because we had the BJP swap that occurred that helped to neutralize $600 million of the 775 stadium deals so that you were not adding $600 million of debt on top of everything. So that's why you see that big change of $496 million in the budget. Going down to expenditures, you'll see that debt service, again, that amount's tied to that internal service revenue, that $117 million, going towards making those actual external debt service payments. And then going down to payments to fiscal agents, that's again the amount loaned out to all the various areas for your various capital projects. You'll see in the table below, it details that. The first 3 lines are related to your CIP. You'll see your general CIP. Given the magnitude with the stadium, last year we started breaking out the venue so that there's a separate schedule. So you can see those items. And then solid waste also has, you'll see that material item of $43.3 million for debt. There is the one borrowing we mentioned, I believe in day 1 or day 2 on the technology solutions for radio tower antenna infrastructure replacement. That's with borrowed funds. And then the related, you'll note that you took action as a body to remove the borrowing for that for $39 million. So that will reduce the proposed debt in the upcoming budget by that amount. And you'll see the annual debt service cost represented there of taking on that additional debt. We'll get into a little more detail on the next page. Going to page 4 in our handout, you'll see this is the same schedule you just saw in the debt affordability study. Just want to mention a couple things again. Going to that second, we're starting with at the end of 24-25, the $2,392 million in debt. So you'll see that second line that Mr. Cicero mentioned on the already authorized prior CIP, that totals $850 million. That is what council has already approved and said, go forth, do these projects. We have authorized debt for them. It just has not been issued. So when you see the annual bill come before you every year that says this is what we need to issue, we've spent this much in borrowing, this is what we need to replenish that bucket and go out and actually issue the debt, that is still to be done. And your next line, proposed authorization, that totals $1.4 billion. That's your proposed 25-26 and all the outgoing years, the future years there. So those two together total $2.3 billion. What I do want to mention on the debt pay down, of that 1.1, if you total those column items there of pay down, keep in mind that $563 million of that is non-BJP. So the rest of it, the point I'm trying to make is that even though you're paying down debt, about half of it is BJP related, more than half. So yes, you're paying down debt, but you're paying down a portion of debt that has a revenue source to pay that down outside of the general fund. It has the half-cent surtax. So keep that in mind when you're looking at these numbers. So the net of taking into account the amount that's planned to be paid down out of that 2.3 million, you're at about 1.7 billion that would impact the general fund of net debt going up. So we've tried to quantify, that's about an increase of 110 to 140 million, somewhat slightly lower numbers that we've presented last year. But the point being, you're going to see, as these projects start to uptick, at least 22 to 28 million a year incremental added on. So meaning if we're around, 100 million now, adding every year, almost like a pension cost, 25 million a year, 28 million a year, every year, and you still have to keep 150 million, 175 million. This is a huge impact on the CIPs, and I'll take you down to that bottom chart where we started growing on the CIPs. You'll see under and this is just looking at the CIP, not other items that are borrowed for, like UF graduate facility or different things like that, just our CIP. You'll see debt management started to uptick in 21-22 to the 396 million, and that rate has continued. And it's just keeping in mind that this is not sustainable along with the increases in public safety. This becomes a very difficult financial issue that I just want to, every year I say it, but if anything keeps me awake at night, it's this. This is your next pension issue. This debt will be your next pension issue. It is something you will be stuck with. You can't get out of debt. You can restructure and kick the can, which is bad. But you can't, once you have a debt commitment, you got to meet those debt commitments. And so I just draw your attention to this. It's a concern that I have. I express it every year. But these CIPs keep upticking. And it's really something that's going to have to be looked at to maybe carry out the policy decisions that you want to do and look at the millage. So I'll take you to page 5. On that concern, if you were to sit in the seat of a council member in fiscal year 22-23 and you saw that 25-26 CIP, it was 152 million. You'll see how each year it changed. So by code, it should just roll forward. Cost increases, of course. You have construction that has ballooned significantly, especially post-COVID. So today, keeping in mind, you've added a stadium, of course, to it. But that 25-26, when you looked at it 4 years ago and you thought it was going to be 152 million, is now 687 million. So it's those things rather than just rolling forward and the costs keep getting added. So, in our office's role, we just want to make sure that the council's always aware of issues, and this is a significant issue that needs to be kept in mind when all the policy decisions are taken up of just the amount of debt that is being taken on by the city. We do have 2 technical recommendations, Mr. Chairman, just to address whenever you're ready.
Quick question, Mr. Holland. Go
Quick, thank you, Ms. Taylor, for that chart. That says a lot. That shows that we've grown that FY26 considerably over the past 4 years. Of that 687, just rough numbers, is 210 the stadium, so it would be 477. Still pretty sizable growth. All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, go ahead with the technical recommendations.
Yes, sir. Through the chair to the committee, this is just reflecting related to the zoo. Because there was a piece of legislation that moved forward, 12 million of debt, it's just correcting a number on the schedule that is in the budget ordinance by $12 million, going to $2,110,209,290, and then also related to that, increasing the amended all years budget for the city debt management fund by that same amount. No impact on special counsel contingency.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second on the recommendations. Before we move all that, I do have a couple points I want to bring up. So, Ms. Taylor, obviously, this is what keeps you up at night, like you said. Is there currently a plan of action to remedy this? I know we talked about a year 5 for zero balance for any CIP projects. Potentially, could there be a conversation to have back-to-back years, maybe a year 5 and year 6 as well, to try to remedy this? Because, like I said, it's already ballooning, and we need to be able to do like an immediate action item, not just a softball hit to it, but something that just really just will make a deep impact on this. What do you recommend on that part?
Through the chair to the committee, and this is where the policy decisions come in, it would be reevaluating the CIP, even for this year, years 2, 3, 4, on what projects are essential, or if there's any projects that council members believe could be removed, that would reduce the debt. And then also, to your point, this year, the 5th year is zeroed out. So when that rolls forward, there would technically should not be any dollars. So same kind of chart concept that we had, council members sitting in this seat. When that 5th year rolls forward, 5 years from now, council members should see a zero CIP. We all know that's unrealistic likely, and that things will get added to it, but you're in control of the plan as a council and as a body of what gets approved. And so it's kind of a difficult question because it really comes down to policy decisions. But I do want to mention that there is a goal of a 1% pay-go for CIP, what the value of the equivalent of 1 mil. When you're looking at the operating reserve goals, it's in that same section of the code. There's a goal of 1%, the value of a mil. For that goal, about $108 million this year, to be used pay-go in the general fund. So we've really gotten away from doing that, and debt has become the issue that will constrain councils in the future.
Okay. And safe to say, while we do have a zero balance for year 5, we still will have, and I know we're going to get to this at some point in page 17, but we do have recurring capital maintenance. That is still going to be part of ongoing CIP dollars in year 5. Just you're talking about not adding anything new to it is what you're alluding to, right?
Through the chair, that's correct. And then maybe taking a look at the projects that are there to see if any of them could be potentially removed.
Yeah, and that's a task for each council member that has, obviously, their districts with all their CIP projects. I have a couple more questions before I open it up to council members. One of the things I have here, and I noted here, meeting 1 or 2, we talked about the radio antenna tower. And so that is something that's aging. It's an infrastructure need that gets updated once every decade or who knows when. I know it's a significant project. And so this was appropriated last year in this current fiscal year, yet it was split up into 2 fiscal years, the 25, 26, and 26, 27. So we had, I'm not sure what action item we took, meeting number 2, but I do see Ms. Wainoni here in the audience, and I would like to call her up to see if it's any way possible that we could actually bring that up to current year instead of splitting into 2 years, because it was already appropriated from last fiscal year. And one of my concerns that I talked about in meeting 2 was the fact that we're splitting this up even more, where it could also potentially cost us more, or also even have additional costs that will come because of just, labor shortage or whatever the case is. So I wanted to talk to you, Ms. Wainoni, on what can be done. Can you identify anything in your current budget to reappropriate dollars to make sure that this gets funded in year number 1 versus splitting it up? Because initially it was supposed to be funded in 1 year.
Absolutely. Wainoni Kendrick, Technology Solutions, and Alex Sippen, Technology Solutions as well. If you would just give me a moment to give some background. I'd like to thank Mayor Deegan for making public safety and first responder safety a priority for this administration, and Chair Arias for his commitment to technologies that support public safety and first responder safety. Apologies for my passion on this topic, and my veracity, my zeal for this. In the past roles, I have seen first responders not go home, and I've had an opportunity just to agonize what I could have done differently with technologies that support public safety and first responders. And I know there's people that's on the dais who've been in that same position, and it's something you have to live with. We have radios today that our first responders carry wherever they go, and some of them have safety buttons on them. So if they need to be triangulated in terms of specifically where they are, those safety buttons can do that. We also have infrastructure that supports the whole county that ensures that these radios work not only in this building, but in large buildings as well, particularly for our firefighters. In certain buildings, it's really difficult to get to them if they're in the basement. So in terms of triangulating, if there's an issue. And so to go back to your question, Chair Arias, the request that you've made, we would like to look at our CIP for our information security, our information systems balances, and see if we can take projects, as we've done before, Councilman Howland, that are of lower priority, and see if we can go ahead and close those projects and in turn be able to fund the project that we're talking about, the tower optimization project for fiscal year 26.
Thank you, ma'am. And on that note, this is all about public safety. This is the reason why I brought this up, and I know we've spoken extensively about this project and how important it is, like you just demonstrated right now. While you're out there searching for reappropriating dollars to not have new spend, right, are there any other projects that will help out our public safety component of things that you could also identify while you're doing the search? Because at the end of the day, I don't want to create new spend. I just want to be able to reappropriate things and bring them up to year number one right now to make sure that we complete those projects exponentially.
Yes, we have a small project that if we can move forward for antenna optimization, the gentleman to my left may leap up in the air, which is, so it's about $70,000. So we have identified funding, but we just need to make sure that it's under the right classification. We have already talked to finance and the CFO, and I think that she would be comfortable along you have given approval in terms of the classification of those funds.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, I do have speakers on the queue. I'm going to, before I go to the council members, let's go to Ms. Tefopoulos first and then Ms. Taylor.
Mr. Chair, just as a reminder to the committee, so you do have a motion on the floor, so before any other motions get made, you'll want to dispose of the motion on the auditor recommendations on page 5.
Thank you for that. Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to the committee, I just want to make the committee aware the number in 26-27 was $1,602,551, but we would need to identify within the budget because we would have to absolutely get this budgeted correctly. I've not been made aware of what available project accounts would be moved from. So we would need for Ms. Kendrick to state which ones they are and get a full understanding of that because we did move a lot of dollars already around in the budget. So I want to make sure that we're not using the same dollar twice.
I agree. Ms. Kendrick, do we need to come back to you at some point? Do you want to table this, or do you already have an idea of which dollars we could potentially reappropriate?
Through the chair to Ms. Taylor and also to Ms. Moyer, I think it makes sense that we put those proposals together and are aligned with you, and then we can bring it back to the Finance Committee.
Okay, so we're going to table it. In the meantime, we do have a motion on the table. So do we still dispose of that motion, take action on it? All right. Okay, so all in favor of the auditor's recommendations, number 1 and 2, indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, recommendation passes. So we are tabling this. We still have 3 speakers in the queue, so let's go through the speakers. Mr. Ron Salem, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to bring up, the next, as I see it, major capital project that we're going to have is the jail. And I think it's become very clear to me that we cannot borrow to pay for that facility. It will have to be some type of public-private partnership where somebody builds it for us and we lease it back like you would your house or something. So just want to put that on the record that it's something that we're going to have to deal with over the next few years. Number 2, through the DOGE process, y'all may recall there was a roughly, in our process, we looked at $100 million in the CIP. 10 of it was completed projects that had not been touched in 18 months, and there were roughly $80 or $90 million in projects that had not been touched but were, quote, active projects, and we asked all the department heads. We did eliminate a few, but probably weren't as aggressive as we could have been in terms of, and as I look at these numbers, I think we probably should have been, and it's maybe something that we need to do is really take a much more critical look at a lot of projects and see if they can be eliminated. And we're all, I'm a at-large guy. I'm not a district guy, and I get that. If it's in your district, it's tough to eliminate a project. But we're going to have to do that. We're going to have to kind of hold hands and get that done, I think. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you. Mr. Joe Carlucci.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, again, I just want to kind of reiterate, as a district, what I've done is if you go through all the projects in your district, a lot of times you don't even have to eliminate them. You can just change the scope of them and repurpose the dollars into other projects. I've done that with multiple projects. I've worked with Public Works to identify those dollars. I've worked with the Parks Department to identify that. And now we have the DOGE committee that identified a massive list. So I just want the message to be communicated that it's not like you can't do things for your district. You just have to get in there, roll your sleeves up, and find a way to do it. We have an amazing auditors team. We have an amazing staff with all of our departments that can help you figure out maybe you don't need sidewalks on both sides of the street. Maybe you can just put it down one side. So it's those types of changes that I think we really need to start drilling down and getting into the details on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely right about that. All right, Mr. Salem, you're on the queue again. No? All right. So nobody else on the queue. Ms. Kendrick, Ms. Taylor, what is the next step on this part? We already took the recommendations, but are we coming back at some point later on today or tomorrow wrap up for this?
Through the chair, or to the chair, we'll work with ITD and the budget office to make sure we're aligned and bring it back up for you tomorrow. Hopefully have that.
Up. All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. I would like to recognize Councilmember Gaffney, Councilmember Johnson, and Councilmember Boylan. All right. Is it city council night? What's going on here? We'll roll your sleeves up then. All right. Ms. Taylor, I guess we are going now to page number 6.
Yes, sir. We're on page 6 of your packet, and these numbers are on page 79 in your budget book. This is the Better Jacksonville plan, so this is your half-cent surtax. Keep in mind what's budgeted is this is an all-years fund, so that revenue accumulates in there. Whatever is budgeted is only what is needed for debt service and movement around to cover that debt service, so to other funds. So you'll see 179 is budgeted. Keep in mind that surtax brings in about $130 million a year. So again, this is a prior year's revenue as well that is accumulated in there. You'll see 7.7 of investment earnings. You'll see debt service of $108.3 million in that chart. It is somewhat distorted by an all-years adjustment that occurred in 24-25. So it's really, without the all-years adjustment, decreasing by $3.3 million. Transfers to other funds, you'll see $78.6 million. This is where we'll see it later today in the ASM venues, where this is going towards funding other projects. So you'll see that show up that are BJP related. And we have no recommendations on this fund.
Okay, no recommendations. I do have Mr. Lehman on the queue. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And through the chair to Ms. Taylor, Treasury question, but I'm sure you can answer it. As far as the bonds, the outstanding bonds, are the BJP bonds paid off at the same time the sales tax sales tax ends, or is there a lag on when the final debt for BJP is paid off?
Through the chair, my understanding is legally that they will have to, in essence, be paid off or defeased at least by that 12/31/30 fiscal year when the half cent ends.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
All right, thank you. You may proceed to number 8.
Yes, sir. We're on page 8 of the packet, page 75 in your book. This is the first of one of your Art and Public Places permanent fund. This is a fund where we got 50% of the sales proceeds from some sale of Joan Mitchell art several years ago, back in 2018. and it requires that the interest only be used and put towards art in public places, towards the maintenance of art. So this is the interest earnings on that. They are budgeting $37,535. We do mention that the total interest earned is $44,541 that is available, but they're utilizing the $37,535. You'll see it when we get to the next fund. It's transferred over into the main Art and Public Places Fund, and we have no recommendations.
All right, no speakers on the queue, no recommendations. Page 9.
Turning to page 9, page 85 in your budget book. This is your Art and Public Places Trust Fund. Per the code, we've mentioned before that 0.75% of any vertical construction in the planned CIP for the 25-26 year is required to be put in this fund, and it is split 80% for purchase or installation of public art, 10% is dedicated to maintenance, and then 10% is dedicated to administrative cost. So those are all code requirements on how that's driven. You'll see transfer from other funds of $229,000. A portion of that is the $37,535 from the Joan Mitchell art. The interest on that I just mentioned in the other fund comes over to here. And then the other portion is that 0.75% cost that's paid for from the general fund. So that's $192,274. We will have a recommendation on that because there was a net $18 million of construction that was left off of the calculation. So we'll have a recommendation to increase that amount. But you'll see under professional and contractual services that $19,000, that 10% for administration. You'll see under other operating expenses the 10% along with that $37,535. That is for your maintenance of public art. You'll see under capital outlay the $153,000. That is your 80% for the actual purchase of art. And then if you go to page 10, you'll see our recommendation, and that is to increase the amount by $135,000. So that's your 0.75% on the $18 million that was inadvertently omitted from the calculation. That does have a negative impact to special counsel contingency. But if that is approved, it would bring the administrative cost to $32,727 that could be allocated to that bucket. It will bring the 10% maintenance to $70,262, and then the capital for public art to $261,819.
Okay, we do have 2 speakers in the queue, and then I'll go last. Mr. Salem, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just as an update, if you've not heard, the Cultural Council put on hold the art in front of the courthouse after our meeting of several days ago, which is great, and hopefully that can be reevaluated. However, the question has come up about protective bollards for the courthouse, and presently they've had instances where cars have just driven up almost to the steps of the courthouse, which could be a real tragedy if people were out there protesting or something. So it's something that I want to take a look at. Maybe too late for this budget, but I think we're all concerned about security and don't want to inhibit protests in front of the courthouse, but at the same time, we do want to protect those protesters from somebody driving up and running them over. So I'll be taking a look at that. If anyone else is interested, we could have a noticed meeting, and I want to get the Chief Judge Lance Day involved in that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lehman.
Thank you, Chair. And through the Chair to Ms. Taylor, regarding the recommendation, I don't think this is discretionary, right? This is just to make it match what's in the ordinance code already. That just wasn't budgeted for. In other words, we can't vote no on this, really, correct?
Through the chair to Councilmember Lane, and unless you waive the code, which you could do, add a provision to the budget ordinance. Otherwise, by code, you would need to approve it.
Through the Chair, thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. All right. I just have a concern regarding what just transpired last week with obviously the courthouse. It has to do with this particular fund right here. My question was, how is it possible that an entity can just say, I want to put a statue or a monument or a piece of artwork here where the actual building itself doesn't want it there? It doesn't make sense. Like, to me, it's all about bringing practicality and common sense to everything in life. And if the entity that's going to be receiving that gift or whatever it is doesn't want it, why are we forcing them to have it? Now, what's happening is we're spending money when the entity doesn't want it. We're wasting money. We're not spending it. We're wasting it. So my question was, how can we reel this back in? Because right now we have no control. This is news to me, Mr. Salem, that they're already retracting or at least putting it on hold. But from my understanding, they were taking a vote on it next week on Wednesday. That's been delayed. It's been delayed. However, there's still going to be a vote. And the vote has to happen. Otherwise, we are in violation because we could potentially be sued by the artist for not finishing that project. So in my opinion, we need this vote to fail, first of all, in order for the piece of work to not go there. But the second part is we need to make sure this doesn't happen again. So the only way this cannot happen again is by us actually changing the code, right? And so, Ms. Stefopoulos, how can we somehow change this code so that we, as council, have the first right of refusal, or I guess the first approach to this? Because I don't want other people in public arts and public places to make these decisions moving forward, because they're putting our city in jeopardy of being sued. We should have control of this, not anybody else right now. So how can we make this code change?
To the chair, so of course you can amend the code through legislation. And one of the things that we would also look at is, and we've talked about this, Mr. Chair, the contractual obligations that we've entered into with the artists for this particular project. So in addition to legislation to amend the code and how the Art in Public Places program might be administered or operated, we would probably want to look at if there's any sort of contractual language or expectations that we would want to require be included in any future contracts for art in public places with the artists that might help us to avoid this type of situation in the future.
Okay, so let's say, it's on hold right now, but they bring it back up in September or October. I don't really care when, but they take a vote on it. It passes. We still owe this artist $300,000 roughly. How much is it?
Through the chair, I don't know the dollar amount. I don't know if, I'm sorry. $387,000 is the dollar amount that Ms. Taylor just provided.
So if it passes, we have to pay this artist $387,000 to complete the project and install it. If it fails, they don't get the vote, what would happen? Do we still have to pay the artist anything?
So that, Mr. Chair, I would need to look at the contract to see what options are available through the contract that the city has with the artist. And I'm happy to look at that just to kind of be able to answer these questions. I'll try to get a copy of that, if not today, to address it before tomorrow.
Okay, let's say it fails, and let's say we don't owe the artist anything. We've already invested how much into this piece of work?
Through the chair, to the committee, we have paid the artist back in November of 2023 $300,000, and the total award to the artist was $687,663.
Okay, this is my point. We are literally throwing money out the door, money that we don't have that we could appropriate to Meals on Wheels or whatever we need to do. All right, I know this is capital improvement dollars, but at the end of the day, this is literally a waste of money, and our hands are tied. We cannot do anything because we're at the mercy of the people that are going to vote on this in a couple weeks. All right, I suggest that we get sued. All right, we don't fund this artist, right? Because at the end of the day, we're still going to have to pay the artist $387,000 because what's going to happen is let's say it passes and we fund it and it gets done, we're now going to have to pay to relocate it. That piece of work is not going to be there in that courthouse. We're going to relocate it at some point. We're going to waste money on relocating it. So isn't it just better to just say, you know what? Here's $300,000, artist. Go away. Don't give us this piece of work. We don't want it because we're going to move it either way. Can we just do that?
To the chair, so I think there's some difficulty there because per the code and the process that we undertake with art in public places, the administration and operation, the authority to manage that has been shifted to the Cultural Council. So at this juncture, the contract is, I believe, and I'll double check, is between the Cultural Council and the artist.
Okay. Well, that goes to my initial
adds
point.
A layer of difficulty, I think.
We need to change this code. This is ours. It's our money. Not Cultural Council's money. We need to get control of this again. So we'll definitely be doing some sort of legislation to change the code after this whole budget hearing. All right, Mr. Salem, go ahead. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I share your frustration. There is a long history to this project. It goes back to the previous Chief Judge, Mark Mahan, to Lance Day. I've been engaged, and I just heard last night that they finally put a hold on the committee meeting and voting on it. So I've not had a chance to get back with Judge Day. All your questions are good questions. And I intend to get into this because I've been involved for a lot of personal reasons in this whole project. and want to, and I agree with you. If they don't want it, we shouldn't be doing it, and I think there's some reasons why it wasn't. I think the judges should have pushed a lot harder much earlier than this. But finally, we got it stopped, and let's see where we are. And if legislation is needed, I'm with you. I'll help you work on it.
Thank you, sir. All right. Before I recognize Mr. Matt Carlucci, let's hear from the attorneys very quick. Ms. Sofopoulos.
Just some additional food for thought, Mr. Chair. So historically, I think in general, art and public places programs are a lot to administer. And I think that's part of why prior councils have determined it appropriate to have that burden kind of shifted over to the Cultural Council as kind of one of those entities that lives in that world on a regular basis. So one of the things that you may want to discuss, and if there's an idea of introducing legislation, is you may just want to go back to square one and say, do we continue to see value in an art and public places program? And if so, and we want to continue with it, how do we modify it to make it such that the city has some additional level of control, if not complete control, over administration of the program? Just something for you to think about as you're formulating in your mind how you would want to proceed on some legislation.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add, was in the queue, it's a little bit duplicative, but keep in mind they maintain citywide all of the art. So when you're considering changing the legislation, just keep that in mind as well. That would be a cost that the city, you would want to make sure you have that function to maintain all of the art throughout the city, citywide. So just something to consider as you consider that legislation.
That goes to Mary's point that she just mentioned. So yeah, we'll definitely have to see how we can modify it, maybe not fully control it, but there's definitely an appetite for conversation at the very least to make sure that this doesn't happen again and we just don't waste money for no reason. All right, Mr. Matt Carlucci, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I had to leave and take care of some business, so I'm back. And I'm a little late in on this conversation, but I just want to make an observation to make sure we, unless this has already been discussed, if it has, and just say, hey, Matt, we already talked about that. Okay. But generally, what I have found with the Cultural Council is if one of the departments or some organization of our three branches of government wants some artwork done, they go to the Cultural Council and ask them to put together the artwork in which they're seeking. And then the Cultural Council takes off to do that. So years ago, I had asked, along with then Councilman Jim Overton, to put together some artwork for Hemming Park, James Weldon Johnson Park. And we gave them a budget. We told them what we wanted, and because we weren't prepared to pick out a sculptor, we weren't prepared to do that kind of stuff. They were. They did a magnificent job. We paid them, and it all worked. I'm just wondering if maybe at some point the Cultural Council was asked to do this for the county court. And so before we jump to conclusions about what the Cultural Council did, and I think we need to do a trail back on what originated this, because they're there to do a job, but they usually do it at the request of whoever wants some artwork done. And I just think we need to be careful. The Cultural Council, gosh, they do such a wonderful job for this city. I've seen them do so many great things. And of course we don't want to do anything the courthouse doesn't want, but perhaps that was requested under a different chief judge. So probably all the parties need to be pulled together, and maybe along with our council auditors to see where it started, yep, how it got here. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is we better be careful pointing fingers here or there and getting too upset until we figure out all the facts.
You're right about that, sir. And to your point, this actually originated back in 2016. I mean, 9 years ago, and this is not even completed yet. That's another point that I didn't bring up. Wasting money, and it's just taking over 9 years. Terrible job. Terrible. All right, Ms. Pittman, go ahead. You're recognized, ma'am.
The chair, and to Councilman Carlucci, I'm so glad that you brought that up, because I was actually on the Cultural Council at that time. Never thought it would have taken this long, but I don't want us to institute legislation that would hurt the arts over the city of Jacksonville. And so, you know, to have one particular project just throw out everything. That project has been an asset to this community. And I think having a conversation with the Cultural Council as we look at this going forward is to not cut out and hurt all of the neighborhoods. And I just wanted to reiterate what he said. And I know this might be new for you, but not new for you, Dr. Salem. So to just kind of keep the conversation going and not cut it out. I think we take it a case-by-case basis. And that way, you know, if someone else wants it, if it's not a good fit now for the courthouse, we understand, because guess what? We're in a different landscape of our environment right now. So 9 years ago, I don't think we had the issues that we're having now. So just consider that before legislation, one piece of legislation cuts out everything. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And just to be clear, for the record, A, I love the arts. B, I'm actually working on a project with Art in Public Places for my district. So it's not about cutting them at all. Not at all. Yeah, 100%. I agree with everybody here. It's about us having a little bit more control to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again, whether we modify the code, like Mr. Fabla said, or we change it. But in no ever did I ever mention we will cut it, because ultimately, I think this is something that's needed in every part of Jackson, your district, my district, every district. So I agree with you 100% on that part, ma'am.
Okay. And again, to include the Cultural Council.
Oh, yeah.
And
this
I just
is their
want to make
wheelhouse,
sure.
100%. It's not our wheelhouse, but we just need some more.
Because we got enough to do on our own. Let the Cultural Council do what they do. Thank you.
Well, I mean, we are part-time council members. Don't forget that. But that's besides the point. All right. That's what I heard, all right? That's what I heard. All right. Okay. So we're going to page number 10. We do have a auditor's recommendation. I don't know if we got a motion and a second. We have a motion and a second on that? Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the auditor's recommendation indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Recommendation passes. All right, so going to page 12, 11.
Yes, sir. Through the chair to the committee, we are on page 11, and this is the start of your CIP discussion. So Ms. Reber will be taking that over whenever you're ready.
We're ready.
Okay, starting on page 11, we have our beginning of our CIP. I just want to point out that the 5-year capital plan is filed and approved each fiscal year concurrently with the annual budget. The first year of the plan is the capital improvement plan budget and is appropriated as authorized by City Council. The remaining 4 years of the plan establish the priorities for future capital improvements. As we've mentioned before earlier in the meeting, there was no funding included in the 5th year of this plan, so FY 29-30 has zero funding, which was a decision made by the administration to begin to scale down the CIP. So the 5th year does not include the minimum targets or any pay-go projects, which could be added later. Municipal Code Section 122-603A specifically mentions that the annual focus primarily will be on the 5th year of the plan as new projects are added. As fiscal year 29-30 moves forward in the CIP, nothing should be added, or otherwise there will need to be an explanation as to why a project is added, especially if it is debt funded. So our handout is going to provide a review of the proposed capital improvement plan in 3 different ways. The first part is the comparison from budget to budget, so fiscal year 24-25, which was year 1 last year, of the current approved CIP plan, compared to year 1, fiscal year 25-26, of the proposed CIP plan. This is where we will have all of our technical changes to the CIP budget, changes to the budget ordinance and CIP schedules, which is your year 1, and year 5 schedules, and corrections to the CIP book. The second part is then comparing the second year of the current approved CIP plan, which is fiscal year 25-26, to the proposed first year of the CIP plan of 25-26. And this will show if projects in year 2 of the current approved CIP plan move forward, or if they were removed and provide a review of what other changes have occurred.
Okay, just so we could be on track, because I know there's like 8 or 7, 9 recommendations. Can we take one at a time, if possible?
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And then the third part is when we get into the council districts, and that's the part I will mainly focus on. The second part is just going to be a high-level summary. So if you want to look at your page 11, this is our first part from budget to budget. You'll see your fiscal year 24-25 approved amounts, and you'll see that debt management has that negative amount. So when we remove that BJP swap impact, you'll see that the adjusted debt management fund amount was $204,477,982. And our proposed amount for this year is $265,087,599, which is an increase of $60.6 million. So if you want to kind of have this page 11 as your reference, I'm going to go through each funding source. So when you turn to page 12, you can go down to our note number 1 for debt management fund. And then you'll see that there is that increase of the $60.6 million. And also within the debt management fund, there's a total of $4,036,360 of debt management funds being deappropriated in the proposed budget, which gets us to our first recommendation. We recommend that the deappropriated amount of $950,000 for the railroad crossings project be removed from the budget due to there not being that amount available in debt to deappropriate within the project. To offset the increase in the debt management funds, we recommend that the Cecil Megasite Rail Spur project in the amount of $1 million be funded from the Cecil Commerce Center Fund instead of using debt management funds. This will reduce borrowing by a net $50,000. This will have no impact on total project costs, special counsel contingency, or operating reserves.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the auditor's recommendation. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Recommendation passes. Moving on to number 2.
Okay, turning to page 13, we have our note number 2 for the fuel and bed tax. The amount of $21,117,016 includes all the local option gas taxes and 5-year road programs. We've went over those in a previous meeting, and there were no changes to those amounts, and we have no recommendations concerning that funding source. Going to prior year revenue, the amount of $25,730,016. These are from mobility fees, fair share interest earnings, and sidewalk and curb revenue that were collected in prior years. However, there are projects that are proposed to be funded with mobility fees that are not on the mobility systems project list, as required by Code Section 655.505. So we have our recommendation 2 below. So the following projects are not eligible for the mobility fee since they're not on that list. And if council intends to fund these projects, we recommend the projects be funded with debt management funds. You'll notice it's a total of $4,654,620. This will increase that debt management fund by that amount. This will have no impact to total project costs, special counsel contingency, or operating reserves.
Okay, so we have a recommendation before we go to the queue. Part of our meeting, it goes back to my initial comment of code change, right? Why are we literally subject to only a certain amount of items we could take up from the mobility fee? Is there any way that we could amend the code or change it so that we could add these projects to not fund them by debt in the future? No.
Through the chair to the committee, this is something that we can definitely look into. There's a committee and a process, and for what gets on there, to determine if there's the potential, because I think at some points dollars can be sat on or not utilized because of that priority listing. So it's definitely something that we can put on the list, whether it be legislation. I want to make sure at the state level, I don't think there would be anything with the comprehensive elements, whatever the name is, CIE plan that gets submitted to the state. So it's definitely something that can be looked at to see to best utilize these dollars.
So we could change it internally, not having to go to Tallahassee for anything. We could just do it here.
Through the chair, I don't believe so, but that's what I want to make sure with that plan that does get submitted to the state that there's not any impact.
Okay. I do have two on the queue. Mr. Vice President Howland, you're recognized.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question on the recommendation number 2 for Ms. Reber. Can projects that are currently funded by the Debt Management Fund go into the Mobility Fee Fund? You're taking some out. Can we put some in?
Through the chair to Councilmember Howland, I've actually, in my review of the CIP, I tried to see what projects could fit into the mobility plan, and I couldn't find any. So I've tried.
Done that. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair to Ms. Reber. Do you know the status of these projects? Have they started? Is this to complete the project? Just trying to figure out where these projects are as far as construction.
Through the chair to Councilmember Lehman. The Collins Road Blanding to Pine Verde project, within this CIP, there's an additional $17.1 million being added. But this is only a portion of it, the $2.3 million. And right now, as of June 30th, the available balance for that project is $22.3 million. So I believe that one's a BJP project. The 11th Street, 12th Street connector, this has been in the CIP for quite a while. There is an additional $2 million being added to this project for fiscal year within the CIP, $1 million fiscal year 25-26, $1 million next year. And the available balance for that project is $783,000. And I believe this project has had some design and some delays due to COVID and construction costs. The Townsend Road new sidewalk, this is the $680,000 is additional for this project for it to be completed, and that has an available balance as of 9/30 of $2.4 million. Duval Road sidewalk is an old JIA CRA project, and this is getting an additional $525,000. That has an available balance of $3.6 million. And the Main Street Bridge pedestrian ramp project has not started, and there's no available balance.
Through Chair, thank you, Ms. Reber.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Johnson, are you wanting to speak? Because I saw you, but I don't see you anymore.
Stepped out because it was a Better Jacksonville Plan project. Yeah, she got it. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Well, let's take up in the recommendation number 2. All in favor indicate by... Sorry, do we have a motion and a second?
Recommendation 2, second.
We have a motion and a second on recommendation 2. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Recommendation passes.
I take away my name. I meant to say aye.
You said aye. Mr. Holland said aye. All right. All right. Okay, so we are now moving on to the next one. I'm going to step out for a second. I'm passing the gavel over to Vice President Howland.
All right, Ms. Reber, over to you.
Okay, we're still on page 13, down to that note number 4 for grant funding. The amount of $3,470,778 shown on that table on page 11 includes the Community Development Block Grant funding approved by Ordinance 2025-389. And this is for a right-of-way and stormwater maintenance project at $3,247,778 and $230,000 for the Highlands Library restroom renovation. However, the amount for the right-of-way and stormwater maintenance project should be $3,310,563. So turning to page 14, we have our recommendation number 3 to correct that funding amount so it agrees with what was approved through Ordinance 2025-389.
We have a motion and a second on the recommendation. Seeing no speakers in the queue, we'll take this vote verbally. All those in favor of recommendation number 3 indicate by saying aye. Aye. All against say no. Motion passes.
Okay, moving down to note number 5. The negative amount of $2,819,200 shown on page 11 includes the removal of the general fund operating reserve funding of $10 million approved by Ordinance 2025-190 for the UF Health Capital Improvement Project. The funding is proposed to be transferred back to the general fund and used for other purposes within the proposed budget. This was offset by $7,180,800 in transfers in for projects proposed to be funded by solid waste mitigation funds, the Cecil Commerce Center Fund, the Building Inspection Fund, the Hannah Park Improvement Fund, and also includes the city's required match for the FIND grants. However, due to Ordinance 2025-431, using solid waste mitigation funds, we have a recommendation to reduce the use of those amounts within the proposed budget. So moving to recommendation number 4, the proposed budget includes $1,160,347 of solid waste facilities mitigation funds from Fund 43301, while only $160,347 is available, and includes $1,533,716 of solid waste Class 3 mitigation funds, which is Fund 43302, while no funds are available within that fund. Each of these funds, for each of these funds, we recommend that transfer from fund balance, both at $1 million, be deappropriated, and the $533,716 of the budgeted remaining funds in that Fund 43302 be placed in a cash carryover. To offset the reduction in solid waste mitigation funds, debt funding for the Chafee Road project needs to be increased by $2,533,716 if City Council determines that this project needs the additional funding. This will have no impact on total project costs, special council contingency, or operating reserves.
We have a motion on a recommendation. Do we have a second? Okay, we have Mr. Salem and Dr. Salem in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I see in the first paragraph mentioning of $10 million for involving UF Health. I know we've had a lot of debate about UF Health and capital 10, 14. This does not alter the commitment to UF Health.
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem, this does not in any way alter that. You will still need to take separate action if you want to increase. Right now there's only $10 million. If you want to get it back up to the original plan of $24 million, there will need to be subsequent action at a later point in time. But this action does not affect that.
Okay. Through the Vice President to Mr. Weinstein, I know you've had discussions with UF Health. I understand it's all been resolved. Can you help me here?
Yes, sir. Through the chair, Vice President. Yes, my understanding was Councilman Freeman was going to talk to somebody on finance to offer an amendment to add the CIP that's missing to get it to 24, and we're in favor of that. The hospital's in favor of that, and that's the last I had heard about it, so I expected it to happen today.
I'm not aware of that. I don't know if any other Finance Committee members are. They're all shaking no. I will make that motion then to include, if you would restate that, Mr. Weinstein, $14 million?
We do have a motion on the table.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. After that, would you come back to me?
Will do. Yes, sir. Seeing no other speakers on this motion, actually, I do have a question for Ms. Reber. Recommendation number 4 seems to not just move money between accounts, capital accounts, but also, if we approve this recommendation, we're increasing the Chafee Road project by $2.5 million. Is that correct?
Through the chair, the Chafee Road project was going to be increased by the $2.5 million with the mitigation funds. This is just switching the funding source from mitigation funds to debt.
Understood. Okay. I was thrown off by the phrase, if City Council determines this project needs the additional funding, but I get it. So it's already that way in the CIP. All right. Very good. All right. Seeing no other speakers in the queue, we have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All against saying no. Auditor's recommendation 4 passes. Back to you, Dr. Salem.
I'd like to make a motion consistent with Mr. Weinstein has said, which appears to be everybody wants it, $14 million added to the CIP to fulfill the commitment to UF Health. I'm not sure what year that goes in. Can you help me there, Mr. Weinstein? Or whoever.
The original, through the chair, the original agreement was that our dollars were to go in last. So I don't think it would be this year. They haven't started. But Kim's trying to say something. So it doesn't matter to us. Basically, it's added to the total.
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem, this is unrelated to the trauma center. This is the part of the agreement just related to the $120 million capital plan, the 5-year plan that council. So you would be increasing $14 million. We'll have a recommendation at a later point to combine this into one project. It was split out into the Leon Haley Trauma Center to just combine it all together because it's going to distort historically what it looks like happened in the CIP. So our recommendation later on will be to combine it. You just need to identify a funding source in this motion. I believe debt is the main option at this point to fund it. So if you'll incorporate that into your motion, if you want to increase to the $14 million, would be keeping with the plan that council approved last summer and also when you took up Councilmember Freeman's bill this past year.
Yes, and using debt for that.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second on Dr. Salem's? Motion? Okay. Let me, I heard a second. I'll recognize Mr. Lane in here in a minute, but I don't understand the motion. Get my head around where we are. I understand Mr. Freeman has been adamant to cover a $10 million hole, but I thought we did that by ordinance. So please help me, Kim, understand everything going on with UF Health here.
Through. The short of Councilmember Salem's motion is there is $10 million in the CIP for UF Health right now. He is bringing that up to $24 million, which is the original plan, so an increase of $14 million. That will be funded through debt, so that's his motion. If you'd like me to go through what happened in the budget, I certainly can, Mr. Vice President. So within the budget, it's very convoluted, but $10 million got put in for UF Health General Capital. $10 million was then transferred to Peel Out to set up a new project for Leon Haley Trauma Center. So it nets to zero when you look at that transaction. Then what happened is the $10 million that was operating reserves that was cash that Councilmember Freeman's bill did put in for Leon Haley. That cash was removed from that project and it was put within the general fund and used to balance the budget. So that's where we have a little bit of kind of unprecedented of taking cash from a capital project and then using it to balance the budget. But this action would get them, the $14 million action would get it back in line with what the council has approved last summer and through the separate legislation this year to the $24 million for 25-26.
Okay. Let me go over to Mr. Lane and see what he has to offer to this conversation.
Thank you, Vice President. I don't think I have anything to add. I got more questions after that. I was simply going to say I'll support this. My understanding, the administration, UF Health, Councilmember Freeman, we're all on the same page now. But we will have added $19 million in debt in less than an hour of our first part of the CIP meeting. So just keeping track of what we've added so far.
So as I understand it, we as a council have already approved this. What Dr. Salem is doing is adjusting the source to debt-managed funds.
Through the chair, no, sir. The $14 million was not put in the budget. So council expressed an intention in the past CIP and in Councilmember Freeman's bill for the year 25-26 to fund $24 million. Only $10 million of that is placed in the budget.
I see.
So the action is needed to get it up to meet council's intentions.
Understood. All right. Thank you. Dr. Sam, do you want to add?
No, I've heard this debate. I've talked to UF Health. I know that they came over and met with the administration. I think everybody's on the same page to fulfill the commitment of an ordinance this council passed. It was removed during a budget process, and we're just replenishing it. So I would urge you to vote for it.
Over to Mr. Carlucci.
All right. No, thank you, Mr. Yep, thank you, Mr. Vice President. No, I just wanted to rise and say I'm going to support this. I think it's important that we honor that commitment. Won't comment on how we got here, but nonetheless, we are where we are, and I think it's the right thing to do. So I'll definitely be supportive of this.
All right. I hope to Mr. Lanon's point that we can find savings elsewhere as we go through this today, because we're adding significantly the CIP that already challenges us in out years and saddles every man, woman, and child with significant debt. So we have no one else in the queue. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All against say no. Motion passes. All right. I think we're to number 5, Ms. Reber.
Mr. Vice President, if I may add one thing before Ms. Reber takes back over, we have a debt tracker that we are keeping throughout the hearings. So we are keeping in mind your action that you took on the first day, which was to reduce the $39 million of debt on related. So every action that has been taken related to debt, so that we can let you know, are you still less than the proposed budget? Have you gone over? That sort of thing. So we have that whenever you do need that.
Can you tell us where we stand right now after that Salem motion?
Yes, sir. We are still under the proposed budget by $31 million.
Okay.
That's not to say I'm encouraging debt from our recommendations. I just want that on the record. But you're still below the proposed.
All right. Thank you. All right, Ms. Reber, number 6.
Okay, still on page 14, note number 6. This is your pay-go transfer from Better Jacksonville plan. The amount shown on page 11, the $78,689,000, is the proposed BJP funding for projects previously planned for fiscal year 25-26. However, Ordinance 2025-337 removed the Hodges Boulevard improvements from the work program and will need to be removed from the capital improvement plan, which will then agree with that updated plan funding of $78,354,000. And then also, there were some other movements occurring in the proposed CIP. Funds in the amount of $10,750,000 are being moved from the Cahoon Road and Normandy Boulevard to Beaver Street project to the Old Middleburg 103rd Brandon Field project. So that's just a net zero. And then the sidewalk construction new has been reduced by $250,000, and the Halsema Road extension project of $200,000 has been removed to provide $450,000 for Chafee Road. And with the removal of the Halsema Road extension project, the BJP work program needs to be updated. And then there was also another removal of a project, it's not listed on your handout here, is the Mandarin Road sidewalk project. And this had funding in fiscal year 26-27 in the amount of $250,000. So because of those removals, we will have a recommendation to update that work program. If you want to turn to page 15, we have our 2 recommendations concerning the BJP funding. The first one is the removal of the Hodges Boulevard improvement project to be in agreement with Ordinance 2025-337. This project will also need to be added to the projects removed list in the CIP book, and this will have no impact to borrowing, special counsel contingency, operating reserves, and will be consistent with the current planned funding for the project.
Okay, I do see Mr. Lane on the queue. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just on recommendation number 5, I will save y'all a lot of time when we get to the district CIP dollars, because I have $0 next year. Y'all did approve this project for me, and just to reiterate kind of what Councilmember Carlucci was saying, I was able to find additional money just by working with the auditors, looking at our fair share accounts. Every sector has additional, or most sectors have some fair share money out there. There's some other sources as well. But I think that's what all of us are going to have to do the next couple of years, find alternative to debt to do our capital improvement plan projects we want. And again, I'm not saying everyone needs to get to District 3's level as far as how many capital projects there are, but I have 0 for next year. And it's really the council members. We need to look hard at the projects we have out there, because our debt is at an unsustainable level, and it's really going to be on us to prioritize and see what we can reduce. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that. All right, I do want to recognize Councilmember Boylan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to augment a little bit the comments of Councilman Land and Carrico. The Mandarin Road Sidewalk project, I worked with JTA in securing a $3 million federal grant for that program. That $3 million was in the CIP. And the $250 that's coming out was also part of that money. So there are other options to secure funding for public works projects in your districts. I'd encourage you to take a look at those, and in conversation with JTA particularly. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, no other speakers in the queue. We're going to bring this back to committee. So we're going to get a motion and a second for recommendation number 5. Yeah. Thank you. We have a motion and a second on that one. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Recommendation 5 passes. Going on to recommendation 6.
Okay.
Okay, let's hear it first. Second.
So recommendation number 6 will update the BJP work program to remove the Halsema Road extension project and the Mandarin Road sidewalk project from the list of eligible projects. Language will need to be included within the budget ordinance and a revised list of eligible projects attached. Additionally, with the project listing being updated, we recommend the amounts for the other project changes also be reflected. And this recommendation is a scheduled change only and will have no impact.
Okay, we already have a motion and a second to move it. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Recommendation 6 passes. Let's go on to the next one, please.
Okay, moving down to note 7. This is our last funding source for the general capital improvement project plan. The FIND projects, the amount of $2,550,000 is the portion of the projects funded by the FIND grant. These projects were recommended by the Waterways Commission and approved by the City Council through Ordinance 2025-19. These grants are included on Schedule B1C of the budget ordinance and will be appropriated when a grant award has been received by the MBRC committee. And we have no recommendations for that funding source. Okay, now going down to the city venues improvement projects. For note number 8, we have a budgeted amount of $238,598,000 for fiscal year 25-26, which is an increase of $63,479,655, primarily due to moving $60 million up within the stadium project. The cost is still at $775 million. It's just aligning some funding up. Included in the total for the city venue capital projects is the $210 million for the stadium renovation project. And these projects are all debt funded, and we have no recommendations for this schedule.
Okay. For this city venues capital improvement project line item, does this also include places like the Jacoby Hall and Florida Theater and the historical building as well too?
Through the chair to the chair. This is the ASM managed facilities in the stadium, the Performing Arts Center, the arena, the baseball stadium.
Can we go, what page is it? Is it on the CIP book?
Give me one. It's going to be under tab 3 in your CIP book. Because then the page numbers start over after each tab.
Okay. All right. 1 second. Okay, so I'm looking at this right now, and I see places such as like the Moran Theater, which is the Jacksonville Symphony, correct? I don't see the Jacoby Hall Center here, which is also part of the Jacksonville Symphony. And so there's two different, I guess, sections in that building. Ms. Taylor, go ahead and say what you got to say.
Yes, sir. To the chair, as part of the Performing Arts Center that the city would cover those costs, you are correct. I don't believe I see anything specifically dedicated to that. I see the two Moran Theater items, and I believe that is it for the Performing Arts Center, but I will... actually, yes, where you see the PAC next to it, so you'll see starting with data network equipment. It's about 6 lines down, and then elevator modernization, fire alarm, skipping down to the Moran Theater, those two. There's also plumbing, pump, and VFD, but I do not see anything for the Jacoby.
So that's what I figured. All right, so here's my proposal, and before we take up, I don't even know if there's a recommendation here on this one, is there? No, right? Before we take this up, I would like to make a motion, and if I got to pass the gavel, I'll pass the gavel, but actually I will pass it right now very quick. I'm going to entertain 2 motions.
You're recognized, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So motion number 1 would be to, earlier on in the conversation, I think it was meeting 1 or 2, we talked about the Jacksonville Symphony and how they had $500,000 for operational use, whether it was for musicians or just to cover operational costs. We already funded them last year for operational uses, and they also have an endowment that they're going to be receiving money for all that. Right now, my focus is not the operational component. My focus is the building that belongs to us, our building, right? And while I see a lot of emphasis on the Moran Theater, I don't see anything for Jacoby Hall. I would like to make a motion to reappropriate those $500,000 that were on the operational line item, move them to the CIP for 25-26 for Jacoby Hall Center. There's a plethora of needs that they need right now for ADA compliance, guardrails. So relocating that towards our building, all right, not operational, and then adding an additional $500,000 for the 26-27 year to complete the project. Because ultimately, right now, there's a lot of emphasis, like I said, on the Moran side, but nothing on the Jacoby Hall side. So I would like to have that motion. If I could get a second. Thank you. We have a motion and a second on that.
We have Mr. Lannon in the queue, followed by Dr. Salem, followed by Mr. Diamond.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Sorry, just trying to catch up. I didn't know we were going to go in this direction. So my understanding through the chair to Ms. Taylor, this would still be adding $500,000 in debt, right? This would be debt funded, I assume?
Through the chair to Councilmember Lannon, not necessarily. It depends on 26, 27. We would have to load it into the budget, though. Most future items, if you don't have a specific, like a local option gas tax or something like that, are loaded in as debt. But that could change it. But for now, on the 5-year CIP, when we get to Bill 505 later on in committees, it would show as debt funded for the future year, but that could always be changed when next year's budget comes around.
Through Chair, thank you, Ms. Taylor. So I had to jump down quite a few pages. We're going to talk about public facilities, and there's a lot of line items in there. I'm just throw out an example, high dollar amount for Prime Osborne improvements. Maybe we discuss this when we get there to see if there's an opportunity that we do 500 for the symphony at the reduction of some other line item within that, just so we stay debt neutral.
Okay. Well, I don't mind entertaining that conversation. I brought it up now just because of the line item that it currently has right now with the Moran Theater, which is part of the symphony. It's right now. It's happening now. So we could bring it up later or now, but either way, it's still the same thing in my opinion.
Through the chair, I'll support it now just so we get it out of the way, but let's just have that discussion on all of these individual line items for our public facilities when we get to that section, and maybe we can find an offset for this when we get there.
Okay. All right. So, and to answer your other question, I'm sorry, I wasn't recognized. I don't know, do I need to be recognized?
Yes, you are, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you.
And then Dr. Salem, then Mr. Diamond.
It was, the debt funding question that you had, like I said, at least for 25, 26, it's already baked into the budget. We never actually put it to bucket number 1 where we disposed of it. So it's already funded, technically. And 26, 27, as Ms. Taylor already gave you the insight as to how that will be funded next year, whether it's debt or not. We'll get to that point next year.
All right, Dr. Salem, followed by Mr. Diamond.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'll be supporting this. There are documented needs in this hall, at least at $1 million, and I think we need to upgrade that facility, so I'll be supporting this as well. Thank you.
Over to Mr. Diamond. Okay, we have no other speakers in the queue. Can I ask the motion maker for a point of clarity? This, then the symphony would withdraw its 500 request that comes out of the operating budget if we do this?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, that's part of the motion is intent. So there's basically, I see this as two things: $500K for capital at Jacoby, and another $500K for capital at Jacoby. If they withdraw their 500 operational, I'm happy to do the $500K for the capital at Jacoby. The additional $500K, to Mr. Lanon's point, I'll support this motion, but I'd like that pulled out from somewhere else to stay cost neutral because we just can't keep adding debt. So I'm ready to. Actually, we have one. Ms. Stefopoulos.
Through the Vice President and to the committee, so if we're pulling the $500,000 that was initially proposed in the budget for that direct contract with the Jack Symphony for the operational costs, then if this motion passes, that would have the effect of we would remove that term sheet and that contract from the budget bill. And so I just wanted to confirm that that would be the action taken when we produce the finance substitute, is that we're pulling that direct appropriation out of the budget.
From the motion maker, that's the intent?
That is
that is the intent, okay. All right, and Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I also want to clarify, we would just need to get a scope sheet added of specifically what is desired to be done for the building repairs or construction to make sure that that intent is carried out.
You'll get that sheet from the applicant. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on.
Sorry.
Oh, someone else have a question, Ms. Taylor?
To the chair, thank you, sir. Just since it's a city building, we would need from wouldn't necessarily be the applicant, but also working with Public Works as far as what needs to be done capital-wise to carry this $500,000 out.
Do we need that right now, or can we still entertain this motion and proceed and you get that at some point?
Through the chair, we will just need to file that as part of all of the CIP actions and things that are taken so we can work to get that separately.
All right, no other speakers in the queue. Let's take this vote verbally with the motion that's on the table that's been seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All against say no. Motion passes. Mr. Chair, I think you have another. motion.
Thank you. I do have another motion. What I'll do is I'll just hold off as Mr. Lena requested. We'll address the other public component of it at some point whenever we get to that section for public buildings.
All right. With that, would you like gavel back, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for that support. Now, let's proceed, please.
Okay, we are on page 16 of the handout. I'm going down to our solid waste capital improvement projects, which are budgeted in the amount of $43.3 million for fiscal year 25-26. And these are all debt funded, and I have no recommendations for that schedule.
All right, no speakers on the queue.
And then going down to item 10, stormwater capital improvement projects. This is budgeted in the amount of $11,431,799 for fiscal year 25-26, and the funding source is from the stormwater fees billed to the property owners, and we have no recommendations.
Okay, no speakers on the queue.
Turning to page 17, we have our recurring capital maintenance needs. This is through Ordinance 2015-428. This established the recurring capital maintenance suggested minimums and targets. And the table below reflects the minimum and targets and the funding amounts in the proposed fiscal year 25-26 CIP. And you'll see that this CIP for 25-26 meets or exceeds those targets.
All right, and this is exactly what we were talking about this morning on page 17, the required capital maintenance, even for year 5, which is zeroed out. We're still going to have CIP projects in the list for year 5.
Correct.
All right, Mr. Lehnen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair, and through the chair to the committee. I mean, there's some significant year-over-year increases on this. I mean, the one that pops out is intersection improvements from $3 million to $21 million. So I don't know if it's a Public Works question, a Mr. Weinstein question. I go back, I just talked about my Hodges intersection improvement. I use that as an independent project, found a funding source. So just trying to find out what's driving this huge increase in intersection improvement. And then also sidewalk repair, sidewalk new. There's a few others, not quite as big dollars, but certainly big percentage increases year over year. So just figure we need to be digging into why we need $17 million more in that one line item, if anyone can answer me.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Through the chair to Councilmember Lehnen, included in that amount is the New Berlin Road, Cedar Point to Sterrett-Pulaski, which is $20 million in funding for 25-26.
So through the chair to Ms. Reber, that's an already opened and under construction project. That's what's just pushing it super high for next year.
Through the chair to Councilmember Lehnen, that's correct. This is a BJP project.
Okay, through the chair, thank you, Ms. Reber.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, turning to page 18, we have our other recommendations, and these are technical changes or CIP schedule changes. And you want to go one by one through these, correct, Chair?
Yes, ma'am, if you don't mind, just one by one.
Sure. Starting with recommendation number 7, we recommend that the 5-year schedule be updated to remove the current year column and add those to the previously approved column to show a total previously approved amount, which is how it is normally shown. This column was supposed to show changes made during the fiscal year, but it is inconsistent and either shows changes made during the fiscal year or the initial approved budget. This will have no impact. It's just a schedule change.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second for recommendation 7? Second. We got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All approved say nay. Recommendation passes. Number 8.
Okay, recommendation number 8, we recommend that Fire Station 66 new be removed from the 5-year CIP schedule. This project is fully funded, and the schedule shows no additional capital funding for the 5 years in this proposed CIP plan. This will have no impact on project funding, borrowing, special counsel contingency, or operating reserves. It's just a cleanup.
Okay, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to change it up because there's so many of them. If I don't see a speaker in the queue, we'll continue on to the recommendations, and then I'll wrap them up together as one.
Okay. Going to recommendation number 9, we recommend correcting the previous funding amounts in the 5-year general capital schedule. This will have no impact to any funding, borrowing, or special counsel contingency.
Okay, no speakers in the queue.
Recommendation number 10, the Acree Road project funding in fiscal year 26-27, which is year 2 of the proposed CIP, we recommend that be reduced by $1,250,000 from 11 million to the 9,750,000 to keep the project cost at 15 million when combined with the previously authorized amount of the 1.5 million. The proposed 3,750,000 in this in fiscal year 25-26 is a 25% city matching contribution to a total construction cost of 15 million. This will have no impact on borrowing, special counsel contingency, or operating reserves.
No speakers on the queue. Move recommendations 8, 9, and 10. All right, we are moving recommendations 8, 9, and 10. We got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye. 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 All opposed say nay. 8, 9, and 10 pass. On to number 11, please.
Okay, recommendation number 11, we recommend the Emerald Trail Hogan's Creek to Riverwalk project include $4 million in debt funding for fiscal year 28-29, which is year 4 of the CIP. This was inadvertently removed. This will have no impact on special counsel contingency, operating reserves, and will restore the total project cost to $30 million.
Okay, I do have 3 speakers in the queue. I'm going to go first with Vice President Howland. Recognize.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if we have Ms. Ehas who can explain what the Emerald Trail Hogan's Creek to Riverwalk project is on the diagram, if she's here. If she's not, I'll have to look myself, but I have a kind of a very important burr in my saddle about making sure that the Emerald Trail, we don't overspend on it, and we only fund those parts of the Emerald Trail that are right around downtown. I have a feeling the Hogan's Creek to Riverwalk is one of those core elements downtown, but I just want a confirmation. I'll have to research it myself by looking up the Emerald Trail map right now, and I'll cede the remainder of my time to the folks on the queue. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Lanen, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. A really similar thought pattern to Councilmember Howland. I mean, this is one of the projects that had a significant year-over-year project change, went from 12 million to 19 million, and I've expressed my concern about now that we've lost a big federal grant, I don't want this shifting to the city and us forging ahead. So really, without any other information on this, I'm inclined to vote no, just because I don't know how discretionary it is. I don't know what's under construction, how much has started, et cetera. So I'll be a no until I get more information on this.
Okay. Mr. Ron Salem, recognized.
Thank you, Chair. What is the source of this funding?
Through the chair, I've just pulled up the project information sheet. For fiscal year 25-26, $7 million in debt funds, and this will be debt funds as well. It was just inadvertently left off.
So it's all on us. None of this is federal or state or any other money.
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem, this is completely separate from the portions of Emerald Trail that the JTA has. These were portions that the city retained and was responsible for. There's a splitting of certain portions that not me, but Public Works could certainly address. But these are projects that we already took responsibility for and were in progress that the costs are related to.
So we're adding $4 million. It was at 26. Is that my understanding at looking at the numbers through the chair?
Through the chair, the project cost was initially going to be $30 million, but looking at the information sheet that was proposed for this year, it was reduced to $26 million. So they inadvertently left off that $4 million in that fiscal year 28-29. So we're just getting it back to the true project cost of $30 million.
Through the chair to Mr. Weinstein, are you okay with this and how this is happening? Or someone from the administration? Yeah. May I bring up Ms. Sickler, Chair?
Yes, sir. Ms. Sickler, please come up.
Ms. Sickler, can you just talk about what happened and where the $4 million and the whole part of the project, please?
Certainly. Good morning. Nina Sickler, Public Works, through the chair to Councilmember Salem. This project is the southern end of the Hogan's Creek project. Originally, based on timing of the design, the dollar amounts were moved further out. Because we're at an important part of that project in terms of property acquisition, the recommendation to move those dollars back forward would allow us to procure some of the right-of-way that was expected before prices escalate. So there's not an increase in the total dollar amount. It's the timing of when that those dollars are available.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before I call Mr. Diamond, Ms. Taylor, do you want to add something to that statement?
Ms. Reber will correct me if I'm wrong, but all we are doing, this was here last year in the 28-29. For some reason, it inadvertently dropped off. So it was at 30 million. We're trying to get a schedule corrected to put it in. We would never have a recommendation policy-wise to get it there. I'm not sure how it fell off the schedule. So that's all our recommendation was related to, not a policy, that the cost was still 30 million. When you looked at it last year, it would be 30 million with this recommendation. It was a future year, so no impact this year. 28-29, I'll let the body decide as a policy, but I wanted you to understand our recommendation was purely from a technical standpoint of something that we were explained, it inadvertently fell off. We were trying to mirror it with what you approved last year in the CIP.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Diamond, you fell off. All right, Mr. Lehnen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. And through the Chair to Ms. Taylor, so maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves. I think the debate on whether to fund this comes when we get to the project sheets here in a few pages on the increase and decrease over prior year. Yours is essentially a technical recommendation, and then in a few pages, I think we can talk about if we're okay with the total cost of the project, correct?
Through the chair, yes, sir. If you want to pause on this recommendation, we have no problem with that.
Through the chair, I'd suggest maybe we pause on the recommendation until we get to the page talking about the specific project, because that would also change the recommendation.
Okay. Mr. Howland, recognized.
Thank you. I think that's a wise move by my colleagues. I mean, I'm a supporter of the Emerald Trail within reason. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. We need an Emerald Trail. We don't need a trail lined with emeralds. So if this presents a challenge that gets the Emerald Trail folks focused on value engineering, I'm all for it. So I'm fine with this delay.
All right, thank you. And last speaker, Mr. Matt Carlucci. Recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you'd like, I can place the call over to Groundworks and see if they can bring somebody over here to explain.
Sure. You know, we're actually going to bring this up in a couple minutes anyway. So
sorry, who?
We're going to bring it up shortly. So you may want to make a call to have them over here
Yeah,
for that
I'll
part.
call them now and see if I could.
Sure.
Some folks over here.
Yeah, we're not taking action right now, so definitely gives you some time for that.
And you know, I to my good friend Councilman Howland, you always come up with good zingers, but let me bring it to reality. This is a quality of life project, and it should be enhanced, and it should be done with things that are fun for families, and it should be done in a way that it unsilos neighborhoods. And this particular part of the trail goes by the Jacksonville History Center, which we all supported. So, you know, let's treat it like an emerald, and let's make it nice. Let's not go into cheap like Jacksonville so often does, and it will attract people. I tell you, you build a trail at any park, and they've done it in many areas of Jacksonville, and people will come, and they'll have fun, and they'll bring their families. So don't get too cheap on it now, okay?
All right, thank you, sir. And you're going to make the call now, right? Thank you, sir. All right, so we will table recommendation number 11. Let's go to number 12, please.
Okay, moving to recommendation number 12, we recommend correcting the expense account for the household hazardous waste facility from other construction costs to engineering design. So we're just changing the expense line item. This will have no impact to project funding, borrowing, special council contingency, or operating reserves. Sure.
We'll take them all together unless I see anybody.
Sure. Recommendation number 13, we recommend combining the UF Health Trauma Center project with the UF Health Capital Improvements project. There is one contract, and this should be maintained as one CIP project. This will have no impact on project funding, borrowing, special council contingency, or operating reserves.
Okay.
I'm turning to page 19. We have recommendation number 14. This is the changes to the CIP book listed below. I'm just going to highlight a couple of them. For that section 122-603A, the list of projects removed and the list of projects with substantial updates will need to be updated. And we also would like to include the amounts of the projects being removed and with a total, and the amount of the substantial change to the projects with a net total. Going down to the bottom, the Emerald Trail Hogan Street connector, which is a different segment of the Emerald Trail than what we just talked about. We're just going to update that project scope to include hardscape landscape along the east side of Hogan Street. Turning to page 20, Office of Economic Development projects. The project information sheets for their two projects, the Cecil Mega Site, Rail Spur, and the Logistics Lane Road Extension, they were missing from the CIP book, so we just need to add those back in. And then going down to the projects not lapsed report, that last item, we need to include the updated projects not lapsed report and remove that this report is for informational purposes only, because we were able to verify all the remaining balances.
Okay.
Turning to page 21, we have recommendation number 15. We recommend that the following projects be added to the projects with a substantial change list in the CIP book, as well as the council district funding pursuant to the community benefits agreement for those that are added back to the CIP. And then the Bay Street Corridor Utility Relocation Project needs to be moved from the projects with substantial change to the projects removed list, because this project is being deauthorized.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's move those up.
Move recommendations 12, 13, and 14.
We have a motion and a second for 12, 13, and 14. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Right? Recommendation 12, 13, and 14 pass. Let's go to 15, please. Page 21.
Okay, I just went through recommendation number 15, just changing those lists. Recommendation number 16, excuse me, we recommend correcting the project named Seat Replacement 121 Financial to Seat Replacement Baseball Stadium. This will have no impact on the project funding, borrowing, or special council contingency. And then for recommendation number 17, we request the ability to correct project names, project numbers, and prior year funding amounts for scheduled presentation purposes as necessary for continuity and if subsequently discovered during our review. None of these corrections will impact project funding or the intended purposes of the project. And if we do find something that does, we will obviously bring it back to y'all for a recommendation.
Okay, no speakers on the queue, so we will take up recommendation 15, 16, and 17. Can I get a motion and a second on that? All right, we got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. 15, 16, and 17 pass. All right, we are left with number 11 still. Is that where we're at now? Okay. Well, Mr. Matt Carlucci, if you're still here, we're ready for you whenever your individual's here. If not, let's proceed with whatever we got to proceed to next while we wait on them.
Okay. On page 22, this is showing the proposed amount versus the recommended amount, and obviously recommendation number 11 was not taken up, but it wouldn't impact any of these amounts because that was an out year change. So if all recommendations, including the action taken in meeting 1 related to the council district community benefits agreement, have been adopted, the tables below represent the funding sources as proposed versus the recommended amounts. So you'll see that for the 5-year general capital schedule, there's a reduction of $13,315,215. There were no changes to, there was a change to the 5-year schedule for the city venues, which was not included in this. There was no change to the solid waste or the stormwater 5-year schedule. And then I believe, Kim, you were going to go over page 23.
Can I just have a quick comment?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Right, I'm good, actually, right now. Thank you. All right.
Back to Ms. Reber. Just for context, at the bottom of page 22, when you list the proposed amount of $687 million and the recommended amount of $673, it's simply take out the control for the stadium. You just simply take out 210 from that, right? So basically, what was proposed was 477, and what your recommended amount is now 463. Which I'm only bringing that up for context because even without the stadium addition, it's still a huge CIP investment number.
Through the chair to Councilmember Councilmember Howland, that is correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, all right. No other speakers in the queue. Go, Ms. Taylor.
Yes, sir. We're on page 23, and if you'll allow me to interrupt Ms. Reber momentarily, this is your CBA document. This is the compiling from all the council members on their desire whether to utilize dollars for capital projects or operational dollars. You'll see everyone noted there for the $1 million each for the $14 million. Of course, day one, you moved everything to being funded with cash. So right now, you have everything cash funded. I will just put my comment out there. You can leave capital cash funded. Certainly, you can do that. Policy decision may be otherwise, but those dollars can be put to capital at the end of the day. I want to mention in regards to our recommendation, this is more of a technical for us in trying to make sure this is tracked as in all years that these funds carry forward. We do have a recommendation that the $4 million in non-departmental expenses that was for the out east be moved to a new all years fund so that the funding can automatically carry forward consistent with the community benefits agreement. And I do want to make sure you know that in the entries that we do, because the CBA does require council approval for all items, they are in a below-the-line designated contingency. So just keep that in mind, unless your desire was to change that. So whenever those programs come back, it would trigger a 2/3 vote coming from a designated contingency, but that would be the typical thing that is done whenever there is council approval action required on the future, at a future time. Otherwise, those dollars could inadvertently be spent without coming back. So that's why we put them below the line, but I want to make sure that council's aware of that in the event you want to make a different policy decision.
All right, I'll recognize Joe Carlucci.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So real quick, Ms. Taylor, are you saying that we can make the decision to where council members don't have to come back to spend that money? Is that what you are saying, or?
No, sir, I apologize if I caused confusion through the chair to Councilmember Carlucci. The CBA language requires that all the $14 million, that it all comes back for council approval. So once you identify specifically what you want to use it for, it requires council approval. If there were something that you know right now you want to put your dollars to, let's say it's a capital project and you want to amend the CIP by using those, you could do that through this budget process.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And to elaborate, if, for example, that example you just gave, if we were to do that, it'll only take 10 votes, or is it still a 2/3?
Through the chair as part of the budget, or to the chair as part of the budget process, it would be your 10 votes. If you come back after October 1st when the budget is passed, that's when pulling from this designated contingency would trigger a 2/3 vote.
All right, so that's for all the council members listening. You know, you have your capital and operational expenses. You do have an option prior to October 1st to come back and put it in, and only require 10 votes. If you do it after October 1st, it's going to require 2/3 vote, 13 votes essentially. All right, Mr. Ron Salem, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I would leave the cash there and have these funded by cash. We've already put it there with cash. Let's fund these projects with cash and not go with debt. It'll save our debt. So I would leave it just like it is, and I'd like this, my perspective, the projects to come back to the council with a 2/3 vote. I'm not getting any money, but I'd like to see how other people are spending theirs. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you saying, yeah, these are already obviously funded through cash. So the CIP dollars, it equals $4.25 million. Are you saying to still fund those through cash, right? That's what you're referring to. Okay, cool. All right, Mr. Boylan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Ms. Taylor, I identified for District 6 specifically a dredging project. Why is it considered operational and not capital improvement? Traditionally, dredgings are capital improvement projects.
Through the chair to Councilmember Boylan, based on my discussion internally with Mr. Peterson, since that wouldn't necessarily go in the CIP, we on the side of caution put it towards operational dollars to make sure we didn't run afoul with needing it for operational and needing that cash rather than funding it with debt and not being able to accomplish your goal.
Thanks. I just wanted to be assured that wasn't going to be a hindrance when I came back with the request that required Mr. Salem's 2/3 votes to get done.
All right, thank you. So we do have a motion on the queue from Mr. Salem. Can I get a second? We have a motion and a second to require that those 4.2 are funded through cash and not debt. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Through the chair, you would not need a motion. Right now, your dollars, it is all funded with cash.
So we're good.
So you each have $1 million that will be below the line, and you would just need to come back to council, district members, sorry, thank you, Mr. Vice President. The district council members would have $1 million below the line that would require future action.
Okay. All right. And these dollars could be used in the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years, right? We're not capped at any specific threshold of a year limitation, right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. No other speakers on the queue. Let's go on to page 24.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a recommendation just to ensure on page 23 that the out east funding, that carry through the life of the agreement so that we don't have those dollars lapse. We are just recommending moving those to an all years fund so that those can carry forward each year.
We have a motion and a second on the recommendation. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Recommendation passes.
Okay.
Okay.
Turning to page 24, now we're in our second part of the CIP review, and this part will show you all the changes made to the CIP. So last summer during the budget process, year 2 of the CIP, which was fiscal year 25-26, had a planned funding amount just for the general capital projects of $355,370,972 from all funding sources. So in accordance with the municipal code, those projects are to roll forward into year 1 of the CIP and be appropriated as the capital budget for fiscal year 25-26. So these tables show you the changes made to the CIP in a high-level summary, and these amounts are the updated amounts based on our recommendations. So on page 24, starting with that general capital projects, if you look at that next line after that $355.3 million, you'll see that funding for new projects added was an amount of $7.7 million. Funding added to existing projects over the previously planned amount is $81 million. We did have funding reduced to existing projects an amount of $51 million. And then funding for projects removed, an amount of $5.5 million in projects removed and $7 million in projects deauthorized, which will get you to the $380,509,994 amount after our recommendations that we would have seen on page 22. Going down to the city venues, you see that net change of $60 million, which is that moving up of funding for the stadium project. So you have your $238,598,000 for the city venue projects. The solid waste capital improvement projects had no change to their planned funding. And then going down to the stormwater capital improvement projects, they had planned funding of $6.4 million, and then funding for new projects were added of $5 million, and this is just based on the budgeted amount of the stormwater fees for capital projects. For pages 25 through 32, the totals will tie to the tables that I just went through on page 24. I'm not going to go through all of these pages since these projects are also shown on the district pages, and it would be duplicative. If you do have any questions on these pages, let me know.
We do have 2 speakers in the queue. We're going to start with Mr. Lanen. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair to Ms. Reber, just so I understand, as far as new projects, even though it's $674 million, there's only $8 million worth of completely new projects in the CIP, correct?
Through the Chair, that is correct.
Through the Chair, thank you, Ms. Reber. And I mean, to the committee, that's the best part about the CIP. There's actually hardly anything new, but that means that's what's going to have to look like the next few years as we're paying off things we've already committed to. And I'm sure these $8 million worth of projects are going to get a lot of scrutiny starting on page 25. But then if you look at what we already funded, I don't know if it's overruns or they just weren't budgeted completely, it went up 81 million on projects that we had already approved. And so there's some I certainly want to talk about as we go through the next few pages, just to better understand some of these huge scope increases. I mean, there's a road project that I think is $125 million now. So I'll ask my questions as we go through, but just want to point out, like I said, the best part, I let the administration know it. I was happy to see a minimal amount of new things, at least, while we pay for what we've already committed to the next couple of years.
All right, Mr. Howland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lane hit on the exact figure that I was kind of looking at and circled wildly here, and that's $81 million in funding added to existing projects. Now, this is probably something I should have asked 3 weeks ago, but now seeing the magnitude of that number, it just occurred to me now. Is there a way to calculate, the last 12 months, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported inflation at 2.7%. My guess is there are a lot of projects here where there's been no scope change, but there's been considerable cost increase. Is there a way to calculate how much that is? Heather, it's probably really, really difficult to know, on all the projects that had in funding added to existing, whichever ones were not derived from scope changes, how much did they go up, and why are they going up higher than the inflation rate? And I know the answer is probably going to be construction materials and all that, but I wonder if we did something like change it in the future where a project can't increase above the last 12 months inflation without a specific scope change, that could help keep the city's cost creep in line. That's just a thought. You can't do it here, but it would be interesting to know that number. Kim, what do you think about that?
Through the chair to the vice president, I think some of it too is when you have projects that, like from BJP, when you have a plan and you have a cost and it's 20, 25 years later that you're seeing some of these things, that contributes some to some of the distorted numbers.
True, though at some point you got to have a baseline where you're like, all right, here's the project, here's the scope, and then anything that increases beyond that ends up, $81 million is a pretty significant number. Anyone that increases beyond that means either you're paying too much, or you underestimated the cost of it several times before. We're standing now in the largest single-year CIP in Jacksonville recorded history, so you would think that we've set the high watermark to be able to measure from that point forward. Just a thought. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, is this the part where we discuss the other CIP action items, such as potentially the Florida Theater? Is this a good posture for that?
We'll get to that. I think there's a certain schedule.
Yeah, through the chair to the chair. As I get through the council district schedules, I'll also go through the countywide projects, the COG buildings, and
all right, so once
other facilities.
Yeah, let me know. Thank you. Go ahead. Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay, if there's no other additional questions on those pages, we can turn to page 33, and this is going to be the start of our third part of the CIP review.
I would like to recognize Mr. Lanen. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, Chair, I apologize. I thought we were going to start with page 25, but I mean, when we look at the new projects, the single biggest one is the Arlington Sportsplex. I just wanted to get more information about what that is. I mean, that's half of our new projects.
Okay. Yep. All right, Mr. President, you are recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this the right time, though? Are we on page 33? Are we moving into district items? I don't want to jump the gun.
Yes, sir. If I may clarify, thank you, Mr. President. We're going to cover, Councilmember Lanen, every item that you see as far as these additions, these removals. We're just going to, it's easier to see it all on a district basis. Mm-hmm. So those pages that are in between there, they do cover it, but I think it's easier on a district. So I believe the Council President wanted to talk about the one on District 1.
All right, Mr. Chair. Should I continue then?
Go ahead, yes.
All right, so if we're looking at, I believe it's page 33, District 1, Arlington, which is not my district, but on behalf of the good people of Arlington, I think this is a great opportunity to bring some real change to that community, economic development, to have a sportsplex. Every city you go to, AAU travelers go to Orlando, they go to Charlotte, they go to Atlanta, they go to Vegas, they go all over the country and have indoor sports complexes, and Jacksonville doesn't have one. So this is a real neat kind of public-private partnership where JU is willing to deed over some land that they have to the city. So in exchange, we can kind of develop this sportsplex, and then the mixed use and development that'll come around that will certainly have a large economic impact to the area itself and to the city as a whole. So the details of the CIP right now, they have $2 million spread out between this year and next year. And in having some conversations with JU, their representatives, and folks from the city, it doesn't make sense to split it up because those dollars are to get the project started and get some of the things underway that need to happen for them to truly get going. So there is representatives that are here that can speak further to that. If you guys have questions, Cindy Trimmer is here, who is representing JU. So my request, though, and I'll make the motion, is to move the $2 million from the fiscal year 26-27 up to the fiscal year 25-26 to put $4 million in this year to get that indoor sports complex going, so we can have something that we're truly proud of to bring people to our city and also great recreation for youth.
All right, we do have a motion. Can I get a second? We have a motion and a second up for discussion. Mr. Salen, on that or something else? On that. All right, go right ahead, sir. It's your district area.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have been working and talking to JU about this project for probably 3 or 4 years. Live about 2 miles from here. We have just opened the 3 holes at Blue Cypress to make that 12, which is just a mile north of this area. This whole corridor, we hope, will be the gateway to Arlington, and they have a plan for restaurants, hotels, and I think it's a terrific project, and I support moving the $2 million up to a total of $4 million in this year, so the planning and work can be done to get this project moving. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I will recognize Council Vice President Howland. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an interesting one to me, and I appreciate Council President's passion on that. What's interesting is that no one from JU's ever reached out to me on this one. I've had a consultant from JU reach out to me about a month ago and then drop some information off 2 or 3 days ago. But you would think they'd want to reach out and talk to me about this one. One of the real interesting things here is this is a really cool idea. I love the idea. Does it have to be in Arlington? Do the other 13 districts get a chance to take a shot at it? It's interesting. There's parks all over the place, but that's what the challenge is here. And I really I'm wavering right now in support, but I really would appreciate JU reaching out to me on this in the future, and other district members getting a chance at developing this really cool sportsplex across the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Diamond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Council President. I'm all about this thing. It makes sense. I get it, but I don't know if my colleague was half-hearted and joking, but I would like to see some analysis as to why it needs to go there. And the only reason I say this is look, we've got 2 soccer teams, one of which wants to build a whole bunch of kids sports stuff, and that's the Tim Tebow one. There's we've got UNF in Councilman Lana's district. I'm not here to mess it up. If you guys are really, really into this, it has to go there, and this is all the good reasons have already been thought about, Rory. But I would like to at least have some assessment as to, is this the best spot? And I really do think the beaches would be the best spot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howland.
Okay, actually, Mr. President, would you be amenable to there being a requirement that we get a full brief to council on the plans, including the conveyance of the land to the city, before we spend any of that $4 million in the current year CIP? Could JU do something like that?
Yeah, there's some other things that have to happen in a legal sense. They haven't actually given us the legal documentation to give us the land yet. So even if we put this in here, we can't spend it or do anything with us until all the attorneys in the city can get together and actually have the land. So if that doesn't happen, then it'll certainly be open for another location. But right now, it's a beautiful piece of land right adjacent to the water, which there's long-term plans to have people come in and put hotels that are on the water, other hotels that are maybe more affordable, some housing components. It's a really good thought-out plan. It's a great location, I think, to revitalize that area if we really want to, bring it back, which I think there's a lot of momentum there, too, with what's going on. Right when you get off of University there with, what's it called? College Park, yeah. So, yes, I'd be amenable to that in short.
All right, thank you. Then I think we don't need to change the motion then for that because it has to happen by statutory process. So I'm inclined to support it, and I would encourage JU to come convince me that that location is the best place in the city. I represent the entire city. Thanks.
Thank you. Council President Carrico, recognize, or was that it? All right. Ms. Taylor?
Through the chair of the committee, I just want to make sure you all know too, these dollars, while not below the line, they would be part of a development agreement that I imagine we would see coming back that the council president alluded to. You would see a full agreement before any of these dollars are spent.
Okay. All right. There are no speakers in the queue. In my opinion, I think this is probably the best part of town to put it in. And I say this because, you know, I'm in District 11. I have a wave park coming in. The beaches have so many great amenities. All over Jacksonville, we have everything going on. But Arlington, I haven't seen much progress there in such a long time. To see a spark finally come here, I think this is actually the best fit for Jacksonville to have this here, to re-energize that part of town, to be honest with you. So I definitely will support this, but I think that we're in a good position right now to move forward with this on moving into 25-26 for the full funding of $4 million. So do we have to take some sort of motion? Can you put us in the correct posture, please?
Through the chair, I do not want to override Ms. Stefopoulos. She'll get you in line. I just want to make sure you identified a funding source for the $2 million. The first $2 million was debt funded, and you would just need to identify a funding source, I assume, debt funded, but depending on where your actions and your pot at the end of the day, but it would add to debt at this point if that's your funding source.
Okay. Yeah, we have, we still have a lot of action items to go through, so maybe we could identify throughout the whole process to reallocate some dollars from something else to move it onto this. Who knows? Mr. Salem, you're recognized.
Put it in as debt for now, and we can always change it so we don't necessarily have to come back to it.
Let's do that. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. All right, so we're good.
Through the chair to the committee, thank you. Just to get the motion in line, this would be moving the $2 million that is in fiscal year 26-27, adding it to fiscal year 25-26 for a total of $4 million that will be funded with the debt at this point.
That is correct. We have a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, motion passes. Mr. Lehman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I assume we're still in District 1. My only other District 1 question was the Lone Star Road had a significant increase of $6 million year over year. Just want to see, Ms. Reber, if you had any information on what went on there.
Through the chair to Councilmember Leanan, the additional funds are for a new signal, a shared use path, and turn lanes incorporated into the project, so a scope change.
Okay, no other speakers in the queue. You may proceed.
Through the chair, I just want to clarify that. So the additional funding is just the $1,698,950 for that Lone Star Road. If I may, can I walk through these schedules kind of so I can clarify what's going on with these schedules? So,
Council President Carrico messed everything up. Just bring it back home, please. Thank you. All right.
Okay, so looking at your district pages, we're going to have each of the new projects added, projects deauthorized, projects with changes, projects with funding added from prior that were in prior CIP plans, as well as your projects with no or minimal changes, which are shown on page 34 for District 1. And for those, for the projects with changes that are currently in the CIP, you're going to have a comparison between the 5-year plans, the FY24-25 5-year plan and the FY25-26 proposed 5-year plan. Also included in these schedules is the available funding as of 6/30/2025. So I try to pull that in just so you see if a project is receiving additional funding, you'll see, oh, this project still has roughly this much funding available. And then the previous funding would be the total project of previously appropriated funding. Anything else? So starting with District 1, you have your 2 new CIP projects, which would the Arlington Sportsplex, and then we have the stormwater project, the Plantation Drive drainage improvement project. You do have your 1 project that was deauthorized, the Rohera Road Underground. This was removed because this was done 3 years ago. You have projects added that were funded in prior CIP plans, which we've already discussed, which had a scope change. And then on page 34, with the existing CIP projects for District 1, you can see when looking at that comparison that those funds are rolling forward within that planned fiscal year of funding. Are we ready to move on to District 2?
Yeah, no speakers in the queue, so we'll proceed. Yep.
Okay, starting on page 35, we have District 2. There were 2 new projects added. One was that FIND grant project, the Seaton Park development for design costs, and a drainage, a stormwater project, the Beverly Nail drainage improvements. We do have one project removed, the Betts Tiger Point project. The Parks Department is reviewing the master plan and will seek funding through grants for this project, so that's why it's being removed. Projects added that were funded in prior CIPs is the Huguenot Park. It's getting $3 million in funding for fiscal year 25-26, and this is debt. These funds are being added to an existing project to build a new entry road and office buildings in areas of higher elevation. You have a project with a change, the Jacksonville Zoo improvements. You will see that the planned funding for fiscal year 24-25 and so in those out years, fiscal year 26, 27, 27, 28, 28, 29, through Ordinance 25, 362, those fundings were moved up into fiscal year 24, 25. So the remaining planned funding that was still to be planned and funded is the $4 million for fiscal year 25, 26. Then on page 36, we have the existing CIP projects with no changes.
No speakers in the queue. I do have Councilmember Gay now on the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Taylor has some information that I'd like to submit on the projects.
Yes, sir. Through the chair, if I may, to the committee. We're going to hand out, I think it's easier just to see the numbers. Councilmember Gay is proposing a couple of amendments. So I'll give you a chance to get that handout. Okay, I think everybody has one now. So starting with his first amendment, there is a Bateston Road Bicycle Boulevard that was in the 25-26 CIP. It was debt funded at $3.6 million. So the first thing that Councilmember Gay is proposing to do, he does not feel that that project, to your point of what you've discussed this morning, is necessary within his district. So he would prefer to have that project canceled and wanted to move the dollars a variety of places. You'll see on the right side of that, first starting with that $3.6 million that he would be moving the debt from, canceling that project. San Mateo Elementary School sidewalk for $493,000. Cape Forest Trail resurfacing is $61,000. Cape Drive East resurfacing $144,000. Waterville Road resurfacing $57,700. Waterville Road drainage lawsuit settlement project $210,000. Then Eastport sidewalks $900,000. So again, that is reducing the debt in one project, moving it to another. So that's the first one. If you'd like to talk about that one first before we move to the second item.
All right, I do have a queue filled up right now. Mr. Gay, you want to say anything on that, or you want me to just go through the queue? All right, I'm going to start off first with Mr. Diamond. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, the district councilperson knows his district. If he wants to spend this money that way, I fully support it, and I'll move this amendment as written.
And a motion and a second on the amendment.
I don't know about that second thing, Mike, but this first one is easy.
Okay, Mr. Joe Carlucci, recognized.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is exactly the way to do it. So I'm in Councilmember Gay for, identifying a project and then spreading it out and making arguably a bigger impact in your district. So, and I didn't know resurfacing was such small costs. So now you've got me, thinking in my district about resurfacing. So I'll be fully supportive of this amendment. Thank you.
All right. No other speakers in the queue, so we are going to take a vote on this. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion passes to reallocate the dollars from Basin Road to fund all those numerous projects. All right.
Okay.
Next one up.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if Councilmember Gay wants to say anything. I know that Sterrett and Yellow Bluff Road has been a concern of his of wanting to get some intersection improvements. If you'd like me to let the council member go first.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the LUZ members heard the other night about the this intersection, it's becoming extremely serious that we need to do something there. We've got the projection costs from Public Works to redo it completely, but just trying to find a pathway to get moving forward on this. I'm not sure, through the chair to Ms. Taylor, do y'all have those figures on the supplement alternative that we can do instead of the full 12 million proposed here?
Through the chair to the committee. So we can discuss the numbers on where Councilmember Gay would like to land. Right now, in what you see before you, it is at the full 15 million. And so you'll see additional debt needed to get to that 15 is 8.3 million. So he's pulling from a Nungeezer Road project, that's PAYGO dollars, constitutional gas tax dollars to go over to it. He's pulling some of that debt. You'll see the remaining debt. It was 3.6 million in total for the Basin Road. He's pulling the remaining part of the debt. And then there's additional debt needed to get to the 15. Also, I want to mention there will be a bill before you that's been filed of utilizing 2.4 million of the JIA CRA dollars to go towards this, as well as how you get to the full 15. So that additional debt amount of 8.3 million, if the desire is to come to a number of 12 million, we would need to have Public Works come up as well on the scopes to address that. But that's kind of your flex number on the additional debt of what you want to recommend and authorize, and that the committee can approve depending on what total cost number you want to get to.
Mr. Lehman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. And through the chair to the committee, this would be another $8 million in debt. We've added $21 million in this meeting so far. For enhancements like this, should they be part of wrap-up day? That way we go through everything, we know where we're at, and then we can handle anything that's, like, I fully support the first one, Councilmember Gay, because it was neutral to us. But the second one, we don't know what we're going to get to as we go through everything else. And I'm just concerned about, again, we've already added 21 million in just this meeting with the hopes of going below zero and actually reducing debt. So I would just rather we get through everything and then treat this on wrap-up day just to see where we're at. That's just my view.
All right, I agree with you. Mr. Joe Carlucci, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Councilmember Lannon, because look, at the end of the day, you could multiply, that additional dollars by 14, even 19, and then we're in a problem. So, I think we got to kind of draw some type of line in the sand and then reevaluate it maybe on wrap-up day. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm leaning towards.
All right, Ms. Taylor, recognized.
Yes, sir. And if I will just mention, depending on the action you do want to take, the Nungeezer Road PAYGO, that's just moving PAYGO from one project to another. The Basin Road, again, is moving from one project to another. If the committee desired to take up that portion now, I'm just putting it out there, that total is $4,179,049, certainly up to the committee's decision.
Okay, I think the will right now is that we want to take up these action items that are going to add to the debt at some point. What I recommend is if we could create some sort of an account for CIP projects only, and then maybe taking them up today at the end of the day all together as a CIP meeting, not a wrap-up day, because wrap-up day we have other operational expenses to actually wrap up, not CIP. So what I would just say is come back later on today at wrap-up of CIP day, and we'll take all of them together at the same time. Anything that's going to add to the debt, we'll take it up together at the same time.
Can we take the first one now? The motions for both, right?
The motion for the first one already passed.
Oh, we passed that one.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
then
It's the second one, yep.
Through the chair, and I just want to clarify, the number I mentioned, that $4,179,000, is not increasing the debt. That is just moving from one project to another and moving debt from one project to another. I just wanted to clarify. It's the 8.3 that's the additional debt. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So I think we're done with Mr. Gay. Do you have anything else to say? All right, good. So we are going to take a pause now. It is 12:04. We'll go on lunch. We'll come back in about 30 minutes, so let's call it 12:35. We'll be back, and we'll start off with District 3. All right. Thank you. Okay, we are commencing again the meeting, and we're going to start at page 37, which is District number 3. Councilmember Lena's district. Should be fairly quick. Mine will be quicker, though. Wait till you get to 11.
Starting on page 37, we have District 3.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I thought we were doing recommendation number 11.
Yes, I apologize. All right, so let's kick things off again. Mr. Mike Carlucci, I think Kay Haas is here, so we can talk about the Emerald Trail, going back to recommendation number 11.
And that's on page 18.
Page 18.
Mr. Chair, did you want me to say anything, or?
I'm going to let the auditors recommence that part.
Get up.
Yeah, of course. If you don't mind putting us in the posture where we need to be for this.
Okay, so page 18, we had recommendation number 11. We recommend that the Emerald Trail Hogan's Creek to Riverwalk project include $4 million in debt funding in fiscal year 28-29, which is year 4 of the proposed CIP. This was inadvertently removed. This will have no impact to special counsel contingency or operating reserves and will restore the total project cost to $30 million.
Okay. Mr. Mike Carlucci, you're recognized. If you want to bring the individual up, or you have some more.
Yes, sir, I would. I think perhaps Ms. Ehas, who is the driver of this project, along with many volunteers, and perhaps Ms. Sickler should come up together. I would like to say this in terms of fundraising, because I heard several people kind of allude to the city as the main fundraiser and so forth on this, and in fact they are. But I've known about this project longer than probably anybody up here, and I've made plenty of private donations, and they have been raising privately, I don't know, for 10 years, Kay, 20 years, long time. And they have raised lots and lots of private dollars, grassroots-wise. And so I don't want anybody to get the idea that they're just here with their hand out without putting a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into raising funds on their own, and I have been a part of those efforts. So, Mr. Chair, perhaps the committee might want to ask them questions, or if they want to start out talking about what somebody just described. Thank you.
Okay. I don't have anybody in the queue, but actually Mr. Howland's on the queue, and then what we'll do is we'll open up the mic for 10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Reber, where and on what pages can we find the two fiscal year 26 CIP projects related to Emerald Trail? I think one is the Hogan Creek to North Bank Riverwalk, and the other one was Hogan Creek S-Line connector or something?
Page 40 of your CIP book has the Emerald Trail to the Hogan's Creek to Riverwalk, and then page 39 is the Hogan Street connector portion.
All right, so page 39. Oh, on tab 3 in the book. Okay. And what's the total value between those two? Because I haven't caught up to you yet.
For the Hogan Street connector, the total project cost is, hold on, I got 18,980,000. And then for the, as proposed in this CIP for the Hogan's Creek to Riverwalk, it's 26 million.
And this, if we take item 11, we're increasing that 4 million to 30.
The 26 will go to 30 million, which was the original the original cost of the project as approved with the fiscal year 24-25 CIP.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So if we take up item 11, we're looking at $49 million in this CIP for the Emerald Trail for those two segments. One is the Hogan Street Connector, and the other is Hogan Creek to the North Bank Riverwalk. Let me ask Ms. Ehas, thanks for being here. Since the loss of the $147 million federal grant, have you done any of the following two things? One, adjusted the scope or the plans of the Emerald Trail, and two, done any value engineering to the existing scope?
Sorry, can you please turn on your mic and also recognize your name and address, please, for the record?
Can you hear us now? Okay. K.E. House, Groundwork Jacksonville CEO.
Nina Zickler, Public Works.
Thank you.
So we have not changed the Emerald Trail Master Plan. We do want to still do 30 miles of connected trails. We are moving forward with JTA on segments 3 and 4 using local option gas tax dollars. Segments 2, McCoy's Creek, Hogan's Creek, and Hogan Street, Emerald Trail projects remain with the city. If you push your button, I think the trail map is up there.
Perfect.
That might be helpful.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, so segment 2, 10, 5, and 9 remain with the city, and segments 3, 6, 7, 8, and 4 are with the JTA gas tax and federal grant opportunities.
Okay, so you haven't adjusted your scope or your plans. You haven't done any value engineering. Have you adjusted the order at which you're completing these segments? 1, 2, 9, 5, 3, in general?
No. Segment 3 is at 30% design. We paid for that privately. And so JTA is going to be issuing an RFQ to take that to 100% design. And then we expect to be under construction in 27. That segment's going to connect to the McCoy's Creek project, which is underway right now. And then Hogan's Creek, Groundwork has secured $9 million to design that restoration project. That will be done in September of 26. And part of our grant is that the city match that with land acquisition dollars. So that's all part of segments 5 and 9, if that makes sense.
It does, and it actually makes me feel a little bit better. I see that planned 6, 7, 4, and 8 are planned. Excuse me.
6, 4, 6, 7, and 8. We're about to complete the planning, development, and environmental study that was required by the feds for a federal grant. Okay. That is being paid for with gas tax dollars. And we still hope to secure federal money, so it makes sense to do that.
I'm just trying to think of the eventuality of us never getting any of that 147 federal grant money back, and focusing all our efforts, the local option gas tax, the community donations, the city CIP efforts in 1, 2, 3, 5, 9, and 10, keeping the Emerald Trail a lot tighter, closer to downtown. And then if we did do that, so 4, 8, 6, and 7 get kind of set aside until such time as we get the money to do it. I hate that we're not investing in those really important neighborhoods. We can take a look at what we're saving over the CIP and see if we can't accelerate other things such as lighting, sidewalks, drainage, roads, and other infrastructure.
Well, segment 4 is actually connecting the southern and northern S lines, connecting an elementary school. I think that's an important one to get done. Out of all of them, it's the least expensive one. It's only like 1.3 miles. And our hope is that we'll be procuring design for that mid next year.
Okay. And then what about 6, 7, and 8?
Well, I think 6, 7, and 8 are going to be contingent on securing more federal dollars.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So can we sideline those for now and not spend any money on them until we get federal dollars?
Yeah, the only thing we're doing right now is finishing the PD&E process.
Okay. Then then I think we're generally on the same page. I mean, if we're going to maximize the effectiveness of the Emerald Trail, we need to focus on the ones closer to downtown. That said, we don't want to ignore those other neighborhoods, which we're excited to have the connection. So if we're going to delay those, let's look closely at make sure the East Side, Brentwood, Durkeeville, and Robinson's Robinson's Addition. I think I'm confusing a '90s band with that. Just make sure that we're getting the same that we're making sure we're doing CIP standard infrastructure there as we go through the rest of the plan today.
Yeah, I think Hogan's Creek's going to be very important to downtown as well.
Yeah. So, I actually, the two that we're approving today, the Hogan's Creek connector and the Hogan's Creek connection to Riverbank, I don't have any issues with, other than I would hope that given financial constraints that you're hearing all the last 3 weeks and hearing today in particular on the CIP, that you are doing value engineering, because it goes back to I want the Emerald Trail. I think it would be valuable, but I don't want to overbuild, over-engineer in a time of severe resource constraints.
But you look at value engineering once you're in design, right? And figuring out along the way, what is the cost estimate?
Yep.
And
Yep. And you'll do that?
Yes, we will.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. I do have Councilmember Matt Carlucci on the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make one other observation, or two others, I guess. When we lost the $147 million grant, after I resuscitated and took a few deep breaths, I called both our congressmen, Aaron Bean and John Rutherford, and they are totally dedicated to securing federal money, perhaps in smaller amounts, over different times. So I have a maxim in my back pocket, in my wallet, that says, I learned this from my Uncle Frank, my father's brother, have faith in the future. You have to have faith in the future. Second thing is, I would be remiss if I did not say that my dear friend David Miller, the founder of Brightway Insurance, and Mr. Wolfberg, the CEO of ViStar, had made hundreds of thousands of dollars of contributions along the sides of the Emerald Trail for parks and beautiful green spaces dedicated. There may be more people who have done that, but I know those are two. So this is a project that many civic leaders have bought in to and are engaged with. And I've always found questions of concerns like you have, which are very legitimate, Councilman Howland, but these organizations like that are being head up by K.E. Haas, they pretty much know what the hell they're doing. So no reason not to ask them questions, but I have faith in them, great faith in them. Thanks for coming at short notice.
May I add one note?
Thank you for hearing them, Mr. Chairman.
May I add one note of interest is that I took Aaron Bean's aide on a tour yesterday, and he came away saying, we were bought in, but I am even more impressed, and we're now so bought in. And so we're going to be working with them on federal grant opportunities, and we're actually going to be meeting with them about it. So we're hopeful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everybody, for your time, and Mr. Matt Carlucci for bringing them over here for this meeting. This is very important, great information. So I think we're ready to take up the auditor's recommendation, number 11. I need a motion and a second on this. We have a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, recommendation passes. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, so let's start back to district number 3.
Okay, turning to page 37, we have District 3. We have no new projects added. We had that one project, the Hodges Boulevard improvements, being removed as part of our recommendation number 5. No projects added that were funded in prior CIPs, no projects with changes. We just have the one project, the Pablo Creek Regional Library roof replacement with funding in fiscal year 26-27.
Okay. Trying to go down the list. One second. Sorry, it's a lot here.
You're not going to make the parity argument? My district compared to other districts?
Yeah, wait till I get to mine. We'll see. Go ahead, Landon.
Thank you, Chair. I just challenge other districts to try to get to my number today.
Don't challenge me. You're barking up the wrong tree here.
I love that. Instead of saying I want as much as everyone else, you're saying I challenge others. Well done.
Okay, turning to page 38, we have...
Can we very quickly just go to page 48? Let's just skip all of these and just go to 48 very quick for a quick second. District 11, look at that one. All right. Might as well just knock it out, too. All right. What were you saying, Mr. Howland?
Jimmy's literally taking money from your districts in the CIP.
I'm kidding. All right.
Okay, on page 38, we have Council District 4. There are 3 new projects added, and these are stormwater-funded projects, drainage projects. We have one project that was added that was funded in prior CIPs. It's a FIND grant, and this is the design was funded in fiscal year 22-23, and these funds are for construction. There were no projects with changes, and we had the one project with no change.
Okay. District 4, Mr. Carrick.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Obviously, I welcome the drainage projects in the district. We have a very old infrastructure in District 4 and always welcome updates and upgrades in the drainage. I do have to give a huge shout out to Daryl Joseph for keeping his word. The Beach Boulevard, Pottsburg Creek boat ramp has been something I have pushed since I was elected in 2020. And he assured me that we would go out and find dollars, no pun intended, and get that done. So happy to see that those funds are in here. And my constituents will be very excited to have that new boat ramp. It's the only little water access point we have in District 4. We're pretty much landlocked. So thank you, Director Joseph, and that's all I have.
Okay, all right. So I guess, are we as council members going to look at everybody's district, or are we just going to say, hey, district council member, you guys do your own thing and we will not interfere, or can we interject and just talk about it? How would you like to proceed with this? All right, because I'm just going to bring up, every time I see this, I'm just going to bring it up, right? So I see Beechwood Park, $500,000 in 28-29. I just asked, the question is this still needed in your district? Do you still need this? Is this something that you're working towards? Because it's still 5 years out. So if we could save some money, just like Mr. Gay did, reallocating funds or potentially saving from our debt obligations so we could add other things into the CIP to make room for that. That's what I'm trying to get to right now. I'm not trying to defund anybody's district. It's just if it's still needed and it's 5 years out and it hasn't even been touched yet, we may want to consider that to add more things into the CIP.
Mr. Chairman, this particular project is something that we need, but there's already been some funds lapsed, I believe, and with what is budgeted there and with what Mr. Joseph has in his park budget, he's given me the assurance that we can take care of this project without that $500,000 in the outfall. And if he shakes his head yes, he actually put his thumbs up too, for the record. He shook his head yes and put his thumbs up that he can take care of that. I'd be happy with removing it and taking $500,000 out of the deadline.
Okay, so we have a motion. Can we get a second to remove it? We have a motion and a second. The 28-29, 500,000. Yep. Thank you, Mr. President. All right, so that's exactly what we're going to try to achieve today, because ultimately we know we're going to have a lot of requests to add. As you saw, Mr. Mike Gay wanted to add something. So let's just be mindful of these and let's ask the council member, hey, do you still want it or not? If not, let's take it out. So right now, Ms. Taylor, we have $500,000 that we just removed from the CIP to potentially put back or just leave it out.
Through the chair, you can absolutely do that. The 5-year schedule is in the budget ordinance and the CIP. It just has no impact on the accumulator that we are looking at right now for the current year's debt.
Okay.
You can absolutely do it as a motion if you would like.
Sure. All right. So all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right. Motion passes to remove that 500. Thank you, Mr. President. All right. Next up, page 39.
Okay, page 39, we have Council District 5. We have 2 new drainage projects added, funded with stormwater fees, and then the existing projects with no changes.
Okay, Mr. Joe Carlucci, you recognized.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, all these are needed. No. I do have a handout. I think Mr. Parks is going to hand out where I'm creating a new project with multiple other projects, compiling them to fund it. So they will hand out a little sheet here for an amendment that I'm going to make a motion on, and I'll wait till that's handed out to go through it with everybody. All right, so everyone should have the handout now. This is for a new design project on Southside Tennis Complex. Without getting too granular, Southside Tennis Complex is basically 12 tennis courts, 8 pickleball courts, and it's right next to our library. There's also a playground in the back of it. This has been a underutilized space. The tennis courts are rarely used. They are used. I don't want to make it sound like they're not used, but the pickleball is very popular. However, there is a massive overhaul that I'm planning, and I'm putting my CBA dollars towards this. This is a big deal project for me in my district, right next to the only library that we have, so we want to have a nice kind of cohesive project going on there. So I've asked the auditors to identify some funding, which you see listed in the left-hand column, which are just projects that had virtually leftover money or just the closed project account. And then I put $750 for my CBA, and then we're moving all those into one new project, which is going to be Southside Tennis Complex, and that is my motion, if I can get a second.
The second, we got a motion, a second on reallocating those prior funding to the new funding for the Southside Tennis Complex. I have Mr. Lehnen on the queue. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Through Chair, Councilman Carlucci. Can you just elaborate, though? It has $10 million at the top. So are we asking for $3.7 million plus the reallocation of the 6.3?
I've only identified 6.2 as of right now. The 3.7 is going to be another task that I have to tackle in future years. So yeah, there's going to be additional funds as I go through and find that 3.7. But as of today, I've only identified 6.2.
Thank you, Councilman Carlucci.
Thank you, Mr. Salem.
I was just confirming with Ms. Taylor, and I'll ask her to get on the mic, that the DOGE contingency is helping with this project. 3 of the projects that she identified were in the DOGE money, where they were basically dormant accounts. So I'll let her say it, but I'm very pleased that the DOGE consistency can help Councilman Joe Carlucci in this project.
As am I. And I will just add, through the chair, if I can.
Can she just list them out?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead,
please.
Ms. Taylor.
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem, yes, it's your top 4 ones. The closed project account of $1 million, Palm Avenue of $806,000, Burke Street Pond of $1,250,000, and Mary Singleton of $517,000.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you. That was a really good thing to point out there, and it's again helping identify those dollars and not adding any new debt as of right now. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have an issue with this one right here, though. Similar to Mr. Gaze, he had a 2.4 and 1.7 for closed out or canceled funding. He needed to fund this project of $12 million with an additional 8.3, of which will come back at a later year. Yours looks like you need to come back, it says up here, in 26-27 for additional funding, 3.7. So I will make a motion to, well, I can't make a motion, but I think we need to treat this the same way as Mr. Gay, bring it back at the end, because you're essentially adding more debt to upcoming years.
Okay, so to the chair, yeah, I mean, ultimately, we can just reduce the estimate of $10 million of the Southside Tennis Complex and just move the 6.2. Like, that's fine. That's all I'm trying to do right now.
Value engineering.
Yeah, that's all we're trying to do.
If that's the case, then yeah, because I'm reading up here, it says 3.7 to be funded in 26, 27 with debt. So as long as that's removed and we're not treating it the same as Mr. Gaze, I'm okay with that.
Yep, to the chair, that's totally fine. Again, this is a conversation between me and Daryl Joseph, which was how much do you estimate this is going to cost? We need to put a placeholder, an idea. He said 10 million. We identified 6 already. And my goal is to go find and repurpose those rest of those dollars eventually. So I'm not worried about the 3.7.
Okay. All right. Ms. Taylor, go ahead.
Through the chair to the committee, I just want to make sure that I'm being consistent with what we usually request of the administration, which is 106.109 does require like a total anticipated cost. So if you anticipate you can find other dollars, we always request of them to identify the total cost, and that's to prevent things like where Riverfront Plaza, for example, those costs came back and were so magnified, and we've seen that on previous administrations where we get a sliver of a project, and the total's really 70 million. So I just want to make sure I'm trying to be consistent with enforcing of the administration when we get a project for you all. So that's my only pause. If you know that it's going to be a $10 million project, just to consider that as well.
All right, Mr. Leanin.
Thank you, Chair. I got into the queue before there was some other conversation, but it sounds like Councilman Carlucci is committing to the $6.3 million figure, because my concern, we just talked about how going forward we're going to add very few new projects. We added $7 million in new projects this year. That 3.8 would be basically 50% above and beyond what we added this year. But if Councilman Carlucci thinks he can get something good here for $6.3 million, I will support it.
All right, President Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Carlucci, I just have a question about this handout here. Just want to make sure that I didn't miss something, but you have 2 projects that aren't Council District 5 where you're taking money from, the Burke Street Pond from District 9 and the Singleton Center from District 7. Are those projects that are closed out and that's additional, or are you removing those projects from those council districts?
Nope, they are closed out, sir.
Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Matt Carlucci.
Mr. Chair, so first of all, I want to say this name gets done right, and then it gets done wrong, then it gets done right, then it gets done wrong. So I just want to make sure we get it right. And Council President Kevin Carrico got it right. It's Mary Singleton. I've heard it referred to as Mary Singletary, even at council installations when they give out the council award for Mary Singletary. It is Council Mary Singleton. She was on the first Consolidated City Council, and she was even our first woman black lieutenant governor under Claude Kirk. She's a great lady, Mary Singleton. Is that what's that project that has her name associated with it? I'm just curious. Is it the senior center that you just did, or what is that? Used to be a what? Oh, the single center, senior center. Okay, so it's still over there. Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, all right, so, well, if that's the case, we'll take a motion. We have a motion and a second already on the floor, so all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, motion passes for 6.292. All right, anything else, Joe, on your district? Okay. All right. So we are now moving on to page 40, District 6.
Okay, turning to page 40, we have District 6. We had one new project, we have one project removed, the Mansion Road sidewalk, and then we have existing projects with no or minimal changes.
Mr. Boylan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just by way of background, as a 6-year now councilman, the 2 projects, and one of which is in this year's operating budget, have been talked about for 5 years. They've been getting pushed out and pushed out and pushed out. I remember last year saying when they were going to, some of these were even further out, I says, I feel like Moses. You know, I'm not going to make it to the promised land when my projects get done. So my point really is the Plummer Grant sidewalk has been in the works for a period of time. As you can see, you've already made some commitment of dollars towards it. And my hope and concern is that the park preservation land, the Palmetto Leaves Boardwalk Bridge, which links the two parts of Palmetto Leaves Park together, which we've talked about since my inception on the council, it stays in place for next year. So I've got nothing more to give up than the 250 we've already done. I have no new projects planned for, as you can see, no new projects planned for District 6. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you for that. No other speakers on the queue.
Okay, turning to page 41, we have Council District 7. We have 2 new projects added. One is the Kids Hope Alliance Office Safety Modifications, and then a Forbes Street Drainage Improvement Project. We do have 2 projects being deauthorized, the Bay Street Corridor Utility Relocation. This was completed in 2023. And then we have the Memorial Park fence railings and water fountains being removed as well. This is going to be reimbursed with FEMA funding. We do have some projects with changes. The Mal Washington tennis courts has changes. Funding was added due to additional work needed to repair the tennis courts. That's an additional $1 million. The 11th Street, 12th Street connector has additional funds to continue with the design of the project. That's an additional $2 million over 2 fiscal years. The downtown two-way Pearl Street, this is actually a reduction. This is being removed. And from the CIP, Public Works will evaluate and rank the project to determine future funding requests. And then turning to page 42, we have the Main Street Bridge pedestrian ramp. That's just a small reduction of $242,308, which is being moved to another project, the Riverfront Plaza project, for the bike ped ramp to be constructed from the park to the Main Street Bridge. And then we have on pages 42 through 43 the existing projects with no changes.
I see Mr. Lenin on the queue. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair to Ms. Reber, can you elaborate the Malvi Washington tennis court? Is that actually a city-owned park? I'm unaware of it, if that's the case, because I know this is also a nonprofit, so I didn't know if this was something we're giving to the organization or if it's the name of the park that's just getting improvements.
And through the Chair to Councilmember Lenin, since it is in the CIP, it is a city-owned park.
Through the Chair, I think Ms. Reber, and I see Mr. Joseph out there. Can we just, I just saw the $1 million increase, and so I think these are the ones we really need to be questioning is when we see a big increase. And it's round numbers. It's 1.50 to 2.50. So just trying to figure out what the $1 million increase need there is.
Through the Chair, Darrell Joseph, Parks Department. Through the Chair to Councilman Lenin. Yes, Mal Washington Tennis Facility is a city-owned park. That's right next to Emmett Reed Community Center. We had funding last year for $1.5 million to resurface the tennis courts. As that project started, we got into looking at the subsurface, and there was issues with the subsurface that required additional work in order to properly do those courts. So we're not back within a couple years redoing them totally again.
Through Chair, Mr. Joseph. Okay, so that makes me feel a little bit better. By doing it right, it's going to prolong the life, and won't have to go back in a couple of years. It'll last longer than just a couple of years, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Through Chair, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going down this list, and I'm looking at projects, the same thing as I did with Council President Carricos. I'm looking at the page 42, public facilities. There's 3 of them. And these are all for, I guess, libraries. So Bill Brinton, Murray Hill branch replacement, $2 million, and it hasn't been allocated yet, and you're looking at 28-29. If somebody could speak to that. And then I'm looking at Brown Eastside branch replacement, 8.1. And then the biggest one is the Dallas Grand branch for roughly, for 10.2. So is there anybody out here that could speak on those action items? Okay, is the council member here or in the building at all? Okay, so, I mean, the way I see it is we're looking at roughly close to $20 million worth of funding that's for 28-29. And these are all for the library, so I don't see anybody from the libraries here even to talk about this. So I'm not sure how we would like to proceed, but let me just remove this very quick. I would open this up for conversation. So, Mr. Salem, go ahead.
The name of the library director escapes me.
Rogers.
No, that's not Tim Rogers. Thank you. We've had considerable discussions about libraries and the future of what libraries should be. I wish he was here because the libraries in the core area are ones that are all being replaced. And a lot of them are using it for community space more so than, books and such. I think we should try to get Tim in here to present on these things.
Yeah. What I'll do is if anybody could reach out to him.
Mr. Weinstein, can you get him in here? Okay, thank you.
We could come back to this page then if that's the case. We'll table it for now. Primarily, I'm looking at these because these are public facilities, and so anything else I wouldn't really address when it comes to like infrastructure needs. But these are things that we could address here as a body. So we'll table page 42 and District 7 as a whole when Tim gets back here. Thank you. Let's go to District number 8.
Okay, on page 44, we have Council District 8. We have one new project added, which is the CDBG grant funding project. We do have projects added that were funded in prior CIP plans. We have the Armsdale Road, Duval Road improvements. The additional funds are based on plans nearing completion and are in a detailed construction estimate being developed. The Duval Road sidewalk, this funding is added based on increase in construction cost. The Hart Road bridge replacement, additional funding is needed due to this project now being phased to keep the road open at all times. And then the Starrett Road sidewalk improvements, the funding is added to complete the project to scope. And we do have two projects that had a change. The Acree Road bridge replacement, the funding for 25-26 represents matching funds the city will need prior to FY 26-27 if the grant is awarded. And then the funding for the traffic signal the Dunn Avenue Braddock Road project, this was added through Ordinance 2025-141 to this project for design cost. And then on page 45, we have our existing projects with no changes.
All right, no speakers in the queue. I do have Mr. Gaffney. You're looking at me, so it looks like you want to speak.
Yeah, because you hear me? Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, thank you for recognizing me. But yes, thank you for looking over these projects. But I mean, as you guys know, my district, besides Councilman White district, is probably one of the fastest growing districts here in Jacksonville. You know what, River City, North Jacks, Airport, Pecan Park Road. And, of course, come with new growth, new projects, new streets, drainage, and sidewalks. I'm pretty much satisfied with the projects that's in the current budget. However, I do have one request that I hope to put before you guys today, and it's a sidewalk project. It's in the Dismore area. A lot of you guys don't know. Corner Lot, y'all familiar with Corner Lot, planning to build anywhere from like 10 to 15,000 homes in like the next 2 or 3 years. It's a rural area right now. I've been receiving a lot of calls from Mickey, Roman, Ray Pringle about adding sidewalks to this district. It's a $5.5 million project, this sidewalk project. I plan on using some of my CBA funds. I got to modify. I also plan on going to the Mayor's Administration, getting funds as well. But my hope today, and I have Public Works here to speak about the project as well, to request $1 million for a sidewalk project for this year's budget. No, so the total project is $5.5 million. It'll be stretched out over 5 years. I don't know if you remember Dr. Selim. I came before the finance, well, all y'all, besides Joe. I came before the finance committee last year and requested the PD and E study last year. So I think I requested $500,000. So what I'm doing is, every year, instead of doing it like the whole 5 years, just request whatever I can to get this project started. So I requested $500,000 this year, and then I met with Ms. Stickler and Steve Lone, and they asked me, well, the project itself is $5.5 million, but today I'm requesting $1 million. At least they could start on the project. It won't finish the project. I don't know what the budget gonna look like next year, but at least they could start on the project. So the $500,000 they completed the study last year. So this year I hope they can start on the project.
Okay. We don't have any speakers on the queue. So similar to as we did with Councilmember Gay, Any additional requests will have to come back at the end of today's meeting, so we're going to add it to our list of conversation items to discuss.
And
However, similar to what Ms. Taylor said earlier about Councilmember Carlucci's, which he already has his figure, is we don't want to commit to something without actually knowing what it costs. Otherwise, we're going to be on the hook for that because we already initiated money into it. So I don't know where we're at, but Ms. Taylor, you were on the queue and you popped off. Did you want to say something on that?
Through the chair, I think Councilmember Gaffney covered. I just wanted to make sure you knew total right now for 24-25. You did put in $500,000 through debt funding. That's all that's in there at this point. So I think for clarification, it's an additional $5 million since you have the $500,000 now. That and thank
total
you. 4.5. I'm trying to get an understanding of the total cost.
Yeah, so in totality, the project itself is $5.5 million. Last year, I requested $500,000 to perform the design phases. This year, I'm requesting $1 million, so that will leave a debt of, I guess, a balance of what, $4 million. So, but this is a multi-year project. It'll take anywhere from 3 to 4 years. Like I said, I have Steve Long that's here and Ms. Stickler to speak about it as well.
All right. Mr. Salem, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't see this Collins Road sidewalk project on page 44, 45. Is that because it was funded with operational dollars and not CIP dollars? So it's not listed here at all?
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem, it only had funding in fiscal year 24-25 and no planned funding in the out years, so it's not going to show on your proposed CIP.
Okay. And through the chair to Mr. Gaffney, you committed how much through your CBA dollars to this project?
It haven't been decided yet, but my goal is to get some funds from the mayor's administration, get some funds from my CBA, and put some funds from the CIP project. It's $5.5 million project, so I'm trying to tackle each fund as I can. So, but I do plan on taking some money from my CBA project.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Now I do have one project that y'all could consider removing. But however, I think they're going to impact Chick-fil-A. If you look on page 45, and I don't know if we can even do this, but the overhead pedestrian signal, I mean, it wasn't my project. I think it was a public works project, and I think it was for the safety and the Chick-fil-A coming. So, I mean, I voted no for Chick-fil-A. So, but I'm not asking y'all to remove this $1 million, but that's just something to think about. I don't know how that would impact Chick-fil-A coming next year. And like I said, I didn't put this in the budget. I think it's contingent upon Chick-fil-A.
Which one? Sorry.
We talking about, I'm sorry, the overhead pedestrian signal for Duval Station Road.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think that was added. I remember the conversation. That was added mainly because of safety reasons. I don't think we want to take that out because of the children across. And I remember that during LUZ, the school zone and the children crossing over. That was the biggest issue with that one. I don't think we want to touch that one at all, to be honest with you. I definitely want to take things out, but you're going to be put in a pickle in that one. So, Ms. Stickler, do you want to come up and speak on that, or do you agree with me on that?
Nina Stickler, Public Works. To the chair, correct. That was the issue on that corridor, was safety of those pedestrians crossing from the school over to the shopping center.
Okay. All right. Mr. Ledoux?
Chris Ledoux, Chief of Traffic Engineering. Could you repeat the question, please?
Oh, yeah. The overhead pedestrian signal, you're looking at roughly $1 million. The reason why we have this in the CIP is primarily because of the LUZ conversations we had with Ocean Way and having the school, the crosswalk for the children crossing over to the Chick-fil-A side. I remember that conversation. Is that why we have this here? Or was there a reason why you decided to add it here?
This is to upgrade an existing pedestrian crossing from a yellow flashers, the RRFB type signals, to a overhead hawk signal, which displays a red indication to stop motorists. Because this is a high volume, high speed, multi-lane highway, the RRFB is not working properly, and we've had problems and complaints. So That's why we're upgrading that to a Hawk signal.
Okay, thank you so much. And while you're there, I know we had conversations with school board member Bolduc last week on how many children have been actually getting hit and killed due to pedestrian crossings. So I personally am making a recommendation to not remove this. Would you agree with me on this part?
Yes, I would.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. So there you have it. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right. Okay, so we will come back, Mr. Gaffney, to your request of the 5.5 or the million, I guess it was, $1 million, yep. So, thank you. All right. I think we'll probably get to that point. We're moving pretty quickly, so maybe around 2:30, we'll be back to that point. Okay, yep. Okay, moving on to page 46.
Okay, page 46, we have District 9. We have one new stormwater-funded project, the Hyde Park Road Drainage Improvements. We do have one project with a change, and this is for Mallison Park. The change was due to previous funding now being shown on the 5-year schedule. There's no change in out-year funding. And then we have our existing projects with no or minimal changes. But I do want to point out, kind of in the middle of page 46, the widening of Lane Avenue North. You'll see that the total project cost is still the same. It's just the $6 million that was planned for fiscal year 25-26 has been moved out, with $3 million in fiscal year 26-27 and $3 million in 27-28.
All right, President Carrico, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was actually on the queue to talk about the traffic signal and the importance of pedestrian safety, especially around school zones, but you did a good job, sir, so thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Well, this is Ms. Clark Murray's district. I'm not touching that one, so let's move on to the next one.
Okay, page 47, we have Council District 10. We have a new project, the Sunset Drive Drainage Improvement Project, funded by stormwater fees. That's added. And then we have our existing projects with no changes.
All right. That's Ms. Pittman's. And that one I'm definitely not touching. Ms. Pittman, you're on the queue, but we're moving on. All right? Are you upsetting me right now? You know what? Let's go. No, I'm kidding. All right. All right. We're all happy today. All right, let's move on to page 48.
Okay, page 48, we have District 11, and we just have one project with no change.
Okay, everybody. So, yeah. No speakers on the queue. There's nothing much really to talk about here. Very simple. One library. Mr. President, you're on the queue. Sir, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I just figured since we had a library as your only district, we do have the library director, and we had earlier conversations about library business. Maybe we can just have those conversations and move on.
Is that what we're doing now? Really? On mine? All right. Let's do it. All right. Tim, you're recognized, Ashley. Let's go over all the library components.
Tim Rogers, Jacksonville Public Library.
Okay, so we will go back to page 42, and then also keeping up page 48. So let's start with mine right now, since we're already here. Page 48. Can you elaborate on the 448 and the needs of that? If is it a 20-year project that we're replacing a roof every 20 years, or what's going on with this roof?
Yeah. So what I would do is I would actually ask either Nina or Roy Verbal to come up. They usually address those, but we talk about when we're going to build new libraries or renovate them. That's when I talk. When we're doing roofing and HVAC, that's Roy. So.
Okay.
Roy.
Roy Verbal, Public Buildings. So I have projects for HVAC replacement. They're based on the end of life. I have projects for roof replacement. They're also based on end of life and also based on the amount of repairs we've done on these roofs.
Okay, and usually an end of life would be for a roof 20 years, would you say, or?
20 to 25 years, depending on the type of roof that's installed.
Okay, so it's been around 20 to 25 years for this one.
Yes, sir. We've done assessments on these roofs, and this is why we've based these projects on.
Okay, 448. Well, thank you so much for that one. Thank you. All right, so let's move on now to page 42, district number 7. Public facilities, libraries, there's 3 of them, Bill Brinton, Brown Eastside, and Dallas Graham. Can you speak on those, please?
Right. Through the chair, the library, a number of years ago, I guess it was probably 4 or 5 years ago, did a study where we worked with Haskell. They came in and they assessed specifically the branches that were older than, that had been built in the 50s through the 70s, with the idea of evaluating them and seeing if they were able to provide modern library services. We determined that most of them weren't, not the way that we currently provide service. And so there was a study that was done for each of those locations with recommendations. The projects that you see here are 3 of those projects that were put forward during the Curry administration, and were projects that we had gotten at least on the plan with the idea that they would be funded in future years. And so that's what you see here. With the Bill Brinton Murray Hill, the $2 million that you see listed out in 2028, 2029 is actually design money for that. That's just the design piece. The construction funds would be in an out year after that. Brown East Side, because of the size of that particular facility, we plan to do that as a design build. And so that is the full funding that we at least had calculated back 4 years ago. That has not been revisited. Dallas Graham, similar to what I mentioned about Bill Brinton Murray Hill, $2 million to do the design, and with $8 million that is listed out in FY 28-29, it could potentially need additional funding. We'll certainly know more as we get into the design phase of that project. And that's those 3 projects that we have listed there.
Okay, so similar to the conversation we had earlier, you're talking about that you may need more money, but you're not sure of so how do we have a project in here if you're not even sure what the actual proposed amount will be? It's similar to what we just did with Mr. Carlucci and Mr. Mike Gay and everybody else. So how are we able to put your project in here knowing that we may be in the hook for another $3, $4, $5, $6 million? Who knows?
Correct. And part of it is that because it was taking us anywhere from 5 to 10 years to get these projects actually on the list. The idea was if we gave a price, we would have to actually do that re-estimate every year, and then we're not making the assumption of how is that going to change. So honestly, I think that until we have some sort of design, unless we do, kind of like the way the city has actually done a great job with firehouses, where there is a model for how they do that firehouse, and it's basically similar for everyone. Libraries haven't traditionally been designed like that. It's designed to suit the neighborhood that it serves, and that's because it's open to the public. And in some cases, like at Pablo Creek, you're serving 70, 80,000 people, whereas a library like Brown East Side is probably going to serve closer to 15,000 people.
All right. Mr. Boylan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through that, I was just thinking the same thing. We've got $2 million for design for Bill Brinton, and then we got another $2 million design for Dallas Graham. Assuming that we could come up with a reasonably consistent design, why would you need to have 2 separate designs at $2 million?
So through the chair to Mr. Boylan, I will tell you that traditionally, again, libraries are not built in a cookie cutter fashion. They are built in a fashion that serves the direct neighborhood that they are meant to appeal to. And oftentimes the community wants to see something quite different. Having said that, certainly there is an opportunity. You talked about value engineering earlier. There's an opportunity there for us, if that becomes an issue, for us to not customize each one.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to usurp my responsibility here, but it makes sense to take a look at that, to say, if we take a look at the design that's set aside for the Dallas Graham, and then turn around and look to see, is that going to work for Bill Brinton in 2 years? And if it doesn't, that's another thing. Or how do we modify it? So would it cost $2 million to modify the Britton, the Graham one to fit the Britton one? Plus the context or conversation we had the other day with the changing dynamics of how we deliver and access library books or magazines and other resources. We might want to take a more serious look at the prospect of, do we really need these kind of warehouse facilities going forward? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Salem.
Through the chair, I hear your comments, and I've been saying that at Doge and other places, and when you say replacement, I'm very familiar with the Murray Hill Branch Library. That was built as a library, that building, or was that an existing building?
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem, it was built as a library.
Built as a library. So your plan, if it goes through, is to replace that at another site?
No, through the chair to Mr. Salem, the plan is either to replace it or renovate it, depending on what, after talking with the community again, because remember, by the time we build this thing, it's going to be 10 years since we talked with the community about that project. We will then assess whether or not we're going to replace it or renovate it. I would think that, especially in the conversations specifically with Murray Hill, they were adamant. The community wanted that building to stay exactly where it was. They did not want it moved someplace else in Murray Hill. And obviously it's a great location. Having said that, it's a postage stamp piece of property. And so if part of the idea is we need more room specifically for like the children's area, we don't have more room on that site at all. So we'd have to go up, and the building's not engineered to go up. So now we're talking about additional costs.
I agree with everything. I mean, I can't see you moving that site, having grown up 2 blocks from there.
Yeah.
And I think it's well received in that particular site. But it is a small site.
Mm-hmm.
It really is.
Yeah.
This is a problem that we need to address. And I don't know how we do it. I think Councilman Boylan hit it right on the head. I've been saying it. I just don't know how to attack it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I need a motion and a second to see if we're going to remove any of these. And the one that I would even look at and consider will be the Bill Brinton Murray Hill branch replacement, just because from all the conversations we had today, I know that Mr. Peluso is not here today, which is why I hate doing this. So is there any way that, can we get some sort of correspondence from him, a one-way to you, Ms. Taylor? I just don't want to do something to go into somebody's territory if they can't defend it. Or can we table it?
Mr. Chair, we can table it and attempt to get some feedback to share with the committee from Mr. Peluso. He is not in town, and I don't know that he's available by email or text, so we may be limited in our capacity to get additional information from him.
All right. Well, can you guys handle that, getting the information from him, and then you relay it to us? Is that how it works?
Yes, we would be happy to see if we can get a hold of any information from him today, with the intent that I believe there's some others that you might be taking up first thing in the morning relative to the CIP. And if we have the opportunity to get information from him, we would be able to relay it in the context of the public meeting tomorrow.
Perfect. All right, let's do that. Mr. Howland, go ahead. Yep.
Great conversation in the last 5 minutes of a topic that I think is a much larger issue, and probably something that Mr. Rogers can explore. If you look at some of the terrific nationwide charter schools like IDEA or KIPP, they'll set up kind of cookie cutter facilities because it saves significant costs on design, construction. The scale that they get out of it allows them to buy materials in a cheaper fashion, but it doesn't mean that every single footprint's exactly the same. They adjust it by the neighborhood and the capacity and all that. I wonder if that's something we can look at as we expand our libraries, renovate our libraries, not only trying to not build customize. For sure, our main library needs to be a centerpiece of our city. But when we start getting out in the neighborhoods, let's make it functional for the neighborhoods in a consistent cost savings way, particularly when things are changing like Mr. Boylan pointed out. people aren't using them as much. They use them for community space. They don't use them as much to warehouse or check out, print books. They're using libraries a lot more for audio and a lot of audio books. So, I mean, as things change, maybe the thought philosophically about how we structure our libraries in a growing city changes. It's one of the things I always consider ourselves fortunate for in Jacksonville is we are building a world-class, riverfront right now with parks. We have the ability to. We were kind of late developing those parks. Now, for several years, we've had the money to do it, and we have a great team putting those plans together. And we can learn from successes and failures from several other cities across the world while we do it. We're growing so rapidly. We generally have the money. We got to watch it real carefully, but within the CIP, that you're being strained on having to expand capacity at the libraries. It's a good problem to have. Let's think about it in a totally new way, learning lessons, learning how the industry is changing for the citizenry looking at materials, and figure out a broader strategic plan. I don't know how, to the chair's point, we implement that here, other than saying to Mr. Rogers, what if we haircut every library item by 10% and gave you a challenge to figure out how to do things more efficiently? I don't think we're going to do that today. But we have an expert in Mr. Rogers to try to figure out how does Jacksonville revolutionize libraries and how libraries are structured moving forward. I think it's certainly a strategic discussion to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, Mr. Johnson, you're recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been trying to listen on the way back. I was at Jack's USA Partnership, so forgive me for rushing back so quickly. I think Mr. Rogers has actually kind of beat you to the punch, council member, through the chair. As the liaison to the library board going on my next year, one of the things that we've done on the board is that we've looked for strategic ways that we could find the efficiencies and pare down. But let's look at what you said a little bit closer through the chair. While it is an interesting way to look at it, as someone who has lived in major cities around the world, I'll tell you, one of the things that are most important about cities, and you too, you're a citoyen du monde, you're a citizen of the world. One of the things that are important about cities is identity. And cookie-cutter buildings and cookie-cutter spaces and places do not move to placemaking or identity. There are affordable ways to do it. This is not one. What we should do and what we must do, and one of the things that I brought up to Director Rogers and the other members of our board, was to look at the opportunity of hybrid spaces, whether they be senior citizen centers or other community development centers, not looking the same, but serving dual purposes, because that's how we come up with proper efficiency.
All right. And so the last point here on page 42 will be Murray Hill Branch Library roof replacement, $138,000. While I know that that's not your department, we're looking at replacing the library literally a year and a half later, yet we're going to replace the roof a year and a half prior. Waste of money.
Through the chair, we wouldn't do that. It's on here, and honestly, until you pointed it out, I didn't catch that. We did catch two others that were similar to that. So I apologize. Certainly, if we were going to move forward with that project long before this one was done, we would knock this one out of the CIP, or we would request that Public Works remove that.
Okay. All right, we are tabling this one anyways, and we'll come back to it. What I would like to see is, honestly, what I would like to see is moving forward, because I don't know when you're doing what and who's doing what. If I see a roof replacement and I see a replacement for a library coincide, I would just say eliminate both of them. When you figure out what you guys want to do, come back with one or the other. Don't put both of them in there. Because then who's going to be overseeing you guys to make sure? Not that I don't have any faith in you guys. It's just to be safe, to be on the side of cautions, I'd rather just say remove both of them, come back when you guys figure out how you want to proceed, and then we'll add whichever one into the CIP. That's my suggestion to that. So in the meantime, because of that, I'll ask for a motion to entertain the removal of the roof replacement for $138,000. Because as it is right now, you are more than likely going to proceed with the replacement of Murray Hill Library.
Through the chair, that would be great. I would like to, our plan would be to proceed with the replacement of the Murray Hill Library. So so when you have that conversation later, if the rest of those is tabled, we definitely would want to make sure that we're if we're not going to proceed with that, we're going to need to put the
roof back in.
The roof back in
All right,
at some
so
point.
I have it marked here, so when we get back from Mr. Peluso, we'll figure out which way to go then, if that's the case.
Great.
So.
Thank you.
All right, let's go now back to District 11. We're done with that one, so going to District 12. Page 49. And Mr. Rogers, you may want to stay here till we're done with all these. All right.
Okay, starting on page 49, we have District 12. There are no new projects added. There's the one project removed, the Halsema Road extension. And just because this project was intended to provide an alternate ingress and egress for the Halsema Road neighborhood to be used in the event of a temporary road closures. Public Works was able to work out a secondary access plan with a neighboring community, so they've removed that project. There are some projects that were funded in prior CIP plans. We have our Cecil Megasite Rail Spur project. The additional funding is for the relocation of JEA electric transmission poles and a signalized crossing of the rail spur. The Equestrian Center Cattle Barn has additional funding based on design being 60% complete and able to better estimate construction cost. The Cahoon Road and Normandy Boulevard Beaver Street project has an addition, is actually having funding moved to the Old Middleburg Road, which is the project below it. And then the addition to the Old Middleburg Road project is just based on increase in construction costs and right-of-way costs. Turning to page 50, we still have some more projects with changes. The Logistics Lane Road extension is getting additional funding, and this is from the Cecil Commerce Fund. Funding is being added to ensure any unforeseen conditions that may be found during construction can be addressed. The Tyee Brown Regional Park improvements. This is the mitigation funds dedicated to that park. That's why there's additional funding. Chafee Road, this is the additional funding of $32.2 million. This is added to widen an additional 1.25 miles of Chafee Road. And then the Trail Ridge landfill construction and expansion. Funding in fiscal year 27-28 is being restored to what was approved in fiscal year 23-24. This funding was inadvertently removed from the fiscal year 24-25 CIP. And then at the bottom of page 50, we just have our existing projects with no changes.
All right, Mr. Lehman, you recognize?
Thank you, Chair. So obviously the one that sticks out is Chafee Road with a $32 million increase. Can I just get more details on what that was? Is this an expansion? Is this just cost increases? What is this was referenced at about $80 million of the CIP is due to increases in cost of existing projects, and this is 30 of that 80. So I just want to get some more information on that.
Through the chair to Councilmember Leanan, when I asked about the additional funding, Public Works provided that is for the additional 1.25 miles of Chafee Road being widened. So there's increase in scope.
So through the chair, if we could maybe have Ms. Sickler or Mr. Long come up. I mean, this was $32 million increase year over year, and it sounds like they did add to the scope of it. So I just want to ask a few more questions about that. Like, I don't know if we decided to increase the scope or if it was decided during the course of the project, but just want to, like I said, ask our due diligence on a $32 million jump.
Sir.
Yes, sir. Steve Long, Public Works. Through the chair to Councilmember Lannon. Chafee Road actually has, it's one named project, but it actually has two segments. There's one segment that's basically from Normandy Boulevard up to just shy of I-10. And then there's a second segment along the same roadway that is from Beaver Street to Old Plank. And it wasn't really an increase in scope. It's the two projects have been there. But as we get to where we're coming up on construction, one of the things we're doing is on the southern segment, we're under right-of-way acquisition and doing that sort of thing. Land property costs have greatly escalated since the project proceeded. And then also as we're getting into it, just that great escalation in construction costs. So between those two segments, that's why you're seeing the request for the additional dollars.
Thank you. So through the chair to Mr. Long, what I'm hearing is there wasn't really a scope increase. This was, we've had examples in the past. We probably had a rough placeholder of 40 or 50 million. Once we got into it, the true cost is $82 million. Is that correct?
That would be accurate, because one of the things is when, the way these were done to where they were put into a fifth year or beyond fifth year and then moved into a fifth year. and then you move it up finally to year one, you're 5 or 6 years down the road. And even if we put in inflationary factors, but we were using inflationary factors of something along the lines of 3% because when this went in, and now you're seeing inflationary factors that have been, when you look at CIP, they said 8 and 9%, but when you look on the construction side, it's been a much greater increase than those kind of numbers.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Long.
Yes, sir.
And we're seeing this in all industries, for-profits, government, et cetera. And to the committee, this is a great example of why we just can't add any more projects until these projects we've already approved. So many of them haven't even done preliminary engineering, preliminary design, construction. So we don't know the true cost of what's already in the CIP, which is why that $7 million or less in new projects is probably what we're going to have to deal with for quite a few years going forward. Thank you, Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. White. You're recognized.
Yes, sir, through the chair. If he's happy with that answer, that's fine. I'll stand down. If he wants more information, I have more. But if he's happy with what he heard, I'm fine.
He's happy. All right. Somewhat happy. Okay. All right. We will proceed to page 51, District 13.
Okay, on page 51, we have District 13. We have no new projects added. There is a project that was funded in prior CIP plans that has additional funding of $50,000 just to cover in-house engineering and construction management costs. There is one project, the Hannah Park project, that received additional funding. This is just, and it's funded from the Hannah Park Fund to create more experiences and complete improvements. And then we have our existing projects with no changes at the bottom of the page.
All right. I don't see any speakers in the queue. We'll proceed with District 14. Okay, you've been quiet. You've been a good boy. All right. All right. So District 14.
Turning to page 52, we have District 14. We have one project added, the Argyle Forest Ditch Pavement Repair Project, which is a stormwater fee funded project. We do have 2 projects that were added that were funded in prior CIP plans. The additional funding for Collins Road, Blanding to Pine Verde, this is needed based on estimated construction costs. And that was an additional $17.1 million spread out between fiscal years 25, 26, 26, 27, and 27 and 28. And then the Firestone Road to Wheat Road intersection improvements, funding is added due to bids coming in higher than budget, and those are LOGT funds that are funding that project. For projects with changes, we have the Townsend Road new sidewalk. Additional funding is added to ensure funding to award the project and cover costs due to construction estimates coming in higher, and that was an additional $680,000. And then we have one project, existing project with no change.
All right. I do have a speaker in the queue, Mr. Ron Salem, and bless you.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to Ms. Taylor, we had significant more dollars in that DOGE money that was I assume you've explored all the DOGE money that can be used on these projects that was sort of dead, and you've explored anything you can use. Can you just respond to that?
Through the chair, I may phone a friend in Mr. Parks and let him answer.
Okay.
We absolutely vetted all of those. There's some that are restricted in dollars, but he's got a good balance on that, if he doesn't mind answering that.
Phone a friend.
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem, yes, we looked at all of those as we were going through actually Councilmember Joe Carlucci's piece as well. There's some pieces that need to be closed out still right now, and there's several of them, so there'll be kind of open up some more in the future, but you guys have used through several different pieces of legislation, kind of that $20 million that was kind of identified from the capital projects.
So maybe as we close additional ones, that'll helpful
right.
in future years.
And then as Kim mentioned, there is several of them that are going to be restricted to stormwater projects that are pay-go and some solid waste as well. So
okay. Thank you. Just want to make sure we took advantage of existing debt before we're issuing more. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. No other speakers in the queue. We could proceed with district, no more districts. Page 53. All right. Okay. We are going to go back to District 5 now, actually, very quick.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, yep, I know everybody, but I'm going to be real quick because I know we're short on time. I'm doing basically what I already did. and moving additional money around in my existing CIP projects. I've run this by Daryl Joseph. I've talked to him. The auditors are on board. So if you go to District 5, which is on page 39, Fuller Bridge Park, you'll see a total cost of $10 million. Last year, $2 million was approved. This year, 25-26, $8 million. I'm going to make a motion to move or reduce the $8 million down to $4.5 million, and I'd rather start value engineering there than value engineering on Southside Tennis. So with that, I make a motion to move the $8 million down to $4.5 million. Oh, and included in that motion would be to add those dollars to the Southside Tennis Complex project. Yeah.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion passes. You got your 10.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. That's how it's done. All right. Moving on to page 53, I think it is.
Okay, turning to page 53, we're starting with our category downtown projects. There were no new projects added. We had one project that was removed for the Veterans Memorial Arena. This project was part of another arena Wi-Fi project. Then we have a project that was added that was funded in prior CIPs, the Veterans Memorial Shade Structure. It was this year, the ordinance 2024-939 added the initial funding of the 202,381. In fiscal year 25-26, we have debt of $2 million for that project. Going to projects with changes, which is on at the bottom of page 53 and through page 54, we have our concourse flooring replacement project. That was an addition of $125,000, which was from that project removed. This is for work needed to replace the flooring. The municipal stadium renovations, this is one we've mentioned. $30 million came from fiscal year 26-27, and $30 million came from fiscal year 27-28, and moved up to fiscal year 25-26. And this is based on the acceleration of purchasing materials for that project. For the plumbing, main, sanitary repair at the Performing Arts Center, this was reduced by $400,000. It's no longer needed due to a portion of this project being done as an emergency repair. The Ritz Theater improvements is getting that $400,000 from that project just to provide additional enhancements at the museum. The Riverfront Plaza is getting the additional $242,308,000. This is the funding from the Main Street Bridge pedestrian ramp project. The UF Health improvements, you'll see that this is a reduction in funding as proposed in this fiscal year 25-26 CIP. That was a reduction of $14 million. Turning to page 54, we have the Emerald Trail Hogan Street connector. The funding is added for landscape and hardscape on the east side of Hogan Street, and this is now going to be included in the scope. That was the additional $7 million. And then for the North Bank Riverwalk, North Bank Bulkhead, this funding was reduced in fiscal year 25-26 of $6 million, but $3 million added in 26-27 and $3 million added in 27-28. This is just to realign those funds with the actual timing of work. And then on page 54 through 55, we have our existing projects with no changes.
All right, I will recognize Council Vice President Howland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I point out to everyone on page 53, little b there regarding the Veterans Memorial Wall shade structure. Just wanted to, everyone knows this. We said this would come up again later in the budget hearings. We've had several conversations about the Veterans Wall and the potential final and optimal site for that wall, something that very most assuredly to particularly the Gold Star families must increase the solemnity of that wall and make it more revered and hallowed for those families who suffered the loss of one of our heroes. All that said, I support the $2 million for the shade structure in there, which was Mr. Miller and Mr. Lanin. I would just like to see how we can do this for the auditors. Make that spend conditional on the determination by this city council on the final and optimal location for the Veterans Wall. Is there a way to do that?
Through the chair to Councilmember Howland, I think we can add a special provision. I'll defer to Ms. Stefopoulos, but if you want to put a provision in the budget ordinance that just states such, that it's contingent upon that, I believe that we can do that, but I want to double check with her.
Okay, and then that might be something Mr. Lana wants to move, or I could move it, but I'm done, and if you want to, I think you're next up, depending on what the chair chooses.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And through the chair to the committee, Councilmember Howland, I was going to propose an amendment to just rename the project. We have not only the memorial wall, is it going to stay there? Is it going to move? Is it going to be shaded? But we also got the Veterans Resource Center. So my amendment was going to be, can we just rename it Veterans Infrastructure Initiatives and just keep it in there as that? And that gives us the flexibility to, as we're working out where the ultimate location will be, we may be ready to move on the Veterans Resource Center potentially before we're able to do this. It just gives us the just more flexibility. We have this $2 million to use on one of the two Veterans Infrastructure Initiatives. So I would move that amendment.
All right, second.
We have,
Can I speak on that amendment?
yeah, we have a motion and a second for conversation, so go ahead.
I'd absolutely support that. I wish, I know Mr. Miller's going to be here later today because it was you two who were pushing for that. I just want to make sure he's okay with that before we do it, and he's going to have to come. Well, I mean, we can just do it. We can always reverse it. But I support that because you and Mr. Miller were the original introducers of the wall shade.
Through the chair to Councilmember Howland, I don't want to speak for him, but I can tell you that we've had a number of meetings, and we appreciate you setting up the last one we had. But it's been these two initiatives we've been talking about, right? The shade structure for the wall, and then the Veterans Resource Center, which will probably be well after what we decide to do with the wall. But again, I just want to make sure we have this $2 million in there, and that it keeps it flexible for us to determine which initiative we'll potentially start first, knowing there's still a number of moving parts involved in both of these initiatives.
All right. Mr. Salem, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to Ms. Taylor, last year we had a considerable discussion about the parks and how extra money got put in, and as I recall, we removed $20 million out of Met Park, if I recall correctly, that was supported by Daryl Joseph and others. Are we adding money to Riverfront Plaza? And was that not one of the ones we kind of drew a line in the sand in and said, hey, the money's there, you need to make it work?
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem, the only increase this year is $242,308 that's coming from another project. Otherwise, everything that you approved last year at the end, and most of it was restored on out years, but what compared to what you approved in 24-25, that's the only change is $242,000.
I don't see the 242 on my spreadsheet. Can someone point that out to me?
I'll make sure you get a copy. This is back from day one of just these projects so that you can see it. And so that you'll be able to easily tell the additional amount there.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We do currently have an open motion, a second for Lena's motion. So all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Sorry, are you on Lena's motion or on something else? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I didn't mean to outburst like that. I just want to make a note of something. I'm not going to oppose or whatever the motion. I just want to say this before you get too far into this, because I know the motion is not a definite of moving it or not. I just want to weigh in this for what it's worth. The last time there was an effort to move the wall, Ray Moore, who was the father of the wall, was a friend of mine, and I helped him with that. When I was council president back in 2002, 2003, there was a huge effort to move the wall over in front of the Veterans Memorial Arena. And I was confronted with one of the most difficult situations I had ever been confronted with. And it was about 200 veterans on this side who wanted it moved, and about 200 veterans on this side who did not want it moved. And then, and I'm not saying this will happen this time, but I just want you to know these are waters that you'll need to wade into very carefully. Because the other part of the equation was I had mothers, sons, daughters, fathers, uncles, all kinds of relatives who did not want that thing touched. They did not want that thing moved. That was sacred soil. And back then, there was no park to the wall. It was just a wall in a parking lot. So I did not want it moved because I was having a hard time justifying it to the families. It was heart-wrenching. And I had about 3 hours before council meeting to try to solve a problem and build a consensus. There was a Marine by the name of Pete. God bless him, because somehow I had to try to bring this in for a soft landing because other council members I knew were getting nervous. Who wants 200 veterans on one side, 200 on the others, and families in tears in front of you, in a council meeting? So I called then Mayor Delaney, told him of the problem, and I said, I don't think we should move it. And Ray Moore at the time had said, moving that wall is going to be very, very difficult because of the construction. And he explained the construction, the depth of which that wall is buried into the ground, and the chance of cracking that wall, which was also a big fear of the families. Now, some of those families may not even be around anymore. I don't know. But Ray Moore never wanted that wall moved. So I brought in a few of the veterans in my office from both sides, and Pete was the mediator. And Pete said, and I said to Pete, what if we were to build a park that was the size of an acre and landscape it and build a place where people could sit and plant some beautiful trees and make it a park and a destination of its own? And he loved it. And he talked with the other veterans, and we built a consensus about an hour before council meeting. He went out, and the other veterans went out and spoke to all of the veterans.
All right, sir. I'm sorry to cut you off. We hear you. Just wanted to make sure we're on track. I gave you extra time.
No, you're on track.
Yeah.
I'm trying to explain. I know I'm taking too long. I apologize.
I gave you extra time.
But
I'm being good about that. So just bring it home. Come on.
I guess what I'm saying is be careful. Just be careful, because that's going to be a touchy one. And I would hate to see it moved, but if you're going to move it, just know this is the kind of thing that you may wade into, and I want you to be careful and respectful and understand that you may walk into that very same thing that I did. Okay?
Mr. Lane,
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just feel the need to clarify my amendment. We are not, for anyone watching, we are not talking about moving the wall. All my amendment does is simply it gives us the flexibility, given there's not one, but there are two veterans initiatives that myself, Councilmember Miller, Councilmember Hallen have had multiple notice meetings on. That is the only intent of my amendment. This is not a meeting to discuss whether or not we're moving the veterans wall. So I just want to make sure nothing that was said gets construed to that fact. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Taylor?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through the chair to the committee, as part of that motion that you all approved, if we can just work with Councilmember Lanin to get a revised scope sheet for the CIP book, we'll just need to do that, but we'll follow up with him.
Okay, Mr. Howland, you recognized?
Thank you, and I note that my request to speak button is not showing up on the chair's monitor. But for Ms. Stefopoulos, with Mr. Lanin's motion, which is ready for vote, is there anything that conditions there that the administration can't spend until we've determined final location of a wall if the wall indeed is moved? Like, we could have another notice meeting. We've had several on the wall and the wall moving, and community feedback from many Gold Star families and lots of discussion around it. But we've promised to do more information or to gather more information related to could it be damaged when it moves, what does the final destination look like, and all that before a decision is made. My guess is that decision would be made this fall, maybe early spring. So is there a way that in Mr. Lanin's motion that it just makes sure that we're not building $2 million shade structure over the current site until we determine what the correct site is?
Well, I think through the chair to Council Vice President Howland, I don't think the Lanin motion touches on any of that. He's just renaming the project, and so that it doesn't specifically suggest that you're only using it on the wall or you're only using it on something else. So I think what you're talking about would be a separate motion that could be taken up, and you had started to offer it, I believe, and so there were a couple of different alternatives that we discussed. One was including a provision that just says that a location needs to be set and determined before dollars can be spent on the wall. The other option that you have is that you can place the funds into a contingency, and then it can only be brought up once a location is determined, and that would require council approval to bring it above the line. Now, Ms. Taylor has noted to me that there has already been money spent on that project, and so to the extent that we just might want to clarify what those dollars have been spent on, and then we're not creating a problem if we put the remainder of the funds into a contingency. We just may want to talk through that. But there were, as far as putting a provision or a proviso in the budget with respect to requiring council approval for a location before further expenditures can be made, I would just say to you that on the face of it, you're probably okay to do that, but because our office is researching similar types of actions within the budget ordinance and have suggested there might be some legal impediments, I just don't know if you're going to run afoul of kind of that research that's being done by the general counsel and others. So I just offer you the two options in case.
You know, I'm happy with Mr. Lanin's motion as is without another motion. I don't think the administration is going to move forward. They're fully engaged with Mr. Lane and Mr. Miller and I on the discussion about the optimal location of the wall. So I don't think the administration is going to move forward on the shade structure while that's still an open issue. So I'm in retrospect, I'm fine just with Mr. Lanin's motion and moving forward, unless Mr. Weinstein, you feel differently. But yeah, you probably don't even know what we're talking about. We're on the item now, the $2 million for the shade structure for the Veterans Wall.
Our plan was to literally put an RFP out to say there's $2 million potentially for shade. If anybody wants to make proposals, what they could do with $2 million, how it would look, and what have you. So we're not anywhere near spending any of it.
Okay.
We'll see what comes in, and then we'll revisit the whole topic.
Okay. And my only concern, and I'm not sure we need a motion for it, was just that we not build that shade until we finally we determine the final location of the wall. And I know that your team has been working hand in hand with us on making that determination. So I think I'm comfortable. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Taylor.
I may not need to say anything based on those last remarks from the Council Vice President, but just to reiterate, and Mary alluded to it, the only way to completely lock down the funds is to put it in a designated contingency. That's the only way. If you desire no dollars, because there could be cost to put together something, I don't know, RFP related, or if there's things like that, a consultant, only way to lock it down is a below the line designated.
No, not necessary. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We are good then on that part. So we already took a vote, right?
No, not yet. We're on Lanin's.
Right, on Lanin's, yeah. So did we take a motion? Okay, so all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion passes. Finally. All right. Moving on now to, we are right now in downtown project still? Is that where we're at?
No, sir. We're moving to page 56. It's the COJ buildings.
Okay, before we do that, let me just look at these right here real quick. Wanted to make sure. We have speakers in the queue. Mr. President Carrico, go ahead. You're recognized while I look at these.
All right. My comments are about a downtown building in a public facility, so I don't know where that lands. It's about the Florida Theater. Am I in the right posture to talk about that now?
Would that be under downtown projects or COJ buildings, being that it is our building?
It's on page 55. Third from the bottom.
Public facilities, right?
Public facilities.
Yep, page 55 and third from the bottom.
Shall I continue? Okay, thank you. Everybody knows the Florida Theater. It's one of the oldest, most historical buildings probably that the city owns. Brings a lot of people downtown. The number of events that they have really put the other venues to shame. Recently got to take a tour of the facility, looking at their major renovation that they're going through, doing a lot of upgrades there, and was informed at that point that they have some more needs that are addressed in this CIP. So I would like to invite up the executive director of the Florida Theater, if he's here, Mr. Numa. Don't make me do the last name.
Usually you got to ask the chair.
Mr. Chairman, would it be all right if Florida Theater Executive Director Numa would come and address
Yes, Mr. President.
the group? Yes, sir. So through the chair to Mr. Numa, if you could just kind of walk me through, Cliff Notes version of the project so far and some of the shortcomings and what you may need the city to do to further your project of full restoration and getting the Florida Theater to its world-class status.
Thank you. And we will put 3 minutes on the clock, please. Thank you.
Yes. Numa Sacelin, 3624 Oak Street, 32205. We are engaged in what has so far been a 5-year period of sequential renovations. We've done $17.2 million of work on the building so far. It's the first work in 25 years. 25 years is a really long time not to make capital improvements to a building. We have replaced the seats, bought a new sound system, bought a new lighting system, built out a new donor lounge, modernized all the bathrooms, replaced the entire HVAC system, and moved the electrical vault off the first floor where it was a flood risk to the third floor where it's not a flood risk anymore. All of that work has been done in a partnership between the theater and the city. The city has paid for 45% of that work. Theater's paid for 55% of that work so far. There's about another $15 million of work left to do to get the building where it needs to go. We've scoped out with our construction managers a 5-year sequence of events that includes a new green room, a new dressing room where there was an abandoned mechanical room, taking down an abandoned chimney, renovating the existing dressing rooms, building an artist hospitality space that's as nice for the artists as the audience experience is now, and that requires moving a floor of administrative offices. All of that in a round number is about $15 million.
15.
Through the chair's question
15,
was that
1-5.
15 or 50?
15, 1-5. How am I doing on time?
You got a minute and a half. Go ahead.
It's been a very good partnership between the nonprofit that I work for and the city. Jeremy Wright at Public Buildings has been fantastic to work with. And we're trying to make the building as good as it can possibly be. As President Carrico observed, we bring 200,000+ people a year downtown. There's an $18 million economic impact of that per year. Florida Theater is one of the most attended theaters in the country. When you parse the numbers a little bit, we're number 5 for theaters under 2,000 seats in the country. So we're working as hard as we can to make the building beautiful and to use it as a catalyst for economic impact downtown.
All right, thank you. And that number was 45% so far has been COJ
Correct.
dollars, and
yes,
the remaining.
The original intent was 50-50, but as we've gone through, there's a couple things that have made sense to do while a wall is already open, for example, and we've paid for that just because it made sense.
So the remaining work to be done, are you in line with that same rationale on 50-50 going forward?
Yes.
Okay.
Like if you can come up with $10 million, we'll come up with $10 million.
Okay.
Was it 15 or was it 20?
The project scope's at 15 right now over a 5-year period. There's probably a 5% year increase, and by the time we're done, it's probably going to be closer to 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I'd like to hear from some of the committee members. I've spoken enough, and I hope we can come to some thought. I think this is a model that we don't see at many of the other theaters where the nonprofit actually does their work to raise the funds. I don't think we see that, and they use the funds. So I want to hear the thoughts on the committee before any motion is made, but I think you guys hear the need.
Yeah, full queue and a lot of people ready to go. So I know Mr. Lehnen, Mr. Johnson, and Mr. Howland, you're going to be recognized next, and then myself. So Mr. Lehnen, go. You're first.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, I believe this is probably to Ms. Taylor. I mean, I already see 9.975 for Florida Theater for facility improvements. So I'm just trying to figure out or maybe through the chair, Mr. Newman, I'm trying to figure out what the incremental ask here is of us, because again, I see 9.975 slated for the Florida Theater right now.
Can you ask the question again?
Yes, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. I'm trying to figure out, so we have 9.975 in the proposed capital improvement plan for the Florida Theater. I'm just trying to confirm what additional funding are you asking for above the $10 million we already have in there?
We're not. We're asking. Oh, those funds have already been expended. It's been a 5 year shaking your head no.
Through the chair to Ms. Taylor, so I guess the 8.975 is the previous year's that's already been expended. So there's really only 620,000 for next year, and then there's $1 million divided amongst 2 years in the future years, I guess.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, so through the chair to Mr. Newman, then, so you're asking for is 10 million the right number above and beyond that number?
Yes.
Okay. Through the chair and to the committee, I mean, I say we treat this like anything else then, and we discuss it tomorrow. I mean, we've added 20.5 million. We were at 21 million. We've only cut one item for 500,000. We know there's $8 million request for Councilmember Gay's district, $5 million for Councilmember Gaffney's. Those are both basic infrastructure type projects, and we're running out of pages here to get back down to zero for the day. So, I mean, to me, this would seem like a logical conversation. We make a wrap-up day item and just see where we stand overall, because I'm sure this would be debt-funded if we approve an incremental $10 million.
All right, thank you. I agree with you on that part, but I still want to have the conversation today since everybody's already here. All right, Ms. Taylor, you have something to input.
Through the chair, just want to clarify if it's an additional $9 million, because there is $500,000 in each of the 2 years, so there's $1 million already slated. If it's an additional $9 million of what the ask will be.
That's our understanding as well. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes. All right. Mr. Johnson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, you've just confused me again. Is it because you were saying there was a $15 million through the chair? There was a $15 million ask for getting it all where it needs to be, based on the president's assertion. Then we come back to $20 million. We give 10, you give 10. But then she said there was $1 million that's out there. I thought that it was 10 million. And I want to put in while you get your thoughts together, as a performer, as someone who has performed at the Florida Theater and who has used the facility, it's falling apart. The dressing rooms and the green rooms, those are the things that I want us to think that this is something that I'm supportive of, because if we have a place that can house world-class artists, we can have a greater economic impact for downtown Jacksonville. So I'm looking forward as to what will happen and the people that we can invite in this theater. But some performers are just not going to perform if the place isn't up to standard. But that's where I'm a little bit confused with those funds. And what is the timeline with which you would like to see that additional project completed?
5 year timeline.
Okay.
That's the easy answer.
Definitely 5 years.
5 years, yes.
Okay.
And if you look back 6 years ago when we came in with our initial request, you will see that we have been very responsible about following our timelines and not coming back with an excuse to extend the calendar. Ms. Taylor, check me on this. There is in the CIP for 2026 and 2027, $500,000 each year. So what we're asking for is another $9 million to bring that up to $10 million. The total project cost will be somewhere between 15 and 20 million, depending how long it takes, how inflation goes, et cetera.
Okay. Gotcha.
Did that
You've
answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
You're welcome. Yes, sir. All right. Mr. Howland, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Questions, I guess, for OGC or whoever is here to answer, but I don't think I've ever seen the contract between the city and the Florida Theater, but I know it's a little bit different than contracts we have with ASM and some of the other facilities. What is, Mary, if you can answer this, by the contract, I know this contract gives Florida Theater and the nonprofit who runs it much more leeway in control and also much more of an obligation for capital improvement. What is the contract? What are the basic terms, and how is it different from like one we have in ViStar Memorial?
Through the chair to Council Vice President Howland, I couldn't answer that at this moment. It's been so long since I've seen that contract, but I'm happy to pull it and try to put together some basic information.
Please, the contract, I mean, you wouldn't know. It was mentioned that the contractual obligation or the capital improvements so far have been 45% city, 55% Florida Theater. Is that in the contract? It's 50-50? So we have under-resourced, and they've over-resourced. Okay. It just would be handy for me to know what obligations the city have, rather the taxpayers have, towards Florida Theater, and what obligation the nonprofit has. And I just don't know that because I haven't met with Florida Theater.
I can
just
give
like
you,
I hadn't met with Jacksonville University before they asked for $4 million. Now I haven't met with Florida Theater and they're asking for $9 million. So I'm happy that we're going to table and consider at the end. But I just want to send a message to everyone out there. If you're going to come to Finance Committee on the day of the CIP and ask for millions and millions of dollars, you should probably grab each one of us by the neck and make sure that you sit down and give us all the information we need, weeks, if not months, in advance of the meeting. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Joe Carlucci.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Totally agree with Vice President Howland there. Yeah, we want to know these asks. We're super familiar with them. Although I'm going to likely support it coming back as I'm learning more, but just so I'm clear, the total ask is $9 million. You've already got $1 million in there. So are we looking at, and this is through the chair to, I guess, Ms. Taylor, and we're leaving year 5 at 0. So are we looking at 2.5, 2.5, 2.5? Is that, am I understanding it correctly?
Through the chair, that's my understanding, putting the math together on this.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And through the chair to Numa, is that
works for us?
That's where you're saying, because it's 5 years, but we're leaving 5 year off. Okay. Okay, I just want to make sure I had it right on here. So up to you, Mr. Chair, if we table it or do whatever.
Yeah, come on, more speakers in the queue, and then I'll put my input. Mr. Salem, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I've had the opportunity to tour the Florida Theater a couple of times and seen the renovations and such. I think the model they have of this 50-50 split is a great model. We invest, he raises money, and we match it together. I'm supportive of this. I see the bookings that they're doing. They're full every month. They're full for the next several months. Almost every night they've got events there. It's a classic venue, and I think we should support it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Mr. Johnson, let me just put my thoughts because I haven't had a chance yet. And I'm fully supportive of this, being obviously of everything we've heard already here. But to Mr. Joe Carlucci's point, we're not doing the 5-year plan. The year that we're not funding is 29-30. Am I correct on that part? So I will propose them, because they already have 525-26 and 526-27. Instead of doing 2.5 across the board, we would do an additional $2 million, which will be 2.5 for 25-26, an additional $2 million for 26-27, and then 2.5 and then 2.5. That'll be 4 years funding altogether. All right, that's my thought on that. But like I said, we're going to table this still till tomorrow, because that is what we've told everybody, just so we could be, have a standard here. Mr. Johnson, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to say, I heard through the chair to the vice president, I heard you say they're asking us for money. I want to make sure this is our asset that they're managing. I'm sure you understood that, but I wanted to make sure this belongs to the building. So it's kind of like when I hear in the community, people say that with us with Everbank. They're like, no, I get it. And the contract, and I've worked with this, and I'm sure, and they'll bring it up, but it's a 50-50 split, but they have been managing our asset I remember when they opened it. I remember when I was a kid and it was boarded up and closed down. They've been managing this asset for a while effectively, as Dr. Salem has said, but I think we need to look at this kind of the same way with Everbank. It is, again, our asset. If it falls apart, that is something that comes away from our real estate portfolio. I just want to make sure I put that out there. Thank you.
Mr. Howland, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All points heard. I just can't make an intelligent decision on whether to add $10 million to the CIP because I can't see the contract. I don't know what our obligation is. I don't know if we have not met our obligation or anything because I haven't been briefed on it. I will suggest that maybe the administration could give suggestions for where we could find $9 or $10 million from another capital project before we vote on it tomorrow in the wrap-up. Same thing with the $4 million for JU. If that money needs to be allocated in other places, by all means, let's do it.
Yep. If it was up to me, I would take this up right now, primarily because this is a downtown project of our public building, unlike the district council members' projects for the district. We're taking those up at wrap-up. I would want to do this, move this out today because we already, just kind of, bogged down with so many action items, but we are waiting on some information from Mr. Holland, so we'll wait on that part for tomorrow. What I would like to do with this then tomorrow is, because we're going to come up with this, I would like to take this item up first tomorrow before we get into the district council members' items. Because like I said, this is not a district-related matter. This is our building, as Mr. Johnson just stated. All right. With that being said, sir, see you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. You'll be the first one up, so don't be late. All right. Okay. Going on to page 56 to COJ buildings.
Okay, for COJ buildings, we have 3 new projects added. The Ed Ball Fire Marshal's Plan Review Office, that's funded by the Building Inspection Fund. We have the JSO Pretrial Detention Center, the water system replacement, and then the Montgomery Correction Center Automatic Transfer Switch, which are both funded by debt. And then we have our projects, existing projects with no changes.
All right. No speakers on the queue. Mr. Salem, go ahead.
This $700,000 project in the downtown jail was not included in the $10 million we approved a couple of years ago.
Through the chair, this is a new portion to Councilmember Salem, so it is on top of that amount.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I do have a couple items here. I'm looking at Ed Ball parking garage elevator modernization, $600,000. Are we in a position to modernize things right now for an elevator? I mean, is this a need that is the elevator falling apart in shambles, or are we just trying to make it look pretty? Because that's $600,000, and it's also in 28, 29. So if it's just to make an elevator look pretty for a particular use, I'd rather just eliminate that from now until we need to replace the elevator completely. And it's a parking garage. Yeah.
Roy Bearwell, Public Building, through the chair. So it's called an elevator modernization project, basically because equipment are the original, they're existing to the building. We can't get parts anymore. And in the industry, it's called a modernization. But it's really replacing the equipment.
So safe to say, are we replacing the elevator completely?
No, sir. Just the components, the motors, the electrical components, and the mechanical components.
All right. Well, you're the expert in this. How, just like the roof replacement, it was 20, 25 years out. What is the end of life for an elevator?
So some of these elevators, the controllers, the motor equipment, they just don't make them anymore because they're that old. And there's been several code changes. With those code changes, we can't adapt to these code changes because the old equipment is not communicating with new equipment, like fire code.
I get it. So what is the end of life for an elevator? 20 years, 25 years? What is it?
20 to 25 years, yeah.
So where are we with this elevator? When are we going to have to replace it at any point?
This one is, I don't know the exact age of it, but the equipment, I know we can't get parts for it anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, my point is, if we're going to replace it at some point, why are we going to invest money into it? So my question is, you don't know how old it is, yet we're about to put $600,000 into it. Is it going to be replaced in the next 4 or 5 years?
It's not being replaced. It's being modernized by replacing the equipment, the controls.
I get it. Mr. Long, go ahead. I know you may want to add to this.
No, I was just going to piggyback on what Roy just said. The actual elevator that you ride in will remain intact, but all of the components, the motors, the electrical systems, that sort of thing are going to be upgraded so that that same elevator can function. Because this one is when we moved into that building in 2006, these elevators were old at that point in time. Mm-hmm. And since we can't get parts to make these repairs as easily anymore, and we can't bring it and modernize it, we have to do this modernization project so that it has new electronics, new components, that sort of thing.
Okay, all right. I don't think you guys are following my question, but that's fine. Mr. Johnson, you're recognized.
I said the same thing, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure why this is this difficult. How old is the elevator?
We do not know exactly.
So we
Through
need
the
to
chair,
find
we
that-
do not know exactly because it
So,
was an existing
I get it.
system in a building.
If you could
we
do us a favor, because it's a
obtained.
little confusing. There's a lot up here, and I get why the chairs. I'm not saying that you're frustrated. I know I am at this point. All I'm asking is if you could maybe look at the records that exist. If there are none, at least look and try to see if there are some to say this elevator was put in 26 years ago. It's time for a new one. That way we can make the decision as to spend $600,000 or spend $1 million and get what we need so we can move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, that was the point. All right, Ms. Pittman, go ahead.
Mr. Councilman, I just wanted to add to that, only because I just went through this recently with the elevators. Unfortunately, a lot of the older buildings in downtown, and even my building because it's so old, in some cases, and this might be the case, I'm not really sure, that modernizing the building or the elevator is better, because it's a lot more. I don't know how many elevators you have, not just this, but it's very, very difficult to find the parts. But if you can modernize it, it will probably save us some money. You know, 600,000 or $1 million, it might be at this point the $600,000. I think they know they work better than we do. I just wanted to just add on to that, if that helps, explaining to the council members that. So I understand you might want to know when it was built, but I think they have, you know, new processes that you can take an old elevator, kind of almost gut it out, pretty much, and put new stuff in. Am I right, sir? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Joe Carlucci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10 seconds. Number one, it doesn't matter how old it is. This is totally irrelevant. I don't even know why we're talking about this. I'm sorry, but this is just frustrating. We're literally not even halfway through our agenda for today, and we're talking about elevators. And I'm sorry, I know you brought it up as a point, and I get that your initial question was modernization, making it pretty, and that's not what it is. So, look, it's a shell. You stand in it. They got to get new parts. Let's just move on, dude. We have so much stuff to talk about other than elevators. Sorry.
All right. The point to that, Mr. Joe Carlucci, was the fact that it was $600,000 there, $465 for Water Street, $1.5 for City Hall elevator. So you're looking at roughly $3 million worth of elevator work. That the point is, if we don't have to spend it right now, and to the roof replacement point, if we're going to replace a roof, if we're going to replace an elevator, then why spend it? But the question was to find out if the elevators get replaced on a 20-year basis. The answer wasn't answered, and that's why we were still having this conversation on it. It wasn't particularly about the elevator itself. It was just about the funding source there. All right, Ms. Taylor, go ahead.
Through the chair, I just want to make sure you know these are part of the parking fund, and right now it is self-sufficient, and then it covers the capital cost generally. I don't know what this one is, not until 28, 29, but I just want to make sure you all know that that would be pay-go and from the public parking fund.
Okay. All right. And then the 3.3 for the household hazard and waste facility, Mr. Long or anybody, could you guys talk about that? What exactly is that for, and is it being needed? Because right now there hasn't been any funds allocated towards that. So is that something that we could remove, or is it crucial? We're prolonging this, but we're also trying to alleviate some of the debt, is the point.
Yes, sir. Steve Long, Public Works. Household hazardous waste facility is a facility that's owned and operated by the Solid Waste Division. Basically, it's over off of Commonwealth Boulevard near Superior Street. Residents from around the city, when they have certain items that you aren't supposed to just throw into your garbage, they take them there to dispose of them. It's a free service that's provided to residents through inspections, through organizations like DEP. They have regulatory control over the actual location. They've come through and they've made note of the fact that the site, based on its size, the way items are stored, some items are stored, you know, they're stored way too close to each other because of the site constraints. This is an actual update to that facility so that we'll be in compliance with everything that we need to be to meet DEP requirements and to provide a safe, healthy atmosphere, working location for the public as well as for the employees that work there.
Okay. All right. Moving on to page 57, please.
Okay, on page 57, we have our county-wide projects. We do have one new project added, which is the CDBG grant-funded, the right-of-way and stormwater maintenance project. We have funding added in a prior CIP project. This is the sidewalk and curb revenue. It's an additional $916,446. We do have quite a few projects that had changes. For the parks, countywide parks and recreational projects, that's an additional $1 million, and that's additional debt. And this is to allow the Parks Department to maintain and replace park equipment as needed. For your items with the B next to it, the drainage system rehab project, the under drain replacements, the countywide intersection improvement bridges, and your resiliency infrastructure improvements, and traffic signalization, fiber optic, and traffic signalization countywide, which are on page 58. Those had no change to the planned funding, but the total project cost has changed due to legislation during this current fiscal year, moving funds to a specifically named project. Going back to page 57, for your items marked with C, we have our major outfall ditch restoration cleaning, our ADA compliance curb, ramp, sidewalks, the countywide intersection improvements, intersections, the pavement markings, and then on page 58, we have our roadway sign, stripe, and signal. Those items have decreased based on the budgeted amount of gas tax revenues.
Okay. I do have a council member in the queue, Mr. Lane.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, really just to the committee for discussion, if you look at the parks line, they increased their CIP for what's essentially just countywide parks recreation projects by about $1 million. But the proposed budget also had $500,000 enhancement in it for operating budget parks and building improvements, I think is what it was called. So it's really 500 in the operating budget, which was an enhancement that we let stay, and then this $1 million for parks. So I just want to open up for discussion. I mean, that's $1.5 million more that we have now given to parks versus last year on just kind of what their run rate budget is for both the capital and the operating budget side. So I'll just leave it at that for now. Just want to make sure we are all aware of that, since we brought up briefly during the operating budget portion of the parks budget.
Okay. All right. No other speakers in the queue.
Okay, I think we're on to the items, the projects marked with D to the side, which is at the bottom of page 57. We have our railroad crossings. And then on page 58, we have our sidewalk construction new and our St. Johns River bulkhead assess and restore project. Those projects have reduced funding based on current available funds for these projects. For our projects marked with E, on page 58, we have our roadway resurfacing projects and our roadway safety project. Those have increased funding for these projects based on need throughout the city. For our one project marked with F, we have our sidewalk curb construction and repair. This project was reduced by the $916,446 because of that new project that was added with a different funding source, the sidewalk curb and revenue. So it's just kind of a net increase there. For your project marked with G down at the bottom here, traffic streetlights, funding was added to this project to bring it up to the suggested targets. And then your last project there, the stormwater projects, development and feasibility studies, funding was added to the out years based on the number of drainage projects on the DSR list. And then turning to page 59, we have the existing projects with no changes.
Okay, Mr. Boylan, recognized.
Very quick, Mr. Chair, I just want to get a commitment from Public Works. It's very helpful for us to get a delineation of the roadway resurfacing in our particular districts. If and then at some point in time we can have that, I'd very much appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Sickler.
All right. Ms. Sickler, you may come up.
Municipal Public Works, certainly, we have the list prepared, and we'll work with our stormwater, right-of-way and stormwater maintenance team to make sure that everybody gets a copy of it.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, we are done with these right here, countywide projects. Moving on to the next one. We're done with CIP then, right?
Yeah, just the last few pages are your projects not lapsed, and this will be attached to your CIP bill 2025-505.
Got it. Mr. Layden, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to see if it'd be possible for the auditors just to update us on where we started and where we are now as we end the CIP talk for the day. So, through the Chair, Ms. Taylor, do you have that number readily available as far as where we are, as far as what we added through our actions today?
Through the Chair, if I can clarify, are you looking for the debt number where we're at? Or
Through the Chair, yes. What we've, from the start of the meeting till now, what our change was. Through Chair, Ms. Taylor, we can just get it later. Didn't want to put Mr. Parks on the spot here.
Sorry. Through the Chair. Yep. Through the Chair, if I'm recognized.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. All right. So you asked it a little bit different, and that's what caught me off guard there. So through your actions in this meeting was a negative impact of $23 million. Overall, you are positive 29.86 because of actions you did in the others by removing like the related agreement and then funding the council district money with cash instead.
Through Chair, thank you, Mr. Parks. And I will point out that $39 million, I don't really count that as positive because that would have gone to our reserves. We're simply funding it with cash. So our real incremental is we've added $23 million debt.
All right. Okay, so now we are moving on to the next packet, which is meeting number 5, part 2, I guess. And we're going to discuss today city venues, sports and entertainment, public works, building inspection, Kids Hope Alliance, Office of Ethics and Inspector General, right? But I would like to make a curveball change. We are going to start off first with Kids Hope Alliance.
Okay. Yes, sir. If you'll give me a moment to get situated, and may I clarify one thing because I don't like giving a wrong answer. Council member Salem had asked about the riverfront parks. The only increase was the $242,000, but I did want to clarify in 24-25 you did reduce shipyards by $10 million and Metropolitan Park by $10 million. That's reflected in the 24-25 final approved, and then that number compared to 25-26 has only changed by the $242,000. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me clarify that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, let's go to page 45.
Mr. Chairman, we are on page 45, and if you will give me a moment to get to my budget book, we're on page 164 in your budget book. Not your CIP book, but your budget book. And Mr. Chairman, I'll also clarify while we're getting that out, we have a separate handout on the journey if you would like to take that up in tandem.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We'll get that passed out to the members as well. It's just pulling the information from meeting 1 related to Journey program.
Okay.
All right, starting with KHA on page 45, you'll see a $57.1 million total budget. And I do want to mention you'll see most of this is in a contingency, $49.8 million related to conflict bill. So any actions today related to programs, you will not take any of those actions. You'll see that we have a schedule change on that goes in the budget ordinance. That will be taken up when you take up Bill 511. So anything that the committee wants to do related to programs would need to be paused due to that conflict. You can make changes on the operational side. Those are all the people, the operating expenses, those are above the line. So Ms. Stefopoulos will certainly help keep us all straight on that regarding any actions. But starting with revenues, you'll see a small amount of investment earnings, $634,000, that is slightly up. The bulk of their funding transfer from other funds, you'll see $56.4 million. We'll get to it on the next page. It shows an increase of $2.7 million, but that starting budget, 24-25, does not reflect the enhancements that were provided by City Council in 24-25 that were in the separate bill. So we'll go through that as far as it not being a true increase of that 2.7. You'll see going through the people cost, 3.8 million, up the 201,000, and that's mainly from both of the years, the cumulative normalized increases that are occurring for the staff there. If you turn to page 46, the professional and contractual services, that is flat at your 375,000, includes the items noted there. Other operating expenses, 230,225, down 30,000. That's mainly due to moving their travel cost out to the non-departmental line within the general fund, so that's that main reduction there. Your debt service pays for the Don Brewer Learning Center, 398,147. You'll see contingencies against that's your program dollars of 49.8 million. We have a chart below that explains as far as the true changes in the budget. You'll see starting in that chart 46.9. Council approved through the separate legislation as well, enhancements of 3.1. So the true 24-25 budget was 50,118,032. Comparing that to the proposed budget for programming of 49.8, it's a reduction of 295,000, and that reduction is related to one-time enhancements that were put in the budget by City Council. So in essence, removing those one-time enhancements, you have basically a flat budget once you take those out. You'll see the various footnotes there. The proposed budget is based on aligning the dollars where KHA is actually spending them. So for example, the early learning you'll see going down, but that's based on the dollars that they have spent, and it's getting realigned in other categories. You'll note, for example, the Mayor's Youth at Work Partnership, it is not going to zero. It is just moving up to the preteen and teen category. So same funding amount, just moving up to that category. Also same for special needs. It's just realigning based on where they are actually spending the dollars. As well as total essential services. And then the grief and burial, the 47,527 is moving up to the special needs category. So again, not being eliminated, just being moved up. I'll also mention another programming item, the 250,000. We'll take these up in separate pages. There are separate funds for these, but this fund transfers the general fund dollars it receives of 200,000 for small provider contracts, and then also 50,000 for the Youth Travel Trust Fund. They do have food and beverage expenditures of 2,500, and you'll note the description there and the public purpose noted. Employee cap is flat at their 42 positions and 25,000 part-time hours, which is mainly for their Mayor's Youth at Work program. We do note in the service level change that because their funding is relatively flat as far as recurring costs, their providers will be taking on that, they will absorb that minimum wage increase impact. So their providers will absorb that because the city's cost is not going up to account for any inflationary change there. We do not have any recommendations. Again, you will see when we mark Bill 511, when that goes through committees as a separate conflict bill, there will need to be some changes on their schedule, which is the next page 48. That is included in the budget ordinance. Mainly one of the grants needs to be zeroed out. So we will reflect that when we get to committees and other totals adjusted accordingly. And I will, if you'd like to take up this general fund portion before we move on to the other funds for the KHA, I will defer to the chair.
All right. So we are now on to, I do have a point that I want to bring home now is the fact that these are kids programming. And I know that we can't take action on that today, but at the very least, I would like to maintain the same level of funding as last year for kids programming. And I know that we talked about $295,000. Can we create a contingency account? Specifically, I know that there was it was walk-off charity that was doing the county-wide work for the programming through KHA. Can we create that contingency account? That way we could figure out how they could work a contract with KHA to put them back in. Because at the very least, what I don't want to do is defund the program. Similar to how we've been doing with other organizations, this one right here has been already funded last year, and we just want to make sure we continue the same level of service for them. It was $295,000, the contingency account that I was looking to create. So how do we go about that?
Through the chair, for the walk-off charities, it was $250,000. There was Jack's Arts and Music Jams for $30,000 and Knots for Kids for $15,000. So there were 3 different items. But what you would need to do now, because you cannot take any action on it, is ensure at the end that you have funding within your basically your bucket number 1, your special counsel contingency, in order to do whatever items you want to address here. And then when you get to Bill 511, which will not be taken up until the last cycle in September, you can address it there and move that money above the line, just like you will be moving the $49.8 million above the line.
Oh, okay. That's what we'll do then, if that's the case. Mr. Howland, you recognize.
No, I was going to support you, Mr. Chair, with an action on that because I know the current leadership after-school kids' activities are by far a high priority. But we can't take action on this because it's a conflict bill? Okay, thanks.
All right, so just to confirm, on 511 is when we take action on that. But right now, do we create the contingency account, or we just let it be then for now?
No, sir, you will just let it be and make sure that you leave in your special counsel contingency balance sufficient funding in order to do it when you get to 511.
Got it. Thank you, ma'am. All right, let's proceed. Nobody else on the queue.
Okay, we have the couple more funds that I mentioned, page 49 in your packet and page 77 in your budget book. This is the JUMP program. These are general fund dollars. This one I did not mention because it comes straight over from the general fund, so it does not flow through the KHA fund. So $461,000 is based on the calculation similar to the homelessness, where it does 4% from the general fund based on all the economic development deals that are outside the CRA. This one calculates it based on 1% of the value of those incentives that were provided by the city in the prior calendar year. So that's how you get to the 461. This will be used for contract renewals at the JUMP program, and we have no recommendations.
All right, no speakers in the queue. Next one up, 51.
Next one up is page 50. This is your Kids Hope Alliance Trust Fund. This is your mini grant program. This is the $200,000 that was in KHA that's transferred over to here. It is all being put in a contingency and will be appropriated as part of Bill 511 for the conflict purposes, and no recommendations.
Okay, no speakers in the queue.
Next page 51 is your youth travel. Same thing. It's the $50,000 coming over, and it's in a contingency and will be taken up with 511 as well, and no recommendations.
All right, I do have Ms. Pittman on the queue.
If I can have someone from Kids Hope Alliance come up I'm only going to be a minute.
Yeah, on the travel fund?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I do see them here. Yep.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sarah Lynn Grass, Kids Hope Alliance.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to ask a question about the travel fund for the kids. Is that money really being used, and do we need more in there for that, as we've been having a lot of championships here in Jacksonville, and just want to know where we are on that.
Through the chair, yes, Ms. Pittman, it has been being used. Actually, much more. As you probably recall, during COVID, we kind of built up some funds because people weren't really traveling at that time, but we have since pretty much exhausted most of those, and now we're getting a lot of requests, some which we have to deny at the end of the year because it's really kind of on a first come, first served basis.
Okay. So is it spent within the first 3 months, or do you have 12 months? Because I want to make sure, and the reason why I'm asking, I have a lot of teams in my district who does not have enough money to go to the championship. So I want to make sure we have some funding when that time comes.
Good question. So usually about April, May, it's pretty much done.
Mm-hmm.
But what that means is that those who are doing summer trips, like summer college trips, we can't always provide for them. And because it's just a first come, first serve, because we don't know when they're going to travel, so we can't really hold money back, we do have to deny a lot of summer programs.
Okay. Well, I'll circle back around with that. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Miller. Thank you for coming and joining us today. It's about time, all right? And secondly, Mr. Joe Carlucci, thank you for coming back. We're on KHA. We're not in elevators anymore, all right? So, all right. Yeah, we'll come back to that tomorrow. All right. Next up. Okay, so there are no recommendations on this page. Ms. Pittman, you got all your questions answered? Come back tomorrow on that. Yeah. Just make sure you make the note and remind me tomorrow, please. All right. Okay.
Mr. Chair, we just need to be careful, Ms. Pittman, with adding or subtracting for Kids Hope because you have a conflict. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm pretty sure somebody else will carry that. All right. We are now to which page, Ms. Taylor?
Mr. Chairman, if you'd like to go to the separate packet on Journey before we leave KHA as part of that. We've pulled everything together. We did revise one term sheet after talking with, if you pull anything from meeting one, I would just use this separate packet. We're on page 1 on this handout, page 73 in your budget book. Your Journey Forward program, you may recall, all of the $1.9 million is below the line right now based on your actions that you have taken to date. So you'll see the majority of dollars for this, and this is all general fund funding. There is $100,000 that is not below the line at this point, and that is, we note on that page 1, they will put out an RFP for the remaining balance to seek a provider who will conduct stakeholder meetings, develop a community calendar and clearinghouse for all the different events that they would be providing. So that's the $100,000. Down in that chart is each of the direct contracts, and you'll see the 5 listed there, totaling the $1.9 million. We do have a term sheet. We do not have any recommendations. I do want to mention this is an increase of the current year funding from $600,000, so an increase of $1.4 million. We will have I'll wait, and do you want to take these up one by one, each of the direct contracts, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, we'll just take them all together, if that's okay. Yeah.
Okay, if you would like, sir, I'll take you to page 3. That's the first one, and we just have a technical amendment whenever you are ready to discuss.
We have a motion and a second on the technical amendment. Go ahead.
And Mr. Chairman, I should pause. If it's staying below the line, we may not need to do it. So right now it's currently below the line.
Okay, all right. Here's what we're going to do. We have Journey Forward here. I did mention last week that they would have an opportunity to present. So I want to keep my word on that part. The queue is lighting up now. So before we even come to council members, let's have Mr. Griggs present. Sir, you'll have up to 10 minutes, as I've given everybody 10 minutes as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charles Griggs, Mayor's Office. Our Chairman of the Board of Journey Forward will be joining me up here, and W.C. Gentry, and he'd like to take the opportunity to start us off. And then I'll go through the PowerPoint if we need to after that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I did want to make a couple of remarks. First is something I haven't heard said today, and that is thank you. I was one of those part-time employees of the government when I served on the school board, and during my term as chairman, we were in the depth of the Great Recession. And I learned a lot about budgeting, and I learned about the stresses that come with doing a budget, particularly when there's a need to cut the budget or to have a tight budget. So I just want to say thank you for what you're doing. I think everyone here, and has been here, and Luis, you've been up here, appreciates what you're doing. They may not always agree with you, but they appreciate your work, and I wanted to say that. On the journey, I wanted to say that I think that the Jacksonville Journey Forward, as it exists today, is in a new environment than we've had before. Crime is down. Nationwide is down. But crime has been significantly reduced in Jacksonville. And I think that the sheriff's work and the men in blue have made a big difference. But I think something else has too. And that has been the programs that were initiated starting back in about 2010 by Mayor Payton and the Journey, and then picked up again by Mayor Lenny Curry. And some of you may not know this, but for example, many of the practices that we now have at KHA is following and doing a great job with and improving were created during the Journey, such as pay for performance. That didn't exist before. Before, they had contracts that just got rolled over and over, and they got paid on who showed up, regardless of outcomes. The programs for after-school reading, that came out of pilot programs from Journey. Summer camp came out of reading, came out of Jack's Journey. Great work in the area of juvenile justice came out of Jack's Journey. And a lot of great work in ex-offender reentry, which is now in total disarray, came out of Jack's Journey. So I think the nonprofits, KHA, the people who have been working very hard in that field for many years now, along with the work of the police, are why we are here today. But there is still work to do. And the Jackson Journey Forward, it will pick up that same ball and keep going forward with it. Just want to say that and also give you just a brief history of a couple of things that I think are important.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief. There's a presentation, that's not the one loaded, that's not ours, that's the Kids Hope Alliance presentation. But I just wanted to be sure that that we communicated to you all that, and I'll do this in the absence of that, that this body or the full council sought to stand up Journey Forward last year, and with the intent on being a collaborative effort to bring not only just information, but really a data-driven strategy to how we address the root causes of crime. With that, this board has gotten to work. They started back in February after we had an exhaustive process of putting together an 11-member diverse board. They started working in February and taking in information. And the recommendations that you have before you today in the terms of those term sheets are the result of the initial work that has to take place. Going forward, led by Mr. Gentry, the board will take on, fulfill what's the rest of the work that needs to be done through the ordinance. And that is to put together a strategic plan through those meetings that you heard Ms. Taylor mention earlier, and come back to you next year with a fully formed strategic plan for with recommendations. So, I'm here to tell you that the work is just beginning, and the board hasn't had a chance to kind of get off the ground and do a lot of work yet. A lot of that is going to depend on the initial work that takes place going forward next year, but they are ready to do so, and we're ready to go to kind of help with that process. I know that there's been some discussion regarding duplication of efforts and how we want to, thank you very much, how we want to position ourselves to make sure that we're not doing some of the same things that KHA is doing. Actually, we all rely on each other. KHA is a wonderful partner. So are Parks and Rec, so are the library, so are Grants and Compliance, so are our community partners such as the Civic Council. So there's much work to be done, much collaboration to be done, and I think this board is in position to kind of get that done. With that, I'll take any questions if anyone has any.
Well, your presentation is up. Did you want to go through the slides, or was that it?
Yeah, that's it. There's only
it.
3 slides here, so I think I covered them all there.
Okay. All right. Well, let me go back to my screen. All right. I have Mr. Salem on the queue. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any questions. Thank you, Mr. Griggs.
Thank you.
I've had multiple discussions, and I'm going to just throw out an idea that we talked about a little bit before. I've had multiple discussions with Dr. Grass, with Mr. Gentry. I'm of the belief personally that we combined children's programs during the Curry administration under the Kids Hope Alliance, and I would hate to see us get away from that. I think the direct contracts that we approved, I think there was 2 or 3 of them, but for $200,000 or $300,000, as well as the journey, ought to be under the umbrella of the Kids Hope Alliance. And if we need to increase their budget to reflect that, I think that's what we should do. I am concerned as a government if we have a separate entity and it begins to grow this way and the Kids Hope Alliance grows this way, that would not serve the budget and the whole process sufficiently. So if we're going to fund KHA at the level that is here, I'd recommend that we increase the Kids Hope Alliance budget by that amount. The Kids Hope Alliance supervises it. The board remains the same. They advise on programs. And I believe, and Dr. Grass, you can confirm this, all these programs listed here, this 1.9 million, if you'll nod your head, yes or no, are all existing programs within the Kids Hope Alliance. These dollars just enhance those programs. Is that correct? For the most part. So that is my recommendation, and I think that would serve this community the best way. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Diamond, recognized. Mr. Salem, you're recognized.
Mr. Gentry, wherever you went, thank you for your comments, thanking the City Council for their work. It means a lot to me.
Diamond?
Yeah, I'm almost always agree with my colleague, Mr. Salem. On this one, I mean, personally, I'd like to give the Journey of the Year. That's just me, to do what they're going to do. But perhaps in order to get to the goal of having one entity that covers all these things, perhaps that one of the charges from us, and we could do this through an amendment to the Journey language that we approved, is to say, use this year to integrate, to get properly underneath there so that you could still have what makes the Journey great, which is this independence, this kind of like really good buy-in from the community without, redundancy and having all of the contract management. So that's just my 2 cents on this. And I just have to give a shout out to, like, the hope here is that the Journey can do what it did before, which is like be really innovative and find ways to help kids. And so I'm down for it, but I'm skeptical. And I have a lot of faith in the leadership of the Journey, both the chair and the director. I wonder if we shouldn't give them a year to figure that out.
Thank you. All right. Nobody on the queue, but I will give you my input. I agree with Mr. Salem about keeping it all under one entity, KHA. However, I also agree with Mr. Diamond, giving them the opportunity to work it out, give them a year. The thing is, we've already given them a year, and we're at the point where we are literally funding existing programs. There have not been any new programs here at all. In my opinion, the Journey Forward should also not only be innovative in creating new programs, but also it should bring in state and federal dollars. That's the essence of having the Journey here. We have KHA, but they're not doing that. So it begs to ask a question, like, I'm not saying that they haven't done any work, but the true purpose is a partnership where you bring other dollars that are not reliant on COJ dollars. So I'm kind of in a conundrum too. So I'll see how the conversation goes. But I want to give them another year, like you said. But I also think that if these were new programs, I would say 100% let's go Journey. But these are KHA programs that already exist. So you know what? Just keep them in KHA if that's the case. All right, Mr. Joe Carlucci, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I kind of share the same sentiment there with what you said. If they're all existing programs, I just really don't understand how they were kind of put together. So through the chair to Mr. Griggs, if you have a second, walk me through kind of just how you came up with this list of programs that we're looking at here that total 1.9 million.
Thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Carlucci. The board makes the recommendations for those programs, for those expansion of those programs. The board took the opportunity to listen, to work through data collection, and decided that these programs were worth at least expanding for another year in some cases. Also, with the board also worked to look at how they will do their business going forward for next year. So in a lot of ways, what the board is doing is trying to develop and make sure it acknowledges baselines for the work that's been going forward at this particular point.
So just so I'm clear then, these are existing programs in KHA. If we were to fund this 1.9 million, give it to Journey Forward, y'all would then give that money to KHA and they would administer these programs?
Through the chair to Mr. Carlucci, no, that's not how it typically works. The board makes recommendations, and I probably would say that if the board had made his recommendations probably a month earlier, they probably would have made a direct recommendation to KHA for funding. However, because they made their budget recommendation in June, that opportunity came. To try to the path of least resistance was to do it in the form of these term sheets, so we can get going as quick as possible. In the future, what you'll probably see is that the board, when it makes its recommendations, they may look totally different. They may be recommendations directly to Parks and Recs. They may be recommendations directly to Grants and Compliance. It doesn't have to fall. These just happen to be programs that they're making recommendations for that happen to cover youth.
Okay.
If they were adults, they may be someplace else.
Right. Okay, I totally understand that. And I saw kind of Ms. Taylor you kind of looked at me like you were going to say something, so 30 seconds.
Through the chair to Councilmember Carlucci, you're right. These are all KHA direct contracts. Right now they're below the line, but KHA would have oversight over all of these contracts. The funding is just within the Journey Fund, a separate fund within the mayor's office. So it's a mayor's office oversight over the fund, but KHA has oversight over the contracts.
I think that answers my question.
All right. Mr. Salem, go ahead. Actually, sorry, Mr. Johnson, first time. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That confused me a bit. Through the chair to Dr. Salem, because the way I heard Dr. Salem say it was that they were different. They were managing contracts. Was that what you meant, Dr. Salem? Through the chair, because that's what I heard you say. But
could you repeat the question?
That they were that Journey Forward itself was managing contracts.
No, that's the point that was just raised. KHA is managing these programs.
So what did you mean, if you don't mind, through the chair, when you said to bring it all together? Help me understand that. That's what I'm a little confused now.
I want anyone competing for children's programs, any entity should go to the Kids Hope Alliance.
Is that not what happens here, Mr. Griggs? Doesn't this thing go through, from my understanding and how Journey Forward works, it goes through the Kids Hope Alliance?
Through the chair to Councilman Johnson.
It just enhances these already.
If the board makes a recommendation for children's services, those contracts will be managed by KHA.
But they could.
Weinstein has something. Through the chair, I'll use my time. Rep. Weinstein?
Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, I'm just confused. I appreciate
Thank you,
that.
Mr. Chair. Two things. First of all, Journey, basically, the board's been 5 or 6 months. It's not been a long time. They need a mission statement. They need a vision. They need to get together. KHA has contract managers. They confirm deliverables. They process for payments. They're not going to manage and make policy decisions or contract decisions. They have an army of contract managers. The Journey will contract with these entities, but KHA will basically manage it so we don't have to hire new contract managers for Journey. That's what KHA, much like the public service grants, they have an army of contract managers, but they don't determine the contracts. They manage them as deliverables and processing for payments. So they're going to be separate, but Journey needs a little more time to determine where they're going, how innovative they'll be, what grants they're going to go for, and this basically is a cover for the first year. That's all it is.
All right, thank you. Mr. Salem.
Thank you, Chair. My concern is this year, everything they're funding is through the Kids Hope Alliance. They could direct contract in the future, and that's what I'm trying to prevent. I want one entity to monitor all these programs. And I don't want a separate entity growing outside of the Kids Hope Alliance. That was not the purpose And of course, it occurred in the Curry administration, but I supported it, and I think that's the wise thing to do. That it's up to this committee, and eventually the full council, obviously. But I agree with your second point. The journey, as I understood it and why I supported it, there would not be any city funding. It was all going to be federal and state and outside money. I don't know that I would have supported it originally if I thought it would be potentially outside the Kids Hope Alliance as a separate entity. I think we're going to regret this decision if we don't have one entity. Not trying to stifle the board. The board can continue to meet, determine what programs they want and everything else. But they should compete for funding like every other entity through the alliance. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Joe Carlucci.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I wasn't on finance when I guess that was discussed with it. Journey Forward having a big focus on state and federal dollars. Is that correct? Was there a focus of that through the chair to Mr.
Through the
Griggs?
chair, Councilman Carlucci, the focus is on developing resources. So they may come in different formats. They may come in federal or state funding. We're obviously consistently pursuing additional funding, or I should say resources, no matter where they come. For example, last year we received some work and resources from the Civic Council. There wasn't any money involved, but it was definitely resources that we didn't have to spend money on. We'll continue to pursue those avenues. And in the future, we're hoping that that we'll get an opportunity to get federal funds. But right now, as you made, that's a little complicated right now.
Okay, and through the chair, with the rest of my time, speaking of resources, are the resources at KHA that are being expended to more or less manage, or whatever word you want to use, these contracts and these programs, who's paying for that?
Through the chair, to Councilman Carlucci.
Are they having extras? Do they have extra staff that's doing that, or is it just like they're just kind of like pick up the slack?
I would say through the purview of what Mr. Weinstein mentioned, that's what they do, and we're not in the business of, at least the board isn't going to be in the business of trying to manage contracts. That was never the intent.
So they're having to pick up the slack.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So you may have a seat, sir. So here's the thing. The goal here today is not to defund any kind of children's services. The goal here is to just reallocate the dollars where they belong, and they belong through Kids Hope Alliance. Simple as that. What I heard was that throughout these 5 or 6 months, or however long the board has been in action, they came up with the work that they did, and the work was to recommend to extend these services. I'm a very practical guy, as you've already seen throughout these meetings. Regardless if the board was here or not, I 100% can assure you that these services would be extended regardless of the board making that recommendation. So there is no ROI, in my opinion, here to fund the journey to give us a recommendation that we were already going to do regardless of what the board recommended. KHA was still going to extend these programs because these programs were not going to be defunded at all. So my action here would be, and this is what I heard from Mr. Salem, and I would definitely second that one, would be to just reallocate these dollars from Journey, put them to KHA where they belong, and when Journey comes back next year, the goal would be to hear new programs and having some federal and state dollars. That's essentially what I'm looking for from the Journey. I don't need to have them recommend, quote unquote, programs that are already being put in place. That's not a recommendation. That's an obvious statement. All right? So now my cue's lighting up. So is that a second to mine? I cannot make a motion like that. Mr. Pappas is looking at me now, so go ahead, Mr. Pappas.
Mr. Chair, I would recommend, these items are below the line in a contingency. When you take them up, and we'll shift them in 2025-511, which is the Kids Hope Alliance budget ordinance, and you can move them over there and address it in that budget bill to it.
All right, go ahead, sir.
I would also request that those direct contracts, I think there was 3 of them we voted on the first day that involved kids. Angels, yes.
The pediatrician, Angel Care.
There was 2 or 3 of them, and those should go to the Kids Hope Alliance as well to be monitored. And in the future, If those type of programs should be we should not be direct funding any children's programs. They all should be competing for dollars through a budget that we allow the Kids Hope Alliance. I mean, I feel strongly about this. I don't mean to keep repeating it, but I want to make sure all those programs go there. I'm not cutting anything. I simply want a structure that I think works for the city of Jacksonville.
Okay. All right. Let's go through the queue. Committee members first, and then visiting council members. And
that motion.
You made the motion. All right. You made the motion to do what? All right. Ms. Sofopoulos.
So we were going to get clarification from Dr. Salem. So you mentioned that there were several of the direct contracts that you wanted to be moved under Kids Hope Alliance. They were still above the line. So we just want to make sure if you could list for us which contracts those were.
I think Brian has it.
Yeah, I'm going to go through and I'm going to confirm them with you.
Okay.
So there was the Cathedral Arts Projects, which was a non-departmental KHA administered one. So I think that would be one of the ones that you were speaking about.
Correct.
Non-departmental KHA. So. Yes, that was overseen by grants and contract compliance.
That was the health one, Angel Care Kids Pediatrician.
Yeah, so that one I'm not sure was on KHA's radar to begin with, and so that would be a little bit different.
They're okay with it, they're telling me.
Okay. And then what was the third one? Which
was there a third one?
I mean, I'll read through the direct contracts, and if you can tell me if I'm missing one. So
okay. Well,
my
motion is those two, and if we can identify, I think there was a third one, and the Jacksonville Journey moved under the Kids Hope Alliance.
So the motion would be to put all of those into contingency so that we can then take them over and pull them into the Kids Hope Alliance budget through 2025-511. We have to be mindful we have conflicts relative to Kids Hope, so we're just trying to make sure we manage it
yes.
in light of those.
If that's what needs to occur because of the conflicts, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. Can I hear a second on that one? All right, I'll second it. All right, we got a second from Mr. Joe Carducci. All right. So, Mr. Fopoulos, we got a motion and a second.
Yes, so I understand we have a motion and a second. We're going to place the Angel Kids, the Cathedral Arts Project, and any other children's services that we identify from the list of direct contracts below the line. And then you'll take an action on 2025-511 to pull those into the Kids Hope Alliance budget. What I will also say is to effectuate that, what that means is those direct contracts, those term sheets and budgets are going to be taken out of the budget bill, and then we'll address them by including them in 2025-511, the Kids Hope Alliance budget bill, when you take the necessary action on that bill to finalize what Dr. Salem is proposing the committee would do.
All right, good. So we got a motion and a second to put them below the line so we could, we're not defunding it. We're just going to move it from one account to another account to be managed by the appropriate party, which is Kids Hope Alliance. And that's the reason why we're putting it below the line so it could be corrected. All right, so all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, motion passes. Next. Okay, we have speakers on the queue. Are we good with that? Can I go to the speakers?
Mr. Chairman, if I just at the end, the $100,000 that remains that was to be RFP'd out within Journey, we'll just need to address what you want, if you want to leave that within the fund.
Within the Journey Fund?
Yes, sir.
I would leave it in there.
And Mr. Chair, if I could, you may just want to go ahead and allow Councilmember Pittman to put on the record that she abstained from voting on that action since it has to do with programmatic dollars.
Yep, she's actually on the queue right now, so I was going to call her next.
Thank you. Well,
you want to state that?
You need to put on the record that you abstained on that vote. He called for the vote before he had a chance to jump on the queue.
So, to the chair, I am taking back my vote and abstaining on that vote due to Clara White Mission have programs. Okay, I just won't vote.
Yeah, she didn't vote.
Yes,
It was just
I
abstaining
didn't.
from it, just to clarify that she didn't vote on abundance of
didn't.
conscience because of her role at the Clara White mission, is what she was saying.
Thank you, Attorney Mary. Appreciate you.
Okay, so moving on now to Mr. Diamond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I just want to. I think we should at least give clarity to the universe about what the future of Journey Forward will be. So I understand what we've done. Jack's Journey originally was always just a recommendation of City Council. It was always a recommendation. It wasn't self-appropriating. It was always managed by the Children's Commission or some other entity, grants or whatever. So I don't think there's any problem putting it under KHA, but I do think we should give some direction as whether or not we think the journey should exist at all. And if we do, then these folks can keep going, having their meetings. WC can keep doing what he's doing as the chair. Mr. Griggs is getting paid through the mayor's office. I assume this is a big piece of what he does all day long. So I would like us to at least give that kind of direction. Journey, at least from the Finance Committee, exists. I support it for the next year, or not, in which case let's just save the money, save the half time, save WC his personal time. He can go up to North Carolina, save this board their time from meeting. If we're not going to, we're just going to be like, look, it is what it is. Like, we're never going to do anything with it. So let's decide, and at least as far as the Finance Committee, and then articulate that out, because I think that's fair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Howland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I absolutely support the sentiments of Mr. Salem. If the missions are too intertwined and too consistent, then we just created another organization which can spend taxpayer money. However, we created that organization just recently, so I hate doing away with it right now. So I supported that motion because it's just going to put it below the line. But I think what we're seeing here is we're having a little crisis of conscience, and we've got to figure out, as Mr. Diamond said, what is the structure? How should the structure be? Do we support a separate Jack's Journey Forward organization from KHA? So in the motion as it ended up being, put those projects below the line, and I think that gives us the pause and the time to consider whether we reverse our own city council policy decision to create Jacksonville Journey Forward, or whether we roll it in and maintain or enhance the KHA mission. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Salem, I want to go to visiting council members, so that's okay. All right. Okay, we are going to go first with Mr. Boylan. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd encourage my colleagues, if you could, to push the presentation button on there. You could read the mission statement of what the journey is all about. It's all about aligning, as it says, city agencies, programs, and resources affecting crime and resolution. So I think I'm certainly supportive of the idea if they are looking at and recommending programs that's already being managed by KHA, they should that should continue. That's fine. But putting them under KHA in total, I think, minimizes their opportunity to work on programs that are outside of KHA's purview. So keeping them separate, I think, is still a good idea, and let's see what next year brings us. But I do agree with Councilman Salem. There's no sense in reinventing the wheel. You've got KHA can manage this and has the capacity to manage the programs that they're recommending that are youth-oriented. Let them to continue to do that, but don't preclude them from looking at other programs and the funding necessary to find those programs, and then to come back to us and saying, we've got some other ideas that are apart from youth activities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and I agree with you. I think the conversation would have been different had they brought new programs. We would not be having this conversation, so I totally agree with you on that part. All right, Mr. Johnson, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, I just want to say something. This is a point of order first. I wish that we could have had a discussion prior to that vote, but there was no call for a discussion. I just wanted to put that out there because I had something to say. I do not understand the vote is gone, but I wanted to put that on the record. I'm not sure where, Mr. Chair, Dr. Salem is getting this from, that there are these programs that are running throughout the city that don't go through KHA. I literally have had, since I've been on this council, strategic initiative funds, and every time that I have had anything to do with young people, it goes through KHA. So this program at Jack's Journey, the stuff that they do, I see former school board chair Betty Burney in the audience. I'm a Star Foundation. Everything that is with kids goes through KHA. So I'm just not understanding where the issue is, because that's how it already happens. Could somebody explain to me how these contracts are not, because anything I've done with this council has always, I've been directed to go to KHA. Can someone help me understand that? Because maybe I'm confused.
Through the chair to Councilmember Johnson, I think the issue, as I understand it, the contract, the term sheets for the 1.9 million delineate KHA as the oversight, but the funding, this is a self-contained fund called the Journey Forward Fund, completely separate from KHA's budget. So it's dollars outside of that budget that, given that it's under that separate fund and not represented in the total budget for KHA, is the issue to try to fold those all into that total budget.
I get it, but I have to say, when I've done strategic initiatives, they didn't put that in the KHA budget either, but it worked. It went to KHA. I'm going to leave it there. I'll put whatever I got to put in later, but this absolutely doesn't make any sense because we already run everything through KHA regardless of what account it's in. Thank you for letting me speak, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Matt Carlucci, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The mayor ran on bringing the journey together. And it's a very popular program. It's done a lot of good work in the past. It dovetails in with KHA, no doubt about that. And they, I think, are a board, though, that looks at issues of helping young at-risk people. It also looks at solutions to crime that may be above the age groups of KHA. It looks at a lot of different things. I just think we need to give them a chance to figure out their roles and how they dovetail together and how the Jacksonville Journey reaches other parts of crime in Jacksonville. And I just don't think they've quite figured out. They need time to figure out what the roles are, and we're not there yet. And I just don't want to see the journey. I want to see the journey have a chance to put their mission into play. They know what their mission is, and so a lot of the money they have will wind up going to KHA. I'm not sure we need a motion to make that happen. It'll just happen anyway. But some of their dollars may go to other programs and other agencies that will attend to solutions that they're looking for. And I just think there might be some workshopping that needs to be done between the Journey, the KHA, and some other agencies so that we bring clarity to all the purposes of these different programs. So let's try to take a step backwards. And I'm glad the money is below the line. And I think that's what we need to do is allow these folks to have some time to coordinate with one another, if that makes any sense. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. You're the last one, and then I'll be the last one.
Thank you, Chair. In no way, shape, or form do I want to stifle the innovation at at Journey Forward. Let them continue to meet, come up with ideas, programs that are existing programs in KHA or a different idea. I just think, personally, it all should be funneled through KHA. To answer my Councilman Diamond's questions, I see no reason why it can't continue as it is right now. The programs existing, we're all there, but they should have the free rein to come up with different ideas and continue to beat and work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we already made the motion. Just to bring it home one more time. We've spent 30 minutes talking about this, which has been a lot of going back and forth. And while some of it has sounded a little bit controversial, I think there's an underlining win here for Jacksonville, and that's the fact that we have actually added an additional $1.9 million to kids funding for children's services. So at the end of the day, no matter what happens here, we've added an additional $1.9 million for children's services, whether it's through KHA or Journey Forward. That's a big win for the city of Jacksonville. So good job to everybody here. And we've left $100,000 in the Journey Fund. That way they could continue to operate and have meetings. And hopefully this time next year, they'll come back with new programs and some federal and state dollars. Mr. Joe Carlucci, go ahead, you're recognized.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick thing. I know you wanted to end it, but to Councilmember Diamond's point, just giving the journey forward some clear expectations for next year. Just looking through the legislation, the original intent, and then the background, I think what I'm seeing here is just it was a main focus on crime reduction was the original intent of everything here. And I just, look, I'm not trying to go through every single program here, but they don't kind of jump off the page saying like crime reduction. They're good programs, but I don't think that there's really that like main focus. So maybe next year when y'all come back or whatever, those recommendations will be more geared towards that aspect. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The actual mission. All right. Well, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Sefopoulos, are we ready for the next one? All right, good.
Yes, sir. And I'll just mention on all of the pages that have the technical amendments that we had, we'll get all that fixed. So when we pull these direct contracts from the budget and have them in Bill 511, you'll have corrected sheets. So you don't need to take up anything else related to Journey Forward. We're ready to move to the start of the packet if you would like to, back to page 3.
City venues.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, KHA. Thank you, Journey. All right.
All right, we're on page 3 in your afternoon packet. This is on all the city venues. You'll see multiple funds related to ASM. The Office of Sports and Entertainment oversees this contract. Will be taking up their portion of the budget as well. We are on page 260 in your budget book for your numbers. So this is the start of the venues, and we mentioned at the top the number of venues that ASM oversees. There's 7 of them listed there. This ASM contract goes through 2027, and then there's one additional 5-year renewal period. This is the city side of the venue cost. So when you're looking at the $41 million, we'll go through very quickly the revenue items. You'll see the decrease of 5.1. That is because in the 24-25 budget, you utilized basically a one-time source. When we true up with ASM on cost every year, there was $7 million, 7.4 that helped 24-25 budget. So in this year, that's got to be funded. And then there are also some increases in revenue that help offset that. You have the supplemental rent payment from the Jaguars that will be up $2.3 million to $6.6 million in total. You have an increase of $18,000 in the ViStar naming rights agreement to bringing that to $645,000 in the upcoming year. And then you have an increase of $6,878 in the jumbo shrimp payment, which brings this fund to $236,136. 80% is deposited here. 20% you'll see in the capital projects fund, and we'll actually have a recommendation, I believe, related to that item. Investment earnings is budgeted at 0. We'll have a recommendation on that. You'll see the general fund contribution going up, that $9.8 million. Because of all those revenue offsets that I just mentioned, you have a transfer of $34.1 million from the general fund to cover all the venues. And again, on the city side of costs, turning to page 4 in our handout, you'll see the internal service charges. You'll see professional and contractual services at $1,023,000. This is based on the contract. There's a fixed fee, a performance fee, and then also an incentive fee that we have to pay to ASM. There's other operating expenses of $6.8. The majority of that is utilities that are paid directly out of here for all of the venues. And there's an item being moved to another fund related to repairs. Capital outlay, $605,000. It's detailed on the next page. We do have more detail in a separate handout for these venue funds if you do need them. You'll see the dollars delineated there, broken out by the various venues, totaling the $605,000. That is for things that they still feel, for example, at the stadium that are needed prior to renovations, just to keep it running for the games and various events. You'll see on transfer to other funds, $28.6 million going to the next fund that we will see, which is the ASM side of the operations, and then $64,000 to the Veterans Memorial Arena Trust, which is 10% of the naming rights of ViStar. There's the one recommendation on the investment earnings, since 0 was budgeted here, to budget $200,000 based on our analysis. That would be a positive impact to special counsel contingency.
Okay, one speaker in the queue. Mr. Diamond, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there someone from ASM or from sports marketing who can talk about the cost of all these city boxes and tickets? Do you have that? Through the chair.
You go ahead, sir. Yeah,
Through
name and address, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, through the chair to Councilman Diamond. My name is Matt Blasey. I am the new general manager for ASM Global here in Jacksonville. Been here for 4 years prior to this as assistant general manager, overseeing primarily the arena. Mike Kenny, who has been the general manager, has taken a role within ASM Global as a regional VP, who's still going to be overseeing Jacksonville and definitely present.
I'm going to have to slow you down. I'm going to run out of time here, but through the chair. So obviously, it's all over the press that the issue of free boxes, free seats, free suites to elected officials in Jacksonville is like center stage on the public discussion over the budget. Can anybody tell me what the total cost of all these free perks to elected officials is to the city?
Hey, good afternoon. This is Alex Alston with the Office of Sports and Entertainment. The cost for those, there is no cost for the majority of those. Those are our tenant
Well,
agreements.
hold on. Let me
They're
just pause
included
you.
in our lease agreements.
Through the chair, couldn't we lease them, though, and make money off of them if they weren't occupied by the city?
Through the chair to Councilmember Diamond, that would be dependent upon each type of event, because you can't get in a situation where you're selling tickets through a promoter event, because that would be considered scalping. So in essence, that would be something that
Sure, but through the chair, what does it cost to get a West Side box at the Jags Stadium for Jags games?
Through the chair to Councilmember Diamond, you would have to talk to the Jags about what that cost would be.
It's more than $10,000, right? Through the chair. Come on, you know what this is. You work
Again,
there.
you would have to talk to the Jags about their pricing.
I got you. Through the chair to Kim. I see you flagging me. Help me out here.
Through the chair, this we'll get into when we get to page 19, but happy to take it up now. There is within the general fund budget for the Office of Sports and Entertainment, there's $38,664 for the Jags tickets. When you buy those tickets, you get access to the suite. There's also $22,000 that is for food that is not just for the Jags games, but for all events if you're in the suites. For example, at the ViStar Arena or something like that could be, or for an event at the stadium. So those two numbers. What I do want to mention on the Jags contract, if this does get discussed, is that once you forfeit that opportunity to buy those, within amendment number 11, you do lose that right then permanently. So, and that may be to the desire of the council. I just want to make sure you know that that's in the Jaguars' current agreement.
Thank you.
All right. I guess we'll come back to that one on page 19, right? That we have more time. All right, thank you. You may proceed. Actually, we have a recommendation, so can I get a motion and a second? Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Recommendation passes. Page 7.
Yes, sir. Page 7 is your ASM venues, the ASM side of the house. So we are on page 263 in your budget book. 57.9 million. It's up the 4.7 million. You'll see the various charges for services. These have been adjusted based on the anticipated reduction for events that will be held. So you'll see the various revenue items going down because of that. You'll see under transfer from other funds, that 28.6 million that I mentioned coming from the city side over to here. Going to their expenditures, their personnel, there are no employees within this fund. This is all ASM staff, but we do cover their salaries. So you'll see 9.8 million for that, going up 289,000 for their 134 full-time people, and that's a 3% salary increase, and then part-time rates are adjusted as well. I will mention under professional and contractual services, you'll see that is their biggest line item of cost, 30.1 million. It is up 2.2 million, and that was based on the rates for the public safety folks that staff the game day, their rates going up through collective bargaining, but we will have a recommendation to reduce that now that we know the NFL schedule and the number of games. You'll see they are requesting, and this is a service enhancement for 24/7 security at the ballpark. So that's an increase of 142,000 for that security. Going down to other operating expenses, the 11.2 million, you'll see an increase of 416,000. mainly due to the one item that is being moved to here that was moved from the other fund for repairs and maintenance. There's an increased contribution of $95,000 for the arena for sponsorship expenses. Turning to page 9 for capital outlay, there is a request for $1.5 million that is related to the locker room upgrade for of $1.5 million, and this is a reimbursement to the Jaguars. This was an item that we were not made aware of until with talking about the upcoming budget. So at the time the city approved $750,000. The total cost, the Jaguars advanced $1.6 million, or the cost of this, the $1,544,525 towards the project. Apparently there was some discussion about the intention to reimburse them. It was never carried out. And I'll let, if you would like Mr. Weinstein to expand, he's the one that's been in discussions with them on it. But this is the funding request that they have in this year's budget. The service level changes, again, we mentioned the 24/7 at the ballpark. There will be fewer events based on construction. Our recommendations, the first one does have a positive impact on special counsel contingency, and this is based on the games that have been released by the NFL, just a reduction in the overtime cost, and we have verified that with JSO and JFRD that that's sufficient to reduce based on the number of games that we know now. That's a positive impact of $443,120, and then the security, we just need to get it in the right line, the right expenditure line, so no impact on special counsel contingency.
Okay, no speakers on the queue. I just want to make a point that this will probably be the second to last year we're going to have these obligated services for contractual services, because when the Jaguars come online with their new stadiums, they will be the ones overseeing their JFRD and JSO obligation, not us. Am I correct on that, Ms. Taylor, to a point?
Through the chair, or to the chair, we will still have some cost, and keep in mind the capital switched up. There are so many variables that changed. But we will still have game day responsibilities, I believe, for security that have to be provided. So, yes, sir, outside the stadium that we will still have from a game day responsibility.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so we do have a recommendation. We have a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Recommendation passes. All right.
Your next one, Mr. Chairman, is on page 10 in your packet, page 265 in your budget book. This is the city venue surcharge one. This is where there's a ticket surcharge. I will mention the Prime Osborne and the Ritz are the only two facilities that do not have a surcharge on there. You'll see the $4.43 million related to that. The NFL also there's an additional ticket surcharge as well on that. Miscellaneous revenue, this is the 20% of the annual rental fee for the ViStar ballpark, and we will have a recommendation related to that. Capital outlay, if you want to turn to the next page, page 11, and we have more detail if you do need it in a separate handout we can provide you. But you'll see still at Everbank Stadium a little over $2 million, ViStar 1.4, ballpark $159,000, and then $621,000. This ticket surcharge is required to be spent on capital. So if you would like any further details, we're happy to provide those. We do have one recommendation that is not an impact on special counsel contingency. We just need to increase the rental of city facilities revenue line by $59,034 for the 20% naming rights that we mentioned, and add it to other construction for the ViStar ballpark.
Okay, no speakers on the queue. You have a motion and a second on the recommendation. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Recommendation passes. Page 12.
Okay, the next one is on the ASM venues, the debt service fund. And I will mention there are no general fund dollars flowing through here. This is your bed tax. So starting with the revenues at the top, you'll see the $11 million for the 2 cent. And when we get to the sports complex fund, you'll see that's a little different by about $1 million, because we share half of that with the beaches in Baldwin based on their folks that have contributed to that sales tax or to that bed tax. You'll see investment earnings, transfer from other funds, the $2.3 million, that is actually coming in from the sports complex fund, and everything is kind of moved into here to cover all the debt service. You'll see transfer of $34 million from the BJP fund to cover, and these are the original improvements on, the ballpark and the arena that was originally part of BJP, so covering that debt there. You'll also see this year, I'll mention, a $9 million transfer from fund balance within this fund. So that's basically taking all of the excess revenue that is accumulated in this fund. So next year you'll have that hit because we are using fund balance to cover that debt. You'll see $46 million is detailed on the next page for all of your debt cost. I'll just mention at the top of the page, these are some of the prior improvements, the $7.8 million at the top there under the Everbank field. That's back all the way to your original improvements that were done that you're still paying down the debt on that. And then turning to page 14, I'll just mention the debt management payments. These are on top of the $46 million, the $2.3 million for the amphitheater and covered flex field, and you have $12.2 million that you are paying towards. Most of this is towards the stadium that you're actually starting to hit debt service for the new construction. No recommendations on this page.
Thank you. No other speakers. Page 15.
Okay, page 258 in your budget book, page 15 is the sports complex. This is your convention development tax. And basically, after covering debt service within this fund, it is then split 70% capital for the stadium and then 30% for the arena and ballpark that they share. As I mentioned, slightly different than your 2-cent tourist development tax at $10,098,000. You'll see capital detailed on page 16. Going towards Everbank Stadium of $3.1 million, and then $1.1 towards the arena, and $255,000 towards the ballpark, and then paying your debt service on your scoreboard, electronics, and infrastructure debt, and then your transfer to other funds for the amphitheater that you just saw. So that's the sports complex, the convention development covering that as well, and no recommendations.
Thank you. No speakers. Go ahead.
All right, your next one's page 17. So on page 179 in your budget book, this is your Veterans Memorial Arena Trust Fund, and this is the $64,000 represents the 10% of the ViStar naming rights agreement. Per the agreement we have with ViStar, those dollars roll to here, and there is a Veterans Council of Duval County that selects eligible participants to receive dollars. You'll see that list there on page 17 of all the participants. They do have a residual amount that's still remaining this year that will stay within this fund for future appropriations that would have to come back to council of $27,000, and we have no recommendations.
All right. No speakers. Page 18.
Okay. Sports and Entertainment General Fund is your next one. This is on page 253 in your budget book. Pardon me one moment while I get there. You'll see a total budget of $1.1 million. You'll see salaries of $551,000. They do have the addition of one position that's coming in from Public Works, as well as some adjustments for the department head to correctly budget that, and then the normalized 2 years worth of increases occurring. Other operating expenses of $316,000. Most of that will consist of the contribution to support events that are on the next page, as well as they do have the food that I mentioned and advertising expenses to run it. If you'd like to turn to page 19, it has that breakout of the various sponsorship dollars. You'll see TPC going up $10,000. You will see that the 3 items that were council enhancements, the Florida Black Expo, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and the Gula Geechee Local African American Festival, those have been defunded. They're not included in the proposed budget. You'll see for the Jacksonville Jaguar Suite tickets, that's the one I mentioned for Councilmember Diamond, that's going from $29,000 to $38,664. And then you'll see, starting with the Atlantic Sun Conference, those are new sponsorships that they plan on doing for those 5 items that are noted there. Again, they do have $22,000 for the Jaguar games and other suite events budgeted there, and you'll see the purpose, the explanation included. Their position count is going from 5 to 6, again, for the transfer in from Public Works, and we have no recommendations.
All right. I'd like to recognize Mr. Diamond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to win a popularity contest with this, but I don't want to do any of these sponsorships, but I move to remove $38,664 for Jaguar suite tickets.
We have a motion on the floor. We have a second for conversation. All right, I will call Mr. All right, popping up. So, Mr. Salem, you're first in the queue.
Did I hear through the chair, if we do not order them, we lose them forever?
Yes, sir. Per Amendment 11 within the contract, once you give up, we have already years ago given up on the one suite. We had 2 suites.
Right.
That one, once that right was given up, so we are left with the 1 suite, and once you terminate that, it's a permanent until we get to the new lease. So within the new lease, that would kick in, and we are provided tickets under the new lease. It's structured differently.
When does the new lease kick in? Through the chair?
Through the chair, around 2028, when the construction is completed, is when the new lease would start.
So essentially, these tickets are for this year, and then they're gone for 2 years. No, it's reduced capacity, and then they're 1 year. Okay, you've answered my questions. No. There's reduced capacity next year, gone in 27. That is correct. Yeah, it would seem to me we get them and set up a process for community members to use them. Clearly, the council's not going to use them. Some process that the president, or at least from our standpoint, set up a process where we award community leaders or of some sort. That's what I would recommend.
Ms. Pittman, committee member, go ahead.
To the chair again, and I want to ask Ms. Taylor or Mr. Weinstein, as long as I've known, the council has always been given tickets. And again, we're doing all this stuff for the first time, where we have offered the tickets to community leaders. If we lose this, to community council members, how long have tickets, whether it's for the football game or whether it's for concerts or events, again, that is always, to me, it's just not a perk. It's something where you showing up for your district and for your community, and you give them an opportunity to those that may not have access. Can you just share, I know your experience, and if you don't mind, to the chair, to Mr. Weinstein, do you remember why that was ever set up? And how long has it been, and has it ever been any controversies about tickets or events? Because I know as long as I've been on the council, there's always been opportunities for council members to have access to tickets, and also be able to go with a constituent and or someone that has done great things in your district.
Go ahead. Yep.
Through the chair, as it relates to the Jaguars, there's lots of other tickets that are dealt with. As it relates to the Jaguars, right from the beginning, there was a relationship that we would have access to 2 suites from the beginning, one for the council and one for the mayor, and then along with about 15 other amendments over the years, it went down to 1 suite, and it was split 50-50. We don't rent the suite like the other businesses do, but we do have to buy the 24 tickets that get you into the stadium to get to the suites. And
who buys the tickets?
That's what the
city?
cost is.
Okay.
And from my recollection, from all I can remember, 12 of those tickets went to the council, 12 of them went to the mayor to transfer and provide to other people as best they can. It gets very complicated when you're an elected official on gifts and ethics and what have you. So it's something to be very wary of. But the suite tickets have never changed. It's always been divided. Again, right from the beginning, it has always been something that usually economic development, business leaders in town, if you are on that floor, you can visit with other businesses and you know that are big time in the city. So it's always been available.
Okay. Thank you for that. Ms. Pittman, are you good?
Yeah, I just I know this is a hot potato right now, and just being able to see the history of where it was and then where we are now and why we're in this space, because we always pay if there's a difference. I think we have $100 as long as it's not over $100, and if it is, we pay the difference, right? So I'm just trying to see the origin and where we are now and where do we go from here. If there are policies in place, I think as long as we're transparent with what we do, with whatever, whether it's for concert tickets or something in the community, that we show up for our community with our constituents.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Matt Carlucci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not scared to touch the hot potato. This has been going on for a long, long time. And these tickets come from an administrative branch, which is why they fall under the mayor for a long, long time. They have been used as leverage often for the mayor or even the city council when businesses come to town and we want to entertain them in order to try to bring them and their business to Jacksonville. Or actually sometimes they're used to build relationships between council members and the mayor's office, which would really be useful right now. It's been done to bring community leaders and citizens to be a part of the celebration of an NFL team or even a baseball team or whatever. It's never been a problem. But the problem is when the legislative branch wants to take half. That's not our role. Now, it's been said we're an equal branch of government, and we are. But we have our duties. The administrative branch has their duties. And this is their duty, not our duty. I've never known a mayor to deny a council member a ticket or a suite. And if it happens, oh well. Wait till the next game. It's just the way it is. But I have seen a lot of good come from the sharing of these suites. I don't go because I have my own tickets. And that's just my own way. But I've never gotten on anybody else's that shared a suite with the mayor's office. Sometimes it's good for relationships. And sometimes I think we might need to do that. So that's what this has all been about until the last couple of weeks. It's common sense. I respect Councilman Diamond, what he wants to do. I think we need to just let this thing cool down and forget about it for a while.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Johnson. Oh, there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to also kind of echo the sentiments of Councilwoman Pittman. I remember, as a kid when Councilman Jones was on the council, Warren Jones, and being taken to a Bulls game before we even had the Jaguars. And it was maybe that time I spent with Councilman Jones that put me in this seat right now. And so these tickets are, I heard that when our auditor said, if you go and give this right away, it's not something that we can reclaim. And, Grandma always said, it's better to have and not need than to need and not have. I do like the opportunity. Since I've been on this council, I know we got a public records request, which I'm sure all of the council members have gotten, that asked specifically what tickets you've gotten. I am happy to say that not only have I gotten tickets, but in many cases, I have distributed those tickets, like many of us do, to people in my community. So to make it seem like like us as council members are taking these tickets and going and having parties and things, I had an opportunity to work with the team and a kid who never would have had access. Not only did he get to go to the game, but he also got to bring friends, and we made an experience for him. And I wasn't able to do that just once. I was able to do it a couple times. So it wasn't just me taking the ticket. So I think when we look at this, we need to do, it's not us specifically. I think this is a very small number of people. I would hope, obviously I'm not a member of this committee, but I do hope and encourage this group, as I've said in many other places, let's take our time. This is not something we need to run into, and I hope to maybe introduce legislation, because I want to say this, and I'll end it quickly. We're saying, Dr. Salem said, get a process for this thing to go through. The process was already there. Alex Austin can come and explain the process, but Sports and Entertainment had a process when we came on this council. You may want to ask him what that process was, because it worked pretty well.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Gaffney, and then Mr. Salem to wrap it up.
Thank you, through the chair. A lot of the points I was going to make have already been said. I will draw back to one story. I went to a council game, I think last year or the year before, and I sat in the suite, and I met a developer. And before this time, I never knew this developer. He was in the suite, but me and him developed a relationship over the time. A long story short, this developer end up committing to do $10,000 to 3 or 4 nonprofits in my district. I bring that up. Sometimes without that opportunity, this impacted my district. These impacted kids. These impacted homeless. I wouldn't have never got that opportunity without being able to go to the suite. But to my colleagues' points, yeah, I mean, I have given tickets away to constituents. My district is very, I ain't gonna say undeserved, but there's a lot of people in my district who don't have opportunity, who don't have the financial means to go to the Jaguars game. They call me to say, hey, Councilman Gaffney, can you hook us up with that developer or whatever the case may be? I mean, I think it'll be a travesty if we was to get rid of these Jaguars tickets. And from what I just heard, we can't get them back. Maybe we just need to redefine the process. If you don't want to go, don't go. I think that's how I could put it. If you don't want to go, just don't go. But let's redefine the process. Let's not penalize the kids who can't go. The teachers who can't go, the first responders who can't go. I think we'll be doing ourselves a disservice, and pretty much it'll be demoralizing to not only us, but our constituents who depend on us for these opportunities if we was to, I guess, pass this amendment. So, I'm not on the finance committee, but, please consider what I just said.
Thank you. Mr. Salem.
Chair, I propose some legislation to distribute these tickets to citizens in a transparent fashion. The council president rejected that idea, and I now support that. Defunding this purchase today would accomplish that goal, and we would not need my legislation if that occurs today. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
All right. No other speakers on the queue. I'll just say my last point to this. We're talking about tickets, and I understand the whole nature about giving back to the community. But, if you look at this piece of paper, page 19, we're talking about giving back to the community, yet we just defunded the Florida Black Expo. We just defunded the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. We just defunded the Guli Geechee Local African American Festival. That's our community. Yet we're talking about tickets for a Jaguars game. We're fighting for that, but nobody has fought for any of these 3 organizations. That is what's sad right now. Literally talking about tickets, you guys care more about tickets than the Florida Black Expo, Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I'm really upset with this. I don't care about these tickets. If we strike these out, I don't really care. I'd rather put those $38,000 and split them in between the Florida Black Expo, Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and go to Geechee, because it's not fair that we are literally defunding our community so we could actually go to a Jaguars ticket and sit at a suite. So that's where I'm at right now with that. So where are we at now? We are voting to...
Through the chair, the motion on the floor was to remove the $38,664 from the Office of Sport and Entertainment budget for the Jaguar suite tickets.
Okay, so my motion right now, actually, I don't have a motion. The motion on the floor right now is Mr. Diamond's removal of the Jaguar suite tickets for $38,664, right? That is a motion on the floor, and we have a second already on that. All right, my motion, I'll pass the gavel over.
You amending the motion?
I will amend the motion, and I would like to put those dollars evenly between the three organizations that were defunded and putting them back into that.
Okay, Mr. Chair, they would need to go into a contingency because we would have to develop term sheets and budgets for every single one of those direct contracts. And I don't know that we would have the opportunity to do that before the finance substitute needs to be completed after the committee takes its actions tomorrow. So if you could just include in that the dollars are going into a contingency for those three contracts.
Yeah, so if we were to do that, in order to get this on for this year's, we would have to have these term sheets done before October 1st, if I'm not mistaken, correct? We could still vote on it in September, or no?
So to include it in the budget means you'd have to have all the term sheets and budgets wrapped up and in the budget bill. So that's not October 1. We got to have your finance substitute ready next week to go into finance committee the first week of September.
Well, you know what?
So if you put them in a contingency, they would just be able to be brought above the line through separate legislation. It would just mean a 2/3 vote, but that's something that you can certainly do anytime after October 1.
I have a better idea, all right? We all have our CBA dollars. Whoever wants to fund those, fund them. I know what I'm going to do with my CBA dollars, and I'm going to fund the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce for their continuing efforts in our community. That's what I'm going to do with my CBA dollars. I'm not going to make our city go into more debt to fund these organizations if I have $1 million at my discretion. So I will retract my motion, and we'll keep Mr. Diamond's motion on the floor.
So Mr. Chair has withdrawn his motion, and I'll hand him back the gavel to run the vote.
All right, so the motion is on the floor. We've been seconded. So all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion passes. What does that mean? Oh, by hand. All right, so we're going to do this again, and we're going to raise our hands. So all in favor of the Diamond Amendment indicate by saying aye. Raise your hand. Here we go. All right, so Mr. Diamond is good. Mr. Salem is good. Mr. Howland is good. I'm good. Mr. Arias is good. Mr. Joe Carducci is good. And Mr. Willing is good. All right. And the nays, all opposed, indicate by raising your hand as a nay. And Ms. Pittman opposes as a nay. Thank you. All right, we are done with this, right? Cool. Let's move on to page 20.
Bear with me 1 second, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. We're on page 20 in the handout. This is the last portion of special events under sports and entertainment. It's on page 255 in your budget book. You'll see a total of $11.3 million. You have revenue where the city sells tickets for the Florida-Georgia game. So that's most of the $200,550. Other revenue, we do get reimbursed from the Jaguars, just mentioning this one for the portion of temporary seating. This goes back to Amendment 14 when they were doing some of the construction work and it required us to do more temporary seating. So they do reimburse for half of a portion of the temporary seat costs. And then the rest is $10.7 million. That's a general fund contribution that flows through to this fund. You'll see they do have personnel within it that do help run all of the special events. $1.2 million, and that's due to the normalized salary increases as well as some increase in overtime cost of $27,000 flowing through to here. You'll see under other operating expenses and grants and aids, it's probably easiest to take you to page 22, and you'll see a breakout of all the event cost. The main increase is there on the far right column, the Florida-Georgia game going up $12,000, and that's related to the event contribution amount there, the 3.3,992,000 going up for the tickets, number of tickets being bought. You'll see the Jacks Beach fireworks going down by 10,000 from 35,000 to 25,000, and then they are budgeting for the Memorial Wall, the Sea and Sky event, 200,000. You'll remember that came through as a mid-year type of cost. And they do have food and beverage of 34,422 for all the volunteers that help staff the various special events, and there are no recommendations.
All right, I do have Mr. Lena on the queue.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to Ms. Taylor, why is it called Memorial Wall, Sea and Sky? Because isn't that the beach? I'm just trying to figure out what the Memorial Wall has to do with that.
Through the chair, it's the name in the system for that particular project. So,
So through chair to Ms. Taylor, it's Oracle's fault, and I can move on, I guess. Okay, thank you.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Actually,
Salem.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I can clarify.
Sir, go ahead.
Alex Austin, through the chair to Councilmember Lannon. The reason it's titled that is we actually pay for the shade structure that goes over the Veterans Memorial Wall for the Memorial Day celebration every year. And for some reason, that account houses that funding as well as the funding for Sea and Sky Air Show.
Through chair to Mr. Austin. Okay, thank you. So it's for the Sea and Sky, but just to keep it simple, it's in the same accounting line as where we rent the shade structure for. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Salem.
Thank you, Chair. The mayor's initiatives, I understand them all, but that one, can someone give me an explanation of what that $65,001 is for?
Through the chair to Councilmember Salem. That account was set up a number of years ago. It funds things like the Christmas tree in James Weldon Johnson Park. It pays for the lights that go on it. It pays for the device that turns on the lights. It pays for security of that tree. It also pays for the downtown shuttles for Players Championship every year.
Thank you.
Correct.
All right, Mr. Howland.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to note here, I think it's the proper place to do so, that the United States of America will celebrate its 250th anniversary on July 4th of next year. That's also known as the semi-quincentennial. And we have kept our we've kept our level of funding even, I believe, from the previous year. I think we just need to watch it. We need to pay attention together, the administration and the council, to what we're going to do as a city to celebrate our 250th anniversary. And if we need to appropriate more money as the year goes for a more spectacular celebration and honor of the greatest country in the world, then I think we ought to consider doing that. Yes, sir.
Through the chair to Councilmember Howland, I couldn't agree more. The reason that line item remained flat, the 4th of July fireworks, if you recall, this year we went back to one location downtown, so we did save some dollars as opposed to going to 5 locations. So we kept it flat, so we had that buffer to be able to partner with the Military Affairs Department to make a big celebration. So we're in planning phase now.
Alex, let's please plan something extraordinary, and please keep me involved.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. No recommendations and no speakers. Move on to the next one, please. And I think that's it for sports and entertainment, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, everybody. All right. Public Works.
Yes, sir. We're on page 23 in the packet. There's the general fund and multiple funds that I will try to go through because I know we are tight on time.
45 minutes.
We're on page 332.
All right, 1 second. Mr. Carlucci, go ahead. Matt Carlucci.
Hanging out for the ethics. Are we going to be taking up that budget today?
That's the intent.
Okay.
Yep, we have 35 minutes. Okay. No, he wants to take it up. Yeah. Yep, we're going to try to proceed with this, yeah. Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I made a joke.
All right, how about this? Can we just take the ethics very quick, just so we don't do that?
Yes, sir. This is on page 52 in your packet and page 242 in your budget book.
52.
Page 52. And then the numbers are on page 242. You'll see a total of $655,904. When you take into account the UAAL, they are just slightly down $5,456. They do have budgeted contributions that have been in place for several years of $55,105 for your contributions from local units. You'll see for various ethics training that they do. You'll see salaries of $497,683. That is slightly down $9,770. That's due to a decrease in part-time salaries of $36,403, and then that's offset by the 2 years of normalized increases that occurred of $26,243 for that net difference. They have 3 full-time positions and 2,340 of part-time hours. That is remaining flat, and we have no recommendations.
All right, no speakers on the queue. I do have Mr. Nick Howland. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Matt Carlucci, my little joke there was you said, are we going to take out the ethics budget? And I pretended to mishear you and say, thought you said take out the ethics budget. So that's what I was joking about. But I do have, right. I do have one question for Ms. Oberdorfer, if she is here, is the part-time hours. And if any of them use the same part-time individual that's in the mayor's budget. She probably didn't know we were taking it up so quick. But if Ms. Miller is part-time both with the mayor's office and the Office of Ethics, I'm just wondering if she uses some of that planned part-time hours. Do we know?
Through the chair, no, sir.
No more work for the ethics office? Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Diamond, recognized.
I just want to get back on the positive train, cheer on our ethics office. I know they'll eventually hear what we said here, but you guys are awesome. Appreciate you keeping us all straight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Boylan.
I think I'm going to play that Rory Diamond role today. My concern with, and I certainly respect the importance of the Ethics Commission and the work that they do, but what is the work that they do? As far as the relationship with the council, they put on a 1 or 2 time training event for us. Beyond that, I assume they manage the Ethics Commission's board and its work. I don't know if that, but there's no enforcement within that department. They have no means of assisting us and providing direction beyond telling us not to do things. Is that when there are things happening in our community that are within our body that it's not being addressed, they just sort of shake their head and saying that's not our department. I guess, and maybe we can have this conversation at another time, but I'm just wondering if we're better served having this as a contracted service as opposed to a full-time position, and maybe have one position who manages the director, if you will, who works with the commission itself. I don't know the need for 3 people to put on 1 or 2 training events, and that's just kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, along with all the benefits and everything else that goes along with it. So, all right, Mr. Matt Carlucci, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. I wouldn't expect you to pull it up. But thank you very much.
To be safe,
very nice.
We took it up today.
And to my good friend, Mr. Borland, Councilmember Borland, I think they need to be left like they are. I think they do more work than what we know, and if she was here, she could tell you, but they do a lot of offering of opinions. They have given me a lot of help on questions that I've had that pertain to ethics, and I think they do some of the other council members as well. The education that they do, it's not just as easy as what it seems, and to put just one person in charge of that and to contract it out, I think that really diminishes the importance of ethics to the body and to this whole city. And it would be my recommendation that we leave it like it is. It's a shame that the Tallahassee took away the enforcement of ethics laws, and perhaps that'll change if we could ever get a change in paradigm over in Tallahassee when it comes to the importance of ethics. But I don't know if that'll happen this year or next year, but I would hate to see us diminish their role. They all stay busy. I know that because I visit them often. So just my appeal would be, please just leave the budget like it is. I think to cut it would send a very bad signal across the city of Jacksonville and to our government here. And if you ever look at the ethics legislation that put this together, you'll see that they have a lot of responsibilities. And anytime somebody wants an opinion on something, they are ready to give an opinion on that to the extent that they can. A lot of people don't know that. And so it's my recommendation to leave that as it is, and we can take another look at it next year, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, no other speakers in the queue, and we have no recommendations as well. So we may proceed now with the next one, which is going to be Public Works. And I know the Ethics Department is here, but I don't think there's any questions for anybody right now. So thank you. You're welcome. All right, moving on to Public Works.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't know if you wanted to do right at the back of the packet the Office of Inspector General,
well.
since Mr. Lascelles is here.
Yep.
Okay. We are on page 270 in your packet, and we'll do this one and then go back to Public Works. You'll see on page 53, $1.5 million budget. It's actually going up $36,000 based on when you remove the UAAL impact. You'll see there is budgeted $153,522 that is flat from the various entities that do contribute as part of a memorandum of understanding. You'll see salaries of 1.1 going up just slightly from the normalized impacts. They have internal service charges that are just going down slightly, $31,000. Other operating expenses going down as well, and we have no recommendations.
All right, I do have Mr. Diamond and Howland. Go ahead, Diamond.
Thank you again. Just want to shout out to the OIG's office. I mean, I've lived through the nightmare that happened over the last couple of years over there, and it is just so nice to know that our OIG is awesome, that the staff is well respected, that they're all getting along. There's no weirdness happening anymore, and most importantly, the reports happen so fast. So thank you for everything you guys do.
Thank you. Mr. Howland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to echo those sentiments of Mr. Diamond. I'm really impressed by the OIG and the office and the work that they do. And actually, there's something that Mr. Boylan mentioned just a minute ago when we were talking about the ethics office that triggered a thought. I believe, having read through some of the original legislation that structured the ethics office, there was some mention about working together with the OIG and sharing resources where possible. So one of the things we could determine, I mean, it's up to OIG and ethics together and approach us with a option. But if we do find, as Mr. Carlucci said down the road, that the ethics office their role is diminishing because of the state statute, one of the things we could look at is combining resources, so that way we maintain some key elements of the ethics office, but it rolls into OIG. That could be something we do in the future, and it would probably be something that would be beneficial for the city and save money. Thanks.
All right. Mr. Ron Salem.
I just wanted to reinforce the comments of Council Member Diamond. My experience with Inspector General, I was here during the tough times, and the whole staff is very professional, as he stated. They're involved in our DOJ process and will perform any task that you ever ask them. So kudos to the group.
Thank you. We have 26 minutes left today. Keep that in mind, guys. Mr. Chris Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, I just want to echo some of my colleagues' comments. And yes, in a former life, I was an Inspector General in a small area of Europe and Israel. But I have been impressed with the group, the team that Mr. Lascelles has assembled from all kinds of areas. For those of you who haven't met with them yet, I think it would be useful to do that. They are experts, investigators from all over, all different levels, and I think they're doing a great job, and it is going to complement the continued DOJ efforts. And every time I call and have a question to clarify something or to find out about possible systemic concerns that have come up through an investigation, they're always right there, ready to respond and give insightful comments that have been very helpful in our work. So I just want to say, if anything, going forward, if we continue to see the same type of value added and its financial value added when they're finding fraud, waste, and abuse through this process, I think, if anything, next year we look at maybe adding additional personnel because they are doing a great job. I think some of us are a little reluctant to support based on what has happened in the past in that office. That's gone. That's gone. They're on track, and they're doing a heck of a great job, in my opinion. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We are going to shift things now to Public Works, but before we do that, we are going to change the time for everybody. Committee members, 2 minutes. Visiting members, 1 minute. We have 25 minutes to get through all this right now. We have 24 minutes. So let's start with Public Works, please.
Yes, sir, and I'll do an abbreviated version going through these. Starting on page 23 of your packet, the general fund portion, first of many funds under Public Works. You'll see a $64.3 million budget, basically flat. When you remove the UAAL, it's a $304,000 decrease. So holding steady there. We do get money from FDOT for traffic signals and street lights. That's your main miscellaneous revenue item. I will note in salaries, they are proposed to go down by 2 net positions. So you're seeing that impact included within salaries. Under your professional and contractual services line, I just want to point out that's your largest cost, the $24 million. $20 million of that is related to mowing and landscaping. So those enhancements that you did a couple of years ago have stayed within this department, and that's for your parks and also your right-of-ways. And then there is $1 million dedicated to downtown mowing, so additional mowing within the parks and right-of-ways, specifically in the downtown area. So just want to mention that. Other operating expenses, the 14.3 is your street lights are budgeted here. We have a divisional breakout on page 25. I'll take you all the way to the employee cap changes. You'll see the decrease of 2. 2 are proposed to be eliminated. 1's being transferred in from the solid waste disposal, and then 1 was transferred out to sports and entertainment during the year. There's 1 food and beverage item for your public purpose for you to take a look at that, and then no recommendations on the general fund.
All right, Mr. Howland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate something that Ms. Taylor said, and then ask Ms. Sickler something. The $11 million increase for mowing, that level's been sustained and just gone up with general inflation. So Ms. Sickler said that has been sustained. That was a big increase, big emphasis of the mayor in year 1, and that was a big leap, and we've kept going at that level. Do you think that's made a difference, discernible difference? I mean, I guess that's pretty easy to say. The grass is getting cut more, but is it too much? I mean, is it the right amount? Because it's definitely a big plus up. That was a big priority in year 1, which we've sustained. Just like the UF Shands is with plus up in year 2 that we've sustained, and we keep sustaining these plus ups so they become recurring additional costs for taxpayers. Is it working?
Nina Sickler, Public Works, through the chair to Councilmember Howland. Thank you for asking. Yes, it's working great. The number of complaints that we get has decreased significantly, and Chief McDaniel has done a fantastic job making sure that our crews are out there those specified times, and we found it to be the right amount.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No recommendations and no other speakers on the queue. I just want to make a point for professional contractual services. There is $1 million of which are for downtown park mowing. So we will have this conversation tomorrow, and I'll make sure to bring this back up when we talk about the park enhancement for activation and all that. All right, thank you. Next one up.
Okay, next page is page 29 under Public Works, your tree protection. Your numbers are on page 340. This is $774,000. You'll see the increase of $200,000 is mainly related to the 3 positions that they are adding within this tree mitigation fund. You'll see the increase in salaries of $138,000 and other operating expenses as well. That's that 25% additional amount for tree maintenance based on what is budgeted within the general fund to get to that. We do have 1 recommendation on page 30, and this is just to allocate the vehicle replacement costs, the $7,596, to this account using these tree mitigation dollars, so it's no impact on special counsel contingency. It was just left off.
We have a motion and a second on recommendation. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Recommendation passes. Next up.
Yes, sir. Your next fund is the Beach Erosion Fund, page 81 in your book, $500,000. I will mention this agreement is a 50-year agreement that ends 2028. So a very important one that we get participation from the feds and also the state to help us cover that beach renourishment project. Basically, we bank up every year in order to meet that every 5-year renourishment that has to occur. So the $500,000 is flat with the current year. That is general fund dollars to build us up to that point. And no recommendations.
All right. No recommendations, no speakers. Moving on to page 32.
Yes, sir. Page 32 is your stormwater fund. You can utilize the numbers on page 32. Basically, the fee, the $34 million, is basically flat this year in the proposed budget. You'll see going down to expenditures on that page, $11.4 million. That is PAYGO. That's transfer to capital for those based on that fee. So just going down slightly. You'll see under the Office of Administrative Services, there is a movement of one position from here within the Stormwater Fund to Public Works. But overall, that's the main change there. Going down to the Public Works portion of the chart, you'll see the salaries of $712,000. Keep in mind that only full-time people that are 100% dedicated to stormwater are housed within this fund. So you have beyond the 56 authorized positions, and they are proposed to go up from 3. They are getting 3 positions from the General Fund Office of Administrative Services that are being added here. There are other costs allocated if people spend a portion of their time, but the position is not housed within this fund. So that's why you have, when you take a look at the salary amount compared to the positions. There are also internal service charges, the professional service charges of $8.5 million. I will mention on that one, on page 35, there is an increase in professional and contractual services for, it's dealing with multiple contracts related to drainage work, roadside ditch cleaning, etc. And then also $98,000 for a national pollution discharge elimination system. Those are new items within the budget. Turning to page 36, you'll see they are receiving a grant that is no city match for the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System of $380,000. And again, increase in the cap of 3, and we have no recommendations.
Okay, no speakers. Moving on to page 37.
Okay, page 37 is your public buildings fund. This is $56.3 million, down about $1.9 million. You'll see this is an internal service revenue fund, so that's why you have the charges to all the different areas for maintenance, security, and utilities. The main item I'll mention is salaries of $4.1 million, just going up slightly based on the normalized. Page 38, under the professional and contractual services, the $11.5 million, main increase there due to your janitorial services and also your security guards, just increases in their cost that are funneling through to us based on the contracts. For your other operating expenses, $22.8 million. That is mainly utility cost and then repair costs, so just slightly down based on decreases there. I believe that's the main things I want to point out. No recommendations on this one.
All right, no speakers.
All right, next one is Public Works, the building inspection. You'll recall under the reorganization that the building inspection fund moved from the planning department over to Public Works. So you'll see under the shaded areas, we already talked about on the first day the fire plans review staff. This is your building inspection staff. So you'll see within the revenues at the top portion of the box, you'll see significant increase in the permits and fees, going up $822,000, bringing that to $3.4 million, and then inspection fees also going up by about 2% to $16.2 million, and then also a decrease in your fines and permits, and that's based on the result of the change in the state law where they're eliminating permit reactivation and restatement fees. If you go to the expenditure side, you'll see under going down to the Public Works section, salaries of $12.7 million. They are proposing to add 6 positions within this budget. And so that's the largest portion of the salary increases there. I also failed to mention on they are appropriating $4.2 million of their fund balance to balance the fund and cover costs within this fund. Going to page 43, your professional and contractual services, I just want to mention, and I failed to mention on internal services, we will have a recommendation. They've actually been overbilled for IT charges, so you'll see that in our recommendation. But under bullet 10, the contractual services, there is an enhancement of $500,000 for outsourced civil plan reviews to make sure that they stay on track and do not get a backlog there. Turning to page 44, you'll note the position titles there of the types of positions of the 6 that they're adding. Again, our recommendation that we do have in order to not overcharge this fund for IT cost is to reduce that by $315,425. That is a negative impact because it has to be spread to other departments within the general fund. And then we also recommend that the $100,000 that I didn't really mention, but it's for renovating building inspection spaces in the Ed Ball building. Given the value of $100,000, would need to be a CIP item. That's no impact to special counsel contingency. We just want to get it in the right spot.
All right, Mr. Layden.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair to Ms. Taylor. So recommendation number one, this doesn't sound discretionary, right? This is simply correcting the budget.
Yes, sir. We would. We do not want these fees to pay for something that it shouldn't be charged for.
Okay, through the Chair, Ms. Taylor, I just want to make sure before we take back $315,000 from our contingency.
I see no other speakers. I just have one question regarding the permits and fees. I see that we went up by $822,000, which is 30.8% in permits and fees. Is that a correlation to more permits and being added in Jacksonville, or are we adding, upcharging the fees for these permits? Are we charging more for them now, or is it because there's more permits happening?
Through the Chair, this is just based on historical actuals. No change to the fees at all. From an individual fee standpoint, it's just the total collections, the total amount of revenue that we are seeing come in our review of that revenue being in agreement with what the mayor has proposed.
Ms. Sigler, want to come up? Yeah. That's a big number right there, 30% increase.
To the Chair, reiterating what Ms. Taylor said, it's not related to increasing the amount of fees. It's just more permits. It's reflective of the amount of growth and development that we have. So there's more applications and more fees being collected.
Okay. Do you foresee this trend continuing on to next year as well, or do you think it's going to take a dip based off of what you're seeing right now?
Our understanding, we had a recent meeting with NEFPA, and their trends are showing a bit of a downturn in terms of number of permits in other parts of Northeast Florida, so we expect that we may have a little bit of that here in Duval County as well.
Okay, and last point is the reason why we have professional and contractual services up by $500,000 is because you're outsourcing to help offset the amount of permits and fees that we have, permits that we're getting. So if we do take a downturn, are we still going to have $500,000 in contractual services?
There's a couple of programs that are looking to be funded through that. One of them is our Express Lane program. That is, of course, even if we have fewer, that should help with backlog, but there's still elements of the program that developers are asking for us to speed up. And so that funding was to look for some of those very impactful programs.
Okay. Mr. Howland, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was intrigued that you asked that question because I had a couple members, constituents call me and talk about building permit fees. And I've been told that the fees have gone up considerably from last year to this year, which made me circle that 30.8% increase there. I trust that it hasn't, but Ms. Sickler, can you just maybe send me a schedule of the permit fees and numbers issued and the pricing, see if it's gone up so I can kind of trace the revenue? Thanks.
Absolutely. We'll certainly do that.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, and we do have two recommendations, so can I get a motion and a second? Ms. Taylor? Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Taylor, before we take it up, do you have something to say? No? All right. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Recommendations 1 and 2 pass. All right. Page 45.
Mr. Chairman, you are done. We've covered the rest of the packet.
Oh, we're done. Yep.
So if you would like an ending number, I'm happy to give that as far as bucket number 1, your special counsel contingency. That is at $6,339,869.
Can you repeat it?
Yes, sir. It's at $6,339,869.
All right. 10 minutes to spare. We made it. Didn't think we were going to actually get here today. So, you see, we have plenty of time to have the elevated conversations, right? I don't know what you're freaking out about. All right, Mr. Boylan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify and confirm, as you requested, I turned to Ms. Taylor about getting on the agenda tomorrow. Do you anticipate what time you'll be taking up items that are not presently on the agenda for tomorrow? Late afternoon, mid-afternoon? Not at all?
Yeah, we're gonna, I'll have to get back to you on that one.
All right.
I don't want to say right now what I'm gonna do, but I know that we are gonna take up the CIP ones first tomorrow, the remaining CIPs. I want to just get that out of the way and then move
All
on
right.
to.
And just for the sake of argument, if my colleagues did not take the time to watch the notice meeting last night, and thank you for those who came, please take the time to take a look at it. You're going to see a wise investment we should be making as we take a look at telehealth again, as well as the Jack's Care Connect free clinic services.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Salem. All right, Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Chair, real quick, I just got to say thank you. I've been watching this meeting since day one, the series of meetings, and my kudos to the team from the auditor's office. Kim, you and your team are absolutely amazing. And Mr. Chair, you have run this. I mean, I've been watching. I wanted to wait until the end, but this is a really efficient process, so I'm looking forward to moving forward. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of the process.
Sure, thank you all. All right, guys. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, meeting adjourned.